Chapter 249 Survival Competition 5 Hohenheim. Who is he? Whether is magic, where he doesn't lag behind the genius of Morg clan, or whether it's alchemy, where his research doesn't fall short compared to Empire's greatest alchemist, the heir of Aureolus family. He completed all the prestigious courses that the Mage Tower takes pride in with outstanding grades. Now a third-year student council president on the verge of early graduation, he has a secure life ahead, with plans for postgraduate studies immediately after graduation and eventual appointment as a professor at the Mage Tower. Moreover, rumors are circulating that this outstanding elite prodigy is destined to become the Tower Lord of the Mage Tower. The unstoppable prodigy, burdened with such expectations, began to emit sounds of misery and agony, so pitiful and desperate that even he couldn't bear to listen. Poorer, he didn't speak the words out loud. Soon, following the chilling sounds of agony that could induce cold sweats with just a listen, screams also rang out. Fishy slick, PSSS, PFFFT. Once again the sound didn't come from his mouth. Cough, cough. Hohenheim began to stagger, clutching his stomach. His entire body twisted. Like a shrimp thrown onto a hot salt plate, his body started to contort. Damp and chilly sensations. His entire body was already damp with sweat. The internal organs in his abdomen were tossing and turning uncontrollably, to the point where magic couldn't control them. Is it poison? Hohenheim turned his head with an expression of disbelief. Red stew was flowing from the coconut shell lying on the ground. I've definitely checked the ingredients inside. There was nothing that could be poisonous. Why, in an instant, something brushed through his mind. Could it be a combination? The genius's brain quickly grasped the situation. It occasionally happens. Things that are harmless to the human body when consumed separately can turn deadly when mixed. For example, honey and black tea, eel and peach, beer and peanuts, crab and persimmon, spinach and tofu, carrot and cucumber, cheese and beans, seaweed and salt, and so on. There exist combinations of foods that, when eaten together, have negative effects, usually inducing bowel movements. Hohenheim meticulously examined the ingredients in the red stew. They were generally ordinary, but there were also suspicious ingredients. Soon, Hohenheim identified two extremely questionable ingredients. Chaka catfish, a carnivorous fish that inhabits the red and black mountains and the bark of the sabbac tree, is that it? When each is kept separate, there is no particular issue, but when the two are combined, it induces intense abdominal pain. Who knew about this combination method? Which bastard? Hohenheim, glancing around with bloodshot eyes, suddenly catches sight of someone's face. Huh! Beyond the thicket, there was a guy making a stupid expression. Just a first-year newbie from another school, not worth paying much attention to, but Hohenheim's genius memory recognized him. Granola de Revieden, talented in his own way, but still a brat who roams around causing trouble due to his youth. Splash, Hohenheim was convinced that Granola was the one who played a prank on him with the stew. If not him, who else would concoct such a deadly stew? Meanwhile, Granola looked bewildered. Why are you glaring at me as if you want to kill me? What did I do? At that moment, a hand touched Granola's shoulder. It was Vikier. Congratulations, team leader. Thanks to your poison, you've caught the Mage Tower Student Council president. Me? My poison? Yeah, it's your virtue and your poison. Granola could only stare in bewilderment. Behind him, Hohenheim's gaze became even more ferocious. Anyway, thud. In the end, Hohenheim collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach in a bizarre position. Squelch, splat, vomiting, and diarrhea. Violent cries pouring from his mouth. Hohenheim, face buried in the ground, trembling. 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2, his HP was gradually decreasing towards 0. And in front of him, Bacalaga stood with a puzzled expression. Hey, are you okay? Okay, I got it. Bacalaga hesitated for a moment, raising his hand, then carefully moved it again. Thud. Bacalaga gently touched Hohenheim's shoulder as he lay there, very cautious, as if handling something delicate. Despite Bacalaga's caring gesture, Hohenheim's HP dropped to 1. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Sorry. Okay, I understand. Bacalaga quickly withdrew his hand from Hohenheim's shoulder, and at the same time a tear fell from his eyes. As longtime frenemies, Bacalaga understood Hohenheim's feelings. Well, any human would understand and empathize. Everyone must have experienced pooping in their pants at least once in their childhood. Scratching his head, Bacalaga turned away and soon disappeared behind the bushes. Unaware that the last duel of their school days with the long-standing rival would end so anticlimactically, his departing figure looked quite awkward and lonely. And then, rustle. Someone immediately pushed through the bushes and revealed themselves in front of Hohenheim. You! Hohenheim's eyes lit up. Vikir, with an expressionless face, gazed down at the fallen Hohenheim in silence. Hohenheim soon let out a hollow laughter, draining the strength from his eyes. What's there to fear when he's already shown himself in such a pathetic state? Yeah, in the end, an unknown first year from Colosseo caught me. You filthy rat, you. So, when in your miserable life will you have the opportunity to confront a genius like me? Take it, please, my throat. Break this Hohenheim with your most confident weapon and special move. Even in his final moments, he maintained his proud dignity. And he accepted death with an arrogant posture. Sword, axe, bow, any weapon is fine, however my body may break, but my pride and spirit will never break. HP 1, with only 1 HP remaining. Hohenheim stared at Vikir with a determined gaze. But Vikir didn't draw any weapon, just empty-handed, that's all. Hohenheim's brow furrowed slightly. The instinct of a genius, that sharp sense, warned as if something terrifying was aimed at him. But looking around, there was no sign of a sword, spear, arrow, or magic. What on earth is this? This unprecedented unease. Cold sweat gushed out, dampening the area below his waist. His eyes were spinning round and round. For the first time in his life, Hohenheim was experiencing a faint sense of anxiety and fear simultaneously. And all of this was due to an unknown freshman from another school right in front of him. Finally, a small change occurred on Vikir's expressionless face. His lips twitched, and in that moment, more chilling and sharp than anything in this world, a dagger mercilessly stabbed Hohenheim's heart. You little shit. Violence. It was beyond verbal violence. It was fact-based violence. Hohenheim's pride, heart, and soul, unbreakable by any weapon like a sword, axe, spear, bow, or magic, were chipped away with a tick sound. 0 due to extreme stress and anger, Hohenheim's HP fell to 0. And that was the end. The final moments of Hohenheim, the Mage Tower Student Council president. It sent shockwaves through everyone participating in the survival competition in the Red and Black Mountains. Dolores, looking at Vikir, who had just killed Hohenheim, had a blank expression on her face. Vikir, yes. Is the spicy catfish stew I just ate the same as what Hohenheim ate? Yes. Upon Vikir's confirmation, Dolores felt a cold sweat soaking her spine. W8, will I die the same way as him? Yes, Vikir nodded again. Competitors. Even if they're from the same school, they eventually become enemies competing for rankings. Innocent Dolores' face turned pale. But the reason she screamed was not because she feared being eliminated from the competition or felt betrayed by her junior. It was the most embarrassing send-off. No, it can't be. It's impossible, please. Please, not like this. She had already caused Vikir a similar kind of trouble before peed on him. I'd rather end my own life. Dolores covered her back with one hand and retreated with the other, swaying backward. Vikir chuckled. He decided to clarify briefly. Pulling a few dried mushrooms from his pocket, Vikir spoke. If you chew these and eat them together, they can neutralize the poison created by mixing the flesh of the spicy catfish and the bark of the sabak tree. Remembering the moment when Vikir threw a few mushrooms into her stew dish just before handing it to her, Dolores gasped. Then what you said just now. It was a joke. Given that Dolores' HP had dropped by about 10% as a result of what had just occurred, it was possible to gauge the extent of her mental damage. Chapter 250. Aftermath 1. Chapter 250. Aftermath 1. The long and arduous University League has finally come to an end. University League Rankings 1. Dolores L. Quavadis 2. Marilini Lovegood 3. Bacalaga Giuraggio. The noteworthy points were Dolores and Lovegood, who were expected to rank around 3rd place, surprisingly secured the 1st and 2nd positions, respectively. Additionally, the underperformance of Hohenheim, the ace representative of Mage Tower, was a significant issue. However, these were not the only significant points. University League Rankings 4. Highbrow Le Baskerville 5. Middlebrow Le Baskerville 6. Lobro Baskerville 7, Vikier 8, Sinclair 9, Granola 10, Hohenheim. The fact that freshmen made it into the top 10 and there were as many as 6 of them created a major stir. Until now, the perception was that freshmen participated for experience. But this incident shattered that notion completely, revealing that they were there to challenge the upperclassmen. Vikier, part of the team that included dolers, fought hard and achieved an impressive result by securing a spot within the top 10. Meanwhile, Granola, accused as the culprit behind Hohenheim's elimination, faced relentless pursuit from Hohenheim's followers and ultimately became the first among the team members to be eliminated. Granola felt quite unjust, but still took pride in taking credit of eliminating Hohenheim. Surprisingly, there was a freshman who led the team with individual skills and ranking on the leaderboard. Sinclair, a commoner without a prestigious family background, independently achieved the remarkable 8th place, completely unrelated to Vikier. Considering that her teammates Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and others were outside the top 20, which, in fact, was still an impressive feat for freshmen. It was truly a remarkable accomplishment. Buoyed by this momentum, Colosseo's first and second-year students even defeated third-year students from other schools and earned high rankings. Dolers also secured the first place. On the other hand, despite being a competition hosted by Mage Tower, students from Mage Tower, excluding the exceptional ace Hohenheim, failed to make it into the top 10. Even Hohenheim barely managed to secure a spot in the top 10. However, Hohenheim, who aimed for victory, couldn't care less about such rankings before his eyes. Furthermore, in keeping with the tradition of filming the moment of elimination and permanently preserving it in the Hall of Fame, Hohenheim's final appearance was immortalized in the competition's honor records. The shitter, even after the competition ended, Hohenheim was destined to suffer forever. After the first round of the competition, a simple after-party was held at the dormitory. Due to repairs completed, the Varangian students moved to their own dormitory, and only students from Colosseo Academy gathered for a self-celebratory party. For President Dolers, who secured the first place in the rankings, for President Dolers, all students raised their glasses in a toast. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Tudor, holding his glass, turned to Vikier beside him. "Congratulations, my friend. 7th place as a freshman, that's incredible. It's amazing to have such a guy among my friends." "That's the 100th time you've said that, Tudor." Sancho, who was next to them, chuckled and remarked. Then Figgy in the front continued the conversation. "But Vikier, how do you always end up in the same team as the triplets from Baskerville?" It was a topic that everyone was curious about. However, Vikier's response was concise. "We happened to cooperate during the rugby match and midterms, and surprisingly, the results were good. Since then, they occasionally asked for assistance." Bianca, who overheard, casually commented, "And being a commoner, you might not feel burdened." "Hey, Bianca." No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant it might be the case for them. If it sounded bad, I'm sorry, I didn't intend." Although Bianca was slightly flustered by Tudor's correction, Vikier waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. "It's true, high-ranking nobles might feel awkward or uncomfortable with each other. Being a commoner wasn't a flaw, so what did it matter? But there was another commoner in this group besides Vikier. Sinclair, a commoner in her first year, had achieved an outstanding 8th place following Vikier. For some reason, a girl who usually chimed in whenever there was a discussion about Vikier seemed unusually quiet today. If it were her usual self, she would have energetically said something like, "What? Why ignore commoners? You guys are so mean." Or, "Big brother, let's cheer up together, us commoners are the best." So everyone found it odd. "Let's cheer up." Vikier was the first to offer words of encouragement. Yeah, fighting." Only then did Sinclair seem to regain her composure, shaking her fists in encouragement. Everyone was still a bit puzzled today. With that, the first round is over. The second round will involve only those who ranked within the top 10 in the first round. Figgy informed everyone about the upcoming schedule for the remaining competitions. The survival tournament after the first round has concluded. Those who have been selected as the top 10 will receive separate individual quests for the second round. Completing these quests will eventually earn them the coveted artifact, which is managed collaboratively by Colosseo, Mage Tower, Varangian, and Themyscira. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca explained the rules and format of the second round for Vicyr and Sinclair, who made it to the second round. The second round is about adapting to the apprentice system. Everyone nodded in agreement at Figgy's explanation. The 10 survivors from the first round will go outside the school to visit more advanced practical groups. These practical groups refer to the Empire's 7 great clans and the royal family. Since academy students are likely to work there after graduation, gaining practical experience in advance is encouraged. In other words, the 10 survivors will each go to different clans such as the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan Baskerville, Magic Clan Morgue, Faithful Clan Quavades, Divine Archer Family Usher House, Solar Spear Clan Donquixote, the Ruthless Poison Clan Reviedon, Industrial Clan Bourgeois, and the Royal Family to perform quests assigned by each of these families. Upon successfully completing the quests and obtaining a certification stating that it was genuinely helpful, bearing the family's seal, their tasks will be completed. The quests varied in content and difficulty, ranging from primitive tasks like hunting dangerous high-level monsters or gathering specific items to more abstract quests, such as solving the poverty issue in a particular area, providing answers to profound philosophical problems, or devising political systems or diplomatic methods. If a student performing the quest is already affiliated with that family, it's customary to avoid that family. It's not an absolute rule, but still. Everyone nodded in agreement with Figgy's words. For example, dolers who secured first place cannot perform the quest of the Quavades clan due to the potential objectivity controversy. Figgy continued, Vicyr and Sinclair are not affiliated with any family, so it doesn't matter. In that case, it's better to choose an easier quest. Each of the 7 major families has quests of varying difficulty. For example, the quest from the Quo-Vadis clan is generally rated as 3.5 stars, indicating a moderate difficulty level. However, the quest from Morgue is generally rated as 4.5 stars, indicating a higher level of difficulty. Finally, the friends began a heated debate on which family's quest would be most advantageous. I think it might be better to avoid Morgue clan's quest. I heard it became extremely challenging there since the recent change in the head of the Dark faction. I personally like the quest from the Donquixote clan. If you're into the sea and adventure, it's perfect. In your family, they might give you tasks like pioneering uninhabited islands. Looking back at the quests from previous tournaments, the quest from Industrial Clan Bourgeois was the most manageable during the second round. Yeah, choosing Bourgeois clan's quest seems like a good idea. But the competition might be fierce, don't you think? At that moment, Sinclair shyly raised her hand. I already have a family in mind. This statement caught everyone's attention. Sinclair rarely expressed her opinions so confidently. I'm personally considering taking the quest from either the royal family or Quavades clan. Her words puzzled her friends. Why go for the royal family or Quavades? Bianca asked, tilting her head in confusion. In response, Sinclair smiled gracefully and replied, The reason is. While everyone's gaze was fixed on Sinclair, quietly Vicyr stood up. Avoiding the crowded area, Vicyr made his way to a quiet terrace. The second round quest. Now, with only the final hurdle left, he could enter the treasure vault jointly managed by the 4 universities and obtain the artifact. 7th Supreme Demon de Carabia. Finally, he would have the chance to eliminate another one of the 10 corpses. As Vicyr sat alone by the railing, contemplating the tasks ahead, a calm and rhythmic voice called out his name. Vicyr, away from the noisy party, the ghostly curtains were drawn back, revealing a face. Dolers. The winner of the first round in the University League had sought out Vicyr, quite discreetly. Chapter 251. Aftermath 2, Chapter 251. Aftermath 2, Vicyr. Dolers came out onto the terrace after pulling back the curtain, and she called Vicyr in a low tone. Vicyr's response to such calls was always brief. Yes, Dolers silently observed Vicyr's face for a moment. Eventually, she approached him, leaning against the railing where Vicyr was seated. Thank you. For what? Just for everything. The reason Dolers was able to achieve the rank of first place this time was, strictly speaking, due to Vicyr. In the early to mid phase of the competition, Vikir cleverly lured Hohenheim and Bacalaga into facing each other, causing them to deplete their strength and achieve the triumphant moment of capturing Hohenheim. Even if Vikir hadn't been betrayed and eliminated by the triplets from Baskerville in the latter half of the competition, Vikir could have been in the top 5. Dolers said, "If it weren't for Baskerville's triplets, your rank could have been much higher. It's already over. You're always so calm. It seems like you have no regrets or disappointments." Dolers stared into Vikir's eyes, wondering. Despite being a freshman who had recently enrolled, there was a familiarity as if she had known him for a very long time. She spoke again. "What I thanked you for earlier wasn't just about this competition." "Oh, yes." Dolers rested her chin on her hand and bowed slightly, leaning against the railing, looking up at Vikir. "It's fascinating. Where did you even come from?" "Just an ordinary freshman." An ordinary freshman achieving and outperforming professors in research, even defeating third-year students in the competition. "And you for real?" "I was lucky." Vikir's nonchalant response left Dolers momentarily speechless. Colosseo Academy is a vast place of about 20,000 people, including students, professors, and staff. As a gathering place for those who boast of being geniuses, there are many outstanding individuals. While Vikir's achievements are truly remarkable when listed, they aren't particularly noteworthy compared to other seasoned individuals at the Academy. Just considering Dolers from her freshman year, she achieved feats similar to what Vikir had done, bringing her to her current position. Moreover, her rivalry with Hohenheim, Bacalaga, Lovegood, and others during her freshman years was even more colorful. Moreover, the second years, third years, and fourth years who received her as a freshman achieved even more remarkable feats. Vikir emphasized this point in his words. The likes of Bacalaga, Hohenheim, and Lovegood, whom we encountered in this competition, were also extraordinary talents. "I've learned a lot." This admiration was somewhat sincere. It wasn't easy to become a graduator or ascend to the 4th class at the age of 20. Of course, if Vikir's accomplishment of becoming a sword master at the age of 18 became known, the world's reaction would likely be quite different. On the other hand, Dolers silently watched Vikir. "Why does it sound like your words are an excuse? To disguise your extraordinariness by disguising it as ordinary." Dolers narrowed her eyes and continued, "People in this world are busy exaggerating their abilities, but you're peculiar. You seem busy hiding what you already have. Are you scared of someone recognizing you? I don't understand what you're talking about. Your way of speaking is so military-like." Dolers' words carried a strong curiosity about Vikir's background and identity. "Your archery skills are impressive. I saw you moving around, capturing other kids in the competition. Most of your shots were not reflected in the stats since they were grenade-induced shots, but I was just lucky. It seemed like that. The forest was dark, and being able to hit enemies by bouncing off rocks or logs is not a skill possessed by many archery experts in the world. But luck is also a skill. You were the one who provided covert sniper support to Tudor, Sancho, and Figgy, right? They did well on their own. The Baskerville triplets, right? Yes, they are the most prominent stars in this competition." Dolers turned to look at Vikir. "But why is that? Why do I feel like you're hiding behind the Baskerville triplets?" Vikir's expression stiffened momentarily at her words. "If someone observes only you, it's natural to seem unusual. No, you're exceptional. Otherwise, you wouldn't catch my eye wherever I go. Why do you seem to hide behind the Baskerville triplets? Why do I, of all people, see you only hiding behind them? Are you avoiding being recognized?" Vikir's expression remained unchanged. "Tell me, what are you hiding?" For a moment, Vikir remained silent. On his left wrist, baby Madam gazed at him with a worried expression, as if asking, "Shall I eliminate her master?" Baby Madam looked at Vikir, pressing against him. Vikir sighed deeply, about to respond. At that moment, Dolers approached Vikir closely. In a hushed voice, she whispered, Are you the crown prince?" Vikir was momentarily stunned. What kind of nonsense is this? As Vikir remained silent, Dolers spoke again. "The current emperor has unfortunately lost all his children due to accidents. But there are rumors that only one illegitimate child survived and entered Colosseo Academy." "It's you, right?" Vikir was aware of that rumor. However, it was a rumor that had circulated even before he returned, and the truth had not been proven, so he paid little attention to it. Ignoring Vicier's thoughts, Dolers continued. The Emperor reportedly possesses a mysterious power that can predict the future. If you inherited his blood, you might have a similar ability. If you can foresee future test questions or incidents, it would explain all your achievements so far. Stop! Vicier interrupted Dolers' baseless speculation. In a firm tone, he asserted, I have no connection with the royal family. Lies. I swear on my father's honor and before the all-knowing rune, Dolers' god, that I have no such connection. Vicier's resolute words caused Dolers' gaze to waver. To assert something so strongly, he must have been truly indifferent to his father Hugo's honor. However, Vicier's lack of interest in his father's honor didn't mean he could associate it with anything. On the other hand, Dolers seemed shaken by Vicier's firm response. She showed a hint of surprise at his decisive denial. Then open the door to your heart. Let me know who you are. Dolers wanted to read Vicier's soul. Most people left their doors to the heart somewhat open, but not Vicier. It's as if he had closed, locked, and ate the key. Of course, from Vicier's perspective, it was naturally unacceptable. Even though revealing Baskerville's status wouldn't matter much, now that Osiris had expelled Seth's minions from within the family. If that happens, Night Hound's identity will be revealed too. He didn't think he could keep it hidden forever. However, according to the plan he had in mind, it was still a bit early. It won't be long now, Night's Hound. The moment his true identity is revealed, a great crisis will unfold. Vicier quietly closed his eyes. Dolers, witnessing Vicier's reaction, opened her mouth in inexplicable anxiety. What are you going to say? Just then, open up, demand the right, for freedom. Loud voices echoed from outside the fence of the dormitory where Colosseo Academy students were staying. It seemed like a gathering of people staging a protest. Dolers was puzzled and turned her gaze for a moment. There, an astonishing sight met her eyes. Professors from Colosseo Academy were struggling to block a crowd. A massive number of people were bustling, attempting to enter the dormitory. They all held sparkling glow sticks with picket signs and wore red ribbons around their heads. And leading them all was a face Dolers knew well. Marilini Lovegood, the student council president of Themyscira Women's College. All those with her were students from Themyscira Women's College. They vigorously clashed with Colosseo Academy professors, advocating for their freedom. Dolers grabbed the terrace railing, trying to listen more closely. Themyscira Women's College. Their academic atmosphere, which pursued the sacred and static, was completely different from what was happening now. The sight of the girls, with their hair wildly flowing, rushing forward, resembled enraged beasts. What's happening? Vicier, effortlessly shifting the conversation, made Dolers glance at him curiously. Just listen to what they're saying. Dolers concentrated her ears. The shouts of the protesters began to separate and clarify. At the same time, Dolers could feel the fervent emotions of those girls. We will find our freedom. Come on, everyone, gather. Humanity unites for noble goals. That sets us apart from animals. They were turning into justice warriors, fiercely clashing with the professors. Dolers held the terrace railing and strained her ears even more. Colosseo Academy's students, let us participate in the after-party. We don't need everything. Just show us Vicier. We want to congratulate Vicier too. Open the after-party at Colosseo Academy to students from other schools. Open up. Let's have the after-party together. Vicier Nim, joy doubles when shared. I fell in love with your sexy appearance on the train. Your sis doesn't want to part like this. Sis, we're at least 5 years younger than him. I don't care if he's handsome, he's an opa. Kaya, it seemed like the students from Themyscira Women's College wanted to join Colosseo Academy's after-party. Whatever their intentions were, it was quite explicit. Do you hear what they're saying? Vicier again asked Dolers. Dolers quickly turned her back, trying to act nonchalant while letting go of the railing. Well, they say, oh, there's no hot water. I need to check it out. You're late, so just go to bed. With that, she hurriedly ran off somewhere. Chapter 252, Aftermath 3, Chapter 252, Aftermath 3, the next day. Vicier attended the awards ceremony, where the rankings of the first round were announced. It was a monumental event that the first-year students of the Colosseo Academy surpassed students from other schools' second and third years, securing positions within the top 30 rankings. Among them, Vicier, Sinclair, Highbrow, middlebrow, lowbrow, and granola claimed spots within the top 10 rankings. Now, if they successfully completed the second-round individual tasks assigned to the top 10, they would be awarded the rare artifacts from the treasure vault jointly managed by 4 schools. Artifacts like the talking window, hourglass of time stop, money-eating hat, love shield, sane bead, eyeball-tipped arrow, and more awaited them in the warehouse, priceless treasures that couldn't be obtained even with a fortune. The top 10 rankers who completed their assigned tasks could enter the treasure vault and undergo a selection process for the artifacts. But before that, there's a quest we need to deal with, Vikyr thought as he walked towards the stage for the awards ceremony. Meanwhile, when Vikyr, ranked 7th, appeared, cheers erupted from below. "Kaya, it's Vikyr. Opa, please look here just once. We love you." The cheers came from students of the Themyscira Women's College. Even when Lovegood, the rank 2 and the student council president of Themyscira, appeared, the cheers weren't as enthusiastic. But Lovegood didn't express any displeasure towards Themyscira's students because she referred to herself as a successful geek. Lovegood stood closely beside Vikyr, laughing heartily. Soon the professor's speeches would end, and then the students would have to go up to the stage. Amid the strangely heightened atmosphere, Lovegood spoke to Vikyr. "Oh, Vikyr Nim, your fan club was formed yesterday. The fan club's name is LRR, pronounced as GRR, cause your sexiness makes everyone here go GRR." Vikyr was slightly taken aback by the girl's boldness, but Lovegood looked at him with eyes full of love, as if finding Vikyr's confusion adorable. Perhaps her heart-shaped pupils made it seem even more so. Suddenly, a roar came from behind. Themyscira's female students had started sending jeers. "Woo, President, stop monopolizing him. Condemn the dictator. Share Vikyr Nim. If you're the president, shouldn't you prioritize public welfare over personal desires? Know your age, old lady. Impeach her." "Impeach." In response, Lovegood frowned arrogantly, looked at her supporters, and said with a pursed mouth, "Shut up, you girls. Can't I experience love too? Isn't it pitiful for me?" "Woo, woo, woo, woo. You can't be the only one who dates him. We're struggling too because it's an all-women's college. If that's the case, let's go co-ed." Lovegood's nonchalant explanation only added fuel to the fire. Eventually, she sighed and turned to Vikyr, saying, Vikyr Nim, would you consider going on blind dates after this college league ends, with students from Colosseo and Themyscira? Blind dates involved selecting candidates from each major to meet and interact with, and it wasn't originally in Vikyr's areas of interest. However, it seemed to be quite an interesting topic for everyone else except Vikyr. "I'm Vikyr's right-hand man," Tudor was the first to raise his hand. "I'm his left-hand man," and Sancho did the same. "I'm his left-leg man," Figgy raised his hand too. Following suit, other male students gathered around Vikyr as the center. "Vikyr's right leg is mine. Oh, I mean I'm his right leg man. Then Vikyr's left eye is mine. I'll take the right eye. I want the left ear. Is the right ear reserved already? I claim Vikyr's heart. I'll take the upper part. I'll take the lungs. I want the spine. Vikyr's stomach is mine. I claim the chest, the waist. Then I'm in charge of the buttocks. I can't disclose which part I'll be in charge of, but it's undoubtedly the most important part everyone can agree on." Vikyr was being disassembled in real time, shattered into pieces. And then, "Please stop this. After the professor's speeches, the award ceremony will begin shortly. We need to go on stage, so any further disturbance is prohibited." Dolors appeared and pushed the crowd back. As the students from Colosseo stepped back, those from Themyscira also hesitated. However, zing, Lovegood was somehow sending a threatening gaze towards Dolors. When Dolors, who usually had a good relationship with her, showed a puzzled expression, Lovegood spoke. "Even if we lost the first place in the college league, I won't lose Vikyr Nim. Just because you're from the same school, don't get too complacent." Dolors raised an eyebrow and Lovegood shouted again, "Don't play innocent. I heard everything you said on the terrace yesterday." Dolors looked genuinely puzzled. Unable to comprehend, she tilted her head. Then Lovegood mocked Dolors with the words she said to Vikyr yesterday. "Yo esp psi al. If not, there's no way you'd catch my iyi anytime." Dolors was confused. "Open the door to why our hirti let me in." Dolors' face turned pale. Did she really say those things yesterday? "I think I might have." but she didn't say it with that intention. It seems like there was some misunderstanding. Hastily turning her head, she noticed the narrow, suspicious gazes of the Colosseo students. Panicking, Dolores stammered, "Oh, it's a misunderstanding. You shouldn't just focus on those lines. You need to consider the overall context of the conversation." However, timing wasn't on her side. The chilly voice of Professor Banshee echoed. "Over there, noisy award recipients, move forward now." With the professor's speeches concluded, the award ceremony had begun. In this National University League, the top 10 students with high scores stepped onto the stage. First place, Dolores L. Quavades. Second place, Marilini Lovegood. Third place, Bacalaga Giuraggio. Fourth place, Highbrow Baskerville. Fifth place, Middlebrow Baskerville. Sixth place, Lowbrow Baskerville. Seventh place, Vicyr. Eighth place, Sinclair. Ninth place, Granola. 10th place, Hohenheim. Standing in front of them, Professor Banshee from Colosseo Academy represented the faculty. Despite the outstanding performance of Colosseo students, Professor Banshee did not seem particularly pleased, for reasons unknown. "Congratulations, now it's time to receive your individual tasks." Professor Banshee's speech was extremely dry and brief, but for the students it was a welcome brevity. Soon, the time for selecting tasks arrived. With the students facing a set of scrolls in front of them, the apprenticeship system of the 7 great clans and the royal family. It was important for the universities to give students practical experiences. The University League was an extension of this process. Several scrolls were laid out in front of the 10 students. Each had to choose different tasks, and Vicyr, too, reached out towards the scrolls before him. "With this, I'm getting even closer to Dicarabia." Now, he just needed to go to the clan written on the scroll and perform the quest requested by that clan. The 10 students unfolded the scrolls. Sinclair, ranked 8th, chose the Quavades clan, as she mentioned before. On the surface of the scroll, the clan's name and the difficulty level of the quest were displayed, aiding in the selection. Faithful Quavades, a difficulty level of 3 stars. When Sinclair unfolded the scroll, a brief description of the task was written. Quavades clan/difficulty. The current empire is groaning under the increasing influence of heresy and cults. In this situation, from the perspective of the Quavades Inquisition, propose a method to eradicate heretics and cults, elevating the status of the rune religion. Task related to the Inquisition of the Quavades clan. Sinclair will likely perform duties under the supervision of Mozgus Quavades, the main inquisitor of Quavades clan. Now, Sinclair only had to go to the Quavades family and complete the request. "I knew this problem would come up." Sinclair smiled as if she had a plan she had been thinking about for a while. Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and others seemed curious and asked, but it seemed too complicated to explain verbally, so Sinclair merely shrugged and continued to think about her task. Meanwhile, Dolores, ranked 1st, also picked up a scroll. Industrial Clan Bourgeois, a difficulty level of 4 stars. Even before unfolding the scroll, it was evident that this was a challenging task. Industrial Clan Bourgeois, a difficulty level of 4 stars. The Mint has recently issued high-denomination banknotes and has been plagued by an increase in counterfeit banknotes. Choose a product that would benefit from a currency reform and suggest a new product or an improvement to an existing product from the bourgeois family's perspective. The Imperial Mint is directed by Count Damien Bourgeois. It could be considered a task that required more brains than brawn. Apart from this, everyone unfolded the scrolls containing their tasks. Highbrow received a task related to maritime monsters titled Subjugation of Maritime-type Monsters, issued by Donquixote clan. The difficulty level was a relatively manageable difficulty where they only needed to slaughter numerous monsters. Middlebrow, on the other hand, received a rather brutal task titled Chasing Escaped Demons from Clinical Trials from the ruthless Reviadan clan. The difficulty level was a challenging task if one lacked resistance to poison. For Lowbrow, there was the labor-intensive task of preventing the mansion from being flooded, issued by the Usher House. The difficulty level was relatively easy but very time-consuming and tedious. Moreover, several multiple tasks assigned by the royal family were evenly distributed among them. Originally, since there were more scrolls than just 10, Everyone could choose a task they liked. However, amid all this, there was an incident that shocked everyone. Thunk, one hand rose above the crimson scroll. Vikyr, without any hesitation, picked up the scroll located in the most secluded corner. It was Iron-Blooded Sword Clan Baskerville Clan. The toughest clan, the worst difficulty, the worst quest that everyone avoided. Chapter 253, 5 stars 1, Chapter 253. 5 stars 1, The Quest of the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan Baskerville. Even without unfolding the scroll, everyone could guess what it was about. Clearly, it was about facing the vicious monsters on the Western Front. What else could crazy hunting dogs, living only for blood, be interested in besides staining their fangs with it? That was the perception of the world. Nevertheless, Vikyr chose it despite all that. I should go home. Mainly cause Vikyr has some business on the way back. Even though Vikyr didn't want to go back, he just wanted to check how well Baskerville had been organized this time. Vikyr's interest lay in how many demon spawns were left after his fight with Andromalius. Well, it won't hurt to solve the 5-star quest on the way. As for Hugo's emblem to show he'd completed the task, he just had to ask for it. Vikyr reassured all his worried friends that monster hunting was his specialty, before going to sleep. As Vikyr consistently achieved excellent grades in the monsterology class and had recently brought back a large amount of knoll leather, his friends quickly understood and accepted his decision. The next morning, while everyone was asleep, Vikyr left quietly, carefully concealing his route. When the high-ranking members of the academy set out for the second-round league task, journalists, paparazzi, various guild headhunters, or individuals with malicious intentions often followed. Vikyr carefully examined those following him to see if there were any demon followers among them. Of course, as Vikyr was adept at hiding his movements and erasing traces, there was no chance of being tracked. In the misty dawn, Vikyr booked a train ticket to his hometown where his family resided. Vikyr spotted a familiar face when he purchased the ticket. A girl with white hair sitting quietly at the back of the train on the opposite platform, gazing out the window. It was Sinclair. Vikyr was currently on the opposite platform. Is she heading east? Hiding behind the steel beams protruding from the incomplete platform expansion construction, Vikyr extended his head slightly to observe Sinclair. Unaware that Vikyr was looking at her, Sinclair quietly observed the dim dawn scenery outside the window. She was on the train heading east, and there weren't many famous families in the east. Didn't Sinclair choose a task related to Quo Vadis? It was clear that the main content of the task she chose was discussing effective ways for Quo Vadis to eliminate heretics and cultists. Sinclair's current direction was completely different from Quo Vadis, which was towards the west. What her purpose was for getting on the eastbound train so early, only Sinclair herself would know. Without delving into the secrets Sinclair was hiding, Vikyr turned away. It had been a long time since Vikyr had seen Hugo, and his appearance was quite different from what Vikyr remembered. Originally, Hugo had a cold gaze, a thin and sharp impression, almost like a cold-blooded creature. But now, the sight of Hugo before him left Vikyr quite bewildered. Hugo had put on some weight, and his once thin face now looked plump. His mustache, which had grown back, was neatly tied like a pretty ribbon on a little girl's hair. Do you see this? Pomeranian braided it for me. It's so beautiful. It's undoubtedly a unique creation that will never be seen again in Baskerville's history. Truly a God-given talent. Hugo chuckled while holding Pomeranian sleeping in a pouch. Vikyr looked around silently. Hugo's office, which was originally a place of seriousness, had changed significantly. The black stone floor was now covered with soft and colorful puzzle-shaped mats to prevent injuries when a child falls and to allow for occasional puzzle play. The ceiling sparkled with celestial-shaped stickers. On the pink curtains, a scene from the latest popular fairy tale was drawn, depicting a fairy princess wielding a magic wand and defeating monsters. On the wall, there was a large book of imperial characters, and the shelves that were once filled with martial arts manuals and other serious books were all replaced with children's storybooks. But the most significant change was, "Have you arrived, young master?" It was the attire of Barrymore, the butler who brought the tea. He was dressed in cow-patterned pajamas with something resembling a clown nose attached to his nose, and he held a rattle in his hand. Of course, Pomeranian wasn't at an age to enjoy these things. I had to take care of all the things I should have done as a grandfather to a granddaughter, who wasn't able to experience basic things among savages. Hugo spoke with a serious expression, and Vikier could only nod with a bewildered expression. In fact, the documents he was currently handling seemed to be administrative tasks for Baskerville. But in reality, they were all related to Pomeranian. Pomeranian's Growth Trends Report. On month 0, day 0, at 0 o'clock, Pomeranian commented on the decoration of a teacup during morning tea time, saying, "Ruby is pretty." Emergency measures terminate the alliance agreement with Morg clan, immediately invade the Red Castle, and seize the Ruby Vein. On month X, day X, at XX, Pomeranian commented on the chocolate pudding served as dessert during dessert time after dinner, saying, "Chocolate is good." Emergency measures reclaim the cacao production area beyond the Red Witches River, urgently build a military fortress after harvesting. On month, day, number, Pomeranian commented on the monster encyclopedia during I-level learning, saying, "Bear is cute." Emergency measures organize a special forces unit to subjugate the 7th ridge of the Red and Black Mountain Range. After killing all ox bears as conspicuously as possible, strip off their fur. Emergency Revision 1 Report Correction. Pomeranian seems to only love living bears. Emergency Measures 1 Organize a special forces unit to subjugate the 7th ridge of Red and Black Mountain Range. Capture as many ox bears as possible alive. Emergency Revision 2 Report Correction. Pomeranian seems to only need a small cute bear cub. Emergency Measures 2 Organize a special forces unit to subjugate the Red and Black Mountain Range and capture a recently born ox bear alive. Considering the seriousness of the matter, do not reduce the scale of the special forces but maintain it as it is. Emergency Revision 3 Report Correction. Pomeranian said, "If a baby bear comes here, the mother bear will be sad, so I'll endure it with a bear doll." Emergency Measures 3 No matter how I think about it, my granddaughter seems too kind and cute. This report is an official record of Baskerville's official duties and is classified as a Level 1 military secret. Unauthorized access may result in punishment. Head of the House, Hugo Le Baskerville Vikier glanced briefly at the contents of the documents and then turned his head. What the fuck did I just see? Certainly, the family crest was stamped on them. At least within Baskerville, that insignia was as imposing as the Emperor's decree. Before his regression, Vikier had spent countless nights on guard duty, fighting against enemies to protect documents bearing that seal. But to think that the documents bearing that seal contained such content, shivers ran down Vikier's spine. He unconsciously shook his head from side to side. At that moment, Vikier suddenly felt Hugo's gaze fixed on him. Oh, he had let his guard down too much. Even though he might look foolish now, Hugo was undoubtedly a swordmaster, the imperial sword saint, and the Lord of Baskerville, king of all dogs. Vikier tightened the reins of his tension once again and waited for Hugo to speak. Finally, Hugo, who had been gazing at Vikier solemnly, opened his mouth. Indeed, it seems it's time to assign the task of Baskerville to the Academy student. A 5-star difficulty, the hardest quest. It was about completing the special mission given by the head of the Baskerville family. Apparently, Hugo had no intention of going easy on Vikier just because he was his son. Monster hunting, enemy assassination, territory exploration. Vikier judged that, regardless of what the quest might be, it would be more challenging than he initially thought. And at last Hugo spoke. "Here it is, parenting." Vikier doubted his ears. "Parenting? Yes, parenting. Parenting, do you mean Fang and things? What kind of fangs do you need? What are you talking about? Parenting, taking care of a child." Hugo clicked his tongue and raised the family crest in front of him. The sleeping Pomeranian in the pouch began to whimper. With a worried expression, Hugo said, "I'm concerned because this little one has been too gloomy lately. Doesn't laugh at all. In the past, when I showed her a braided mustache, she used to laugh so heartily, but now. Just to be sure, I called all the doctors from the West and had them check for any problems with her nerves. They all said there was nothing wrong. Useless quacks. Why wouldn't my granddaughter laugh? I was about to strangle them all, but Barrymore insisted so much that I barely held back. Can you make her laugh? Hugo's words echoed in Vicier's mind as he recalled the cover of the quest scroll. Iron-blooded sword family Baskerville / difficulty. Is this really a 5-star difficulty task? Was parenting truly this challenging? Vicier sighed and stepped forward. At that moment, Pomeranian, in perfect timing, opened her eyes. Oh, Dad, it's Dad. It's Uncle, not Dad. As Vicier reached out, Pomeranian spread her arms wide. And oh, she's laughing. My granddaughter is laughing. Hugo also burst into laughter. It was because Pomeranian laughed so cutely upon seeing Vicier. At the same time, thump. Barrymore, who was in the cow-patterned pajamas behind them, nodded happily and stamped Hugo's seal on the quest scroll. A confirmation indicating the completion of all tasks. It was a moment when the 5-star difficulty quest that no one in the academy dared to challenge was cleared in an instant. Chapter 254. 5 stars 2. Chapter 254. 5 stars 2. The quests of 5 stars ended disappointingly easily. I thought it would be easy for me, but this was hella trippy. Just as Vicier turned away with a disappointed heart, Hugo called out to him. Hey, son. Since you're home after a long time, how about getting a promotion before you leave? Hugo, while petting Pomeranian, spoke to Vicier, causing one of Vicier's eyebrows to twitch. Promotion. It literally means rising in the position within the family. From now on, you are appointed as a Senate member. Hugo casually made an extraordinary statement. Vicier remained silent for a moment. What is a Senate member? Unlike the House members who mainly handle family affairs and take care of numerous hunting dogs, Senate members hold significant power, overseeing both internal and external matters. In fact, apart from the patriarch and the young lord, Senate members are practically at the top, even surpassing the marquis and elders. Considering that marquises and elders need to climb up to count and House members to reach the level of Senate members can be considered the true leaders of the family. Probably, even if you dig into the family history for about 100 years, you would be the youngest Senate member. Thank you, I will do my best. Vicier nodded quietly at Hugo's words. Even though he seemed a bit foolish since the arrival of Pomeranian, Hugo was indeed a determined person. In promoting Vicier to a Senate member, he had also thought about Vicier's future responsibilities. Even though you've become a Senate member, you can freely roam around for a while. Your duty remains as the special envoy. Currently, Vicier was not recognized as an academy student within the Baskerville family, but was working as a special agent in the academy. While high bro, middle bro, and low bro had genuinely gone to the academy for their studies, Vicier's task was to identify and covertly eliminate forces opposing Baskerville in the academy. Being a Colosseo Academy student was just a cover among the various disguises of an agent. Hugo continued speaking. I'll extend the mission period as much as you want. However, if you determine that the mission is complete, come back to the family and take up official duties. The position of the magistrate of the underdog city is still vacant. Yes. With this, Vicier became a real powerhouse at the age of 18, a Senate member. As a Senate member, he could enjoy tremendous privileges. Firstly, he could appoint up to 8 aides at his discretion without reporting to anyone. If someone became an aide, he would be officially recognized as a member of the Baskerville family and could use the Baskerville surname. However, appointing more than 8 aides required reporting to the family and obtaining permission. But it was not impossible. To his aides, Vicier can teach Baskerville-style martial arts up to 4th style, and they are provided with all conveniences related to medicine, food, and housing. They enjoy generous salaries, vehicle support, full transportation coverage, tax exemptions, and privileges such as the authority to access imperial military secrets of grade 2 and above, as well as the power to recruit civilians for war duties. They can independently command conscripted or dispatched military personnel, forming their own armed forces. Now that Vicier has become a Senate member, he can establish his own task force TF. He already had some members in mind. Cindy Wendy, Chihuahua, Minipin, I should recruit them first. With Cindy Wendy's economic acumen, Chihuahua's administrative expertise, and Minipin's mastery of terrain and monster ecology, the team would be significantly strengthened. And there are many talented individuals among Balak tribe as well. The first face that came to mind was Ayan, with her archery skills that could shoot down mosquitoes hundreds of steps away. In addition to her, there were warriors and sorcerers in the Red and Black Mountain area who were exceptionally skilled, enough to surprise the Empire. Vikyr closed his eyes, envisioning events far into the future. First, Cindy Wendy. I'll need her help soon. Although Vikyr had previously declined Cindy Wendy's assistance, even in urgent financial situations, it seemed that he would soon need her financial support. It was the intuition of a seasoned hunter. At that moment, Hugo interrupted Vikyr's thoughts. So, did you achieve anything in the academy? Vikyr gave the answer Hugo was expecting. As I reported earlier, I assassinated 174 key figures in various factions plotting against the Baskerville family in the last quarter. These include the false report submitted to the Emperor by the Seth faction that tried to cut off Baskerville's financial resources through embezzlement and tax evasion, and the key personnel of the Information Guild, who attempted to extract Baskerville's military secrets. All were eliminated across 3 quarters, with no incidents, deaths, or traces left behind, of course. All 174 individuals were demons or collaborators with demons. Vikyr hadn't laid a finger on those who were simply hostile to Baskerville without allying with demons. Yet, even this achievement was staggering. Hugo nodded with a satisfied smile and then added something peculiar. Besides that, are you attending the academy properly? Hugo's subtle gaze lingered on Vikyr. Did you meet any girls at school? Other young lords go to the academy and have relationships. They call it CC, college couple or something. Vikyr unconsciously furrowed his brow. However, Hugo just chuckled. Osiris seems to have some girl he's meeting, but he won't spill the details. No answer even when asked. That's why I don't know when I'll get a grandson. You should do better too. Early marriage is the answer. Vikyr felt an eerie shiver down his spine at Hugo's display, which seemed so unfamiliar. Even with memories from a past life, it felt too different, alien even. So Vikyr quickly changed the topic. By the way, how about the favor I asked? Talking about erasing the past. Hugo stroked his neatly braided beard. Vikyr had requested Hugo to erase any traces of his past, such as the statue erected at the Red Castle and the existence of Vikyr as a Baskerville hunting dog, before he left for the academy. Well, I've already been carefully controlling rumors about your past. According to public opinion, Vikyr of the Baskerville clan is treated as a baseless rumor created by the Baskerville family to show off. Upon hearing Hugo's words, Vikyr nodded his head. Among Baskerville's hunting dogs, many figures would briefly appear and then suddenly disappear. So many are born, and so many die as it goes. Of course, with Vikyr appearing and Hugo's personality changing, such drastic changes no longer occurred. However, Vikyr was briefly mentioned as a fleeting rumor during that short moment of change. The commendation received from the Imperial Palace was also distributed in the hundreds or thousands each year. And originally, awards like that were something only the recipient remembered, with others quickly forgetting. Although the residents of the underdog city still missed and commemorated Vikyr, it wasn't something Vikyr paid much attention to. Regardless, it seems my past has been thoroughly erased. That's right. With the Special Task Force agents still working, you no longer need to worry about being exposed due to rumors. Well, few loose-lipped troublemakers have already been dealt with. Hugo left the decision of whether to keep his Baskerville identity hidden and when to reveal it entirely up to Vikyr. The promotion ceremony ended simply and discreetly. Uncle, Pomeranian suddenly barged into the conversation. I want to go for a walk. Vikyr looked down at Pomeranian's hand, wondering what was going on. Pomeranian held a small book. 100 Favorite Myths for Children. Pomeranian opened a chapter, revealing a fated myth. The return of the magic hound of Morgue. It was a fragment of an ancient myth that had now been forgotten, a tale from the obscure corners of history, covering the story of Tris Morgue, one of Morgue's distant ancestors. Pomeranian showed Vikyr an illustration in that part. There, a withered tree, drawn in a dark shade. Ghostwood, a legendary artifact that every black mage would dream about. The the strange tree allegedly planted by the master sorcerer Treese. "I want to go for a walk." Pomeranian looked at Vikir with sparkling eyes. Feeling uneasy, Vikir turned his head slightly, and there he saw Hugo, looking intently at something. "I don't know what it is, but bring it back, son." "I'd go myself, but I can't leave due to the current tension with Morg. It's a good opportunity for us as Baskerville to expand our influence during this chaos." Hugo threw something at Vikir. Thud, it was the Crimson Horn, a formidable item that could control all military power of Baskerville. Vikir, caught off guard by the unexpected situation, hesitated for a moment, but Hugo was serious. "If needed, send out the entire Night Order. Go and bring back what Pomeranian wants. Oh, that should substitute for the quest scroll." Vikir let out a light sigh. Did Hugo know what this was and was instructing him to bring it back? Ghostwood is a real artifact. Moreover, due to memories from before the regression, Vikir even knew where it was located. Surprisingly, it's in a place close to the Baskerville territory. "I was planning to visit it at least once because." Vikir is now at the 7th level of Baskerville style. The hints for the next level were expected to be there. So, while he was visiting his home, he also planned to stop by the place he had intended to visit. The level beyond Swordmaster, and the clues about Baskerville 8th style are hidden there. Since he was already going to investigate that place, receiving the Baskerville military authority was just an added bonus. The quest on the scroll was already resolved, and now only the meeting with de Carabia remained. Before that, obtaining hints about 8th style would be a great idea. In the end, Pomeranian turned out to be a fortunate twist of fate. "Well then, I'll leave immediately." Vikir patted Pomeranian's head and turned away, swift and decisive, with the plan to wrap up everything within 3 days and return to the academy. Chapter 255. Sword Tomb 1. Chapter 255. Sword Tomb 1. Vikir ventured deep into the territory of the Red and the Black Mountain. Following the ridgeline of the lowland from the western front, he eventually reached the familiar place near the Salt River watershed. Balak tribe's village, a place where Vikir had once spent a considerable amount of time. However, there was nothing there now. After the Ahuman incident, Balak's warriors moved to a deeper part of the mountain, and since then, Vikir has not made contact with them. Even the occasional letters from Ayan, which used to arrive, were suddenly cut off, leaving no way to know their whereabouts. According to Cindy Wendy's testimony, Balak's warriors didn't even appear during the trade. What could have happened? The indigenous people of the mountains praised Vikir as a hero and cooperated wholeheartedly with Cindy Wendy's trade, but Balak was absent. Cindy Wendy herself expressed puzzlement about the recent lack of communication with the Balak tribe, but Vikir dismissed his worries. They are not the kind of people to easily fall prey to something. Balak had skilled warriors, led by the formidable night fox Aquila. Aquila herself was a fearsome force, and her daughter Ayan was also incredibly strong, surpassing the boundaries of her age. They must be fine wherever they must be. If they decide to cut off contact and hide, there's no way we can find them from here. No news was good news, so believing that they would contact again soon was the prudent course of action. For now, let's focus on finding the Ghostwood. Vikir returned back to reality. The Ghostwood, now relegated to a legend, was an ancient artifact and a form of mana alchemy, a tree that rooted in the mage's imagination, nourishing itself with soul offerings to grow into a mana tree. It was an enigmatic existence that fed on abstraction and metaphysics, offering its harvest to the material realm. It appeared in a mythological book titled The Return of the Magic Hound of Morg. It was a fragment of an ancient myth that had now been forgotten, a tale from the obscure corners of history, covering the story of Treese Morg, one of Morg's distant ancestors. The exact era of the myth's creation was unknown, but it was presumed to be a time when numerous small states thrived before the unification of the continent. At that time, no one thought deeply about the authenticity of the story passed down through the Morg clan. But Vikir, having lived through the era of destruction, knew the truth. This was because there was an individual who had actually used the Ghostwood during the time of the apocalypse. The corpse king Snake Morg, the contractor of Seer. The ancient artifact that should have originally belonged to him was the Ghostwood. Seer controlled the body of Snake and manipulated the ghostwood, gaining formidable power. Ghostwood, outwardly resembling a withered dead tree, absorbed the lingering resentments of the dead, growing with the nourishment of countless deaths. The germination condition for ghostwood seeds was massive death. The ghostwood, nurtured by countless spirits, produces fruits at the end of its branches, containing trapped spirits. When a human consumes these fruits, they can assimilate the powers and abilities held by the spirits. Thus, a sorcerer who implants the ghostwood into their soul inevitably succumbs to black magic, walking a path adorned with countless lives and bloodshed. Snake, after obtaining the ghostwood, turned the corpses of numerous beings he had slain into soldiers, simultaneously turning their spirits into fruits, which he consumed entirely. His mana was comparable to a once-in-century genius, just like Camus Morgue, Vikyr recalled. Their battle was truly earth-shattering to the point where, as a mere lieutenant, Vikyr couldn't even look directly at it. Their fight led to the complete destruction of an entire island. Anyway, in times of peace, ghostwood hides as seeds or small bushes, while in times of war, it becomes a colossal and extensive presence with branches and stems as vast as Yggdrasil. This time, the task was to incorporate this ghostwood into his own forces and use it against the demons. Therefore, seizing it first was an essential task before the era of destruction arrived. Pomeranian's affinity for this is quite remarkable, Vikyr thought, seeing the intense attachment and affection displayed by Pomeranian for ghostwood. Clearly, Pomeranian had great potential to become formidable black mage. In encounters with ancient artifacts of this kind, the concept of destiny is usually necessary. Clang! Vikyr dismounted from the horse, landing beneath a large tree. This seems to be the place. The location Vikyr had reached was a desert deep in the Red and Black Mountains, a peculiar one with expansive white sand, known as the Uni Desert. It was an extremely dry desert even among deserts, dominated by the extreme dryness that allowed no moisture. Only white, salty sand and withered shrubs were visible. Vikyr bent down and touched the white sand with his fingers. When he lifted his finger, it appeared excessively wrinkled. It was eerie salt sand that absorbed the moisture of anything it touched. It said that long ago, tears shed by an evil god had dried up, giving rise to this vast salt desert, which until now had claimed the lives of numerous beings with its intense dryness. As evidence, the white sands were littered with the mummified corpses of countless monsters. Vikyr walked across a section of this salt desert for a while, and soon he discovered something noteworthy. It was the carcass of a giant monster with only bones and skin remaining. Saha's dragon basilisk, danger level, S size, 44 million discovery location. Uni Desert of the Red and Black Mountains, also known as Saha's dragon. A terrifying being considered to be a hybrid between a dragon and a demon. It emits a lethal aura that kills birds in the sky, and wherever its scaled body crawls, a desert forms where no grass grows for half a century. Its existence alone is a dreadful calamity, but for some reason, it died in the Uni Desert of the Red and Black Mountains. The moment this creature moves, humanity should be prepared. A tenacious and fearsome terror that cannot be killed by any weapon or magic. The three calamities beyond the world. Archer Adonai, Madam Eight Legs, and the last one is Saha's dragon basilisk. I was worried that this guy would rampage after Madam disappeared. Why is it lying dead here? Basilisk and spiders weren't originally natural enemies. The two had a long-standing rivalry. With each holding the other in check, the disappearance of Madam Eight Legs meant that one side would inevitably become stronger. But why? I was planning to hunt it soon, but it seems like someone beat me to it. Vikyr hadn't expected Basilisk to be lying lifeless in a place like this. All the careful planning for the hunt was in vain. Vikyr cautiously examined Basilisk's corpse. It didn't seem like Basilisk had died due to old age. Compared to the specimen Vikyr witnessed during the era of destruction, it was much smaller, and what stood out more was the clear signs of cuts all over its body. Traces of blades tearing through the skin, penetrating flesh and broken bones. Furthermore, there were distinct marks preserved by the aura where Basilisk had been scorched. The thick scales of Basilisk were covered in spatters as if liquid had splashed on it. It was clear that the man who hunted it was a high-tier graduator. As Vikier retraced the sword marks, a clear form emerged. Baskerville 4th style? It seems long ago, a hound from Baskerville had fought a lonely battle here. Vikier searched the area near Basilisk's corpse. Lo and behold, not far from the basilisk's body, the tattered edge of a black wind was fluttering. A skull wore away by the cutting wind. The tattered uniform of the Baskerville clan lay scattered on the white salt sand. The distinct, thick cloak was undoubtedly a symbol of being a member of the Pitbull or the Knight from the Baskerville clan, who had died long ago, was already unrecognizable, but probably not a remarkable individual, judging by the fact that they had only reached the level of 4th Fang. However, through long training, this individual had acquired enough skill to single-handedly kill the Saha dragon. Vikier closed his mouth for a moment, feeling as if he was seeing his own past self in the skeletal remains. And then, silently, Vikier offered a quiet prayer to the unnamed Pitbull Knight before him. Go to a better place. Soon, a gold badge symbolizing a senator was carefully placed in front of the skeleton. It was Vikier's way of expressing the utmost respect possible. At that moment, something caught Vikier's eye as he bowed in homage. Between the skull's upper and lower jaws, something flickered. It was a very old bundle of parchment, appearing to be a letter. Judging by the red seal on the letter, it indicated top-secret military information, likely written directly by the head of the Baskerville family. Could it be from Hugo? Since the letter was well-preserved, buried in the dry salt, Vikier didn't hesitate to break the seal and unfold it. Soon, the contents of the letter began to etch themselves into Vikier's retina. It was quite a surprising revelation. Chapter 256, Sword Tomb 2, Chapter 256. Sword Tomb 2, Crackle, the old piece of parchment, dried to a crisp after being buried in salt, unfolded before Vikier's eyes. Familiar handwriting adorned its surface. To Dear C, from your brother Hugo. Vikier first checked the sender of the letter. As expected, it was Hugo Le Baskerville. The seal of the letter indicated that it was meant to be a highest-level military secret, handled only by the head of the family. However, there was something peculiar. C, and a brother, Vikier muttered to himself. Hugo was undoubtedly the eldest son of the Baskerville clan. Was there anyone else worthy of being called an older brother? That was a rare occurrence within and beyond the family. At that moment, Vikier recalled something Hugo had said in the past. Age does make everything taste better, you know. Heh, true. Even this old man worked hard to become the head of the family when he ascended to the position. It was part of a conversation Vikier had with Hugo when he dealt with the triplets. Initially, Vikier had questioned whether being the eldest son was something to strive for. But now, he understood. Hugo, not the eldest son by birth, had ruthlessly killed or subdued his older brothers in a power struggle and ascended to the position of family head. In other words, he had become the eldest son through circumstances. But still, Hugo had someone whom he humbly called brother. Vikier pondered while recalling memories from before the regression, then proceeded to read the full contents of the letter. I am pleased to inform you that my 15-year-old son has recently returned after surviving alone for 2 years in the Red and Black Mountains. I plan to arrange a modest dinner, and if conditions allow, please attend to brighten the occasion. It has been a long time since we last met. The return of my brother with the greatest strength among the 7 counts will undoubtedly bring great power to the family. I look forward to your reply. In essence, the letter was an invitation to Vikier's feast when he returned from the mountains. Vikier rubbed his chin after reading the letter. It wasn't as old as he had thought, and Hugo presenting himself in such a formal manner was a first. Finally, Vikier speculated on who the recipient of the letter, C, could be. C, and the count 7 counts. In the Baskerville clan, there were only 7 counts who spent their lives in constant battle. In common parlance, they were referred to as the 7 counts. The 7 counts was an ancient title that existed since the chaotic era known as the Warring States period, even before the establishment of the Locke Empire. Back then, kings were mere lords, and the current empire had unified them into one empire and 7 great clans. For instance, the Baskerville clan managed the tribes at the Western Front, and the wandering tribes of the seas were overseen by Quixote clan. One clan, one nation. An era where a single clan could play the role of an entire kingdom. It was a time when everything gradually consolidated into one empire and 7 great clans during the chaotic period of unification. In fact, that was the heyday of the 7-count system. The counts could deploy the family's military without the family head's permission, engaging in battles across the Western Front. Vicyr realized who the recipient of the letter, C, and the title Count referred to. C. Monsters, savages, and other families all feared the mad fangs of the 7 counts that led to the golden age of the Baskerville clan. However, after the Empire unified the continent, the vast-scale battlefields disappeared. Local skirmishes continued, but the chaos of massive scale, where someone's entire bloodline vanished and dozens of castles collapsed in a day, ceased to exist. As the era of warlords waned, naturally, the influence of the 7 counts also diminished. Occasionally, the elderly of the Baskerville family, members of the Council of Elders, reminisced about the 7 counts of that time. The chaotic era, where the 7 counts, who dashed recklessly into the battlefield without caring for anyone's opinion, their freedom and their romance, disappeared when the age of warlords faded. According to them, the current politicians engrossed in political strife were not worthy of being called 7 counts. Indeed, back then, the authority and power of the counts were as strong as the family head. Vicyr recalled the past events. When Vicyr returned to the Baskerville clan after his stay with Balak, Hugo was delighted and hosted a grand feast. The ones invited at that time were the current counts, the commanders with the next strongest authority after the family head and the young lord. They were Isabella Le Baskerville, the commander of the Doberman Knights; German Le Baskerville, the commander of the Shepherd Knights; Metzgerhund Le Baskerville, the commander of the Rottweiler Knights; Cuchulain Le Baskerville, the commander of the Wolfhound Knights; Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, the commander of the Pit Bull Knights; and Great Dane Le Baskerville, the commander of the Mastiff Knights. Only Boston Terrier, the Pit Bull Knights commander, and Great Dane, the Mastiff Knights commander, were able to attend the feast due to distance and time constraints. Later, according to Cindy Wendy, it was said that 6 counts had hoped to attend the feast at that time. Indeed, when Vicyr returned from the Red and Black Mountains, there were only 6 of the 7 counts who wanted to attend the great banquet, not all of them. That's because one of the 7 counts had disappeared from this world. Contact had been lost for a long time, and despite numerous letters and messengers sent by the Baskerville family, there was no response. Even those who went to deliver the letters failed to return. So in reality, there were only 6 counts. The count whose contact was lost, he must be the one mentioned in the letter. Vicyr could now clearly identify the figure indicated by the letter, the one Hugo referred to as C. He was the only person among the current counts who had a name among the old counts. In the tumultuous times of the era of warlords, he was the true veteran count who had experienced the chaos. Even Hugo, who killed all his older brothers and ascended to the family head, couldn't manage to deal with him till the end. That person was none other than Cane Corso Le Baskerville. Vicyr could clearly understand why the unnamed pit bull had died while delivering the letter. A dreadful storm enveloped the entire desert. The white salt grains, twisted by the wind, acted like gigantic ramparts, sweeping and engulfing everything in their path. In the extreme dryness, anything that came into contact with the air had its moisture stolen, becoming dry and brittle, eventually eroded by sharp grains of sand. Vicyr, wrapped in a black cloak, walked through the storm. It's undoubtedly tough. Even a graduator would be on the brink of death in these conditions. Just enduring this was challenging, and facing a rank S monster like a basilisk during it would likely lead to nothing but accepting death, even if someone was a high-tier graduator. Crave, a large vulture, was flying in the sky. It was eyeing Vicyr, waiting for him to be dried to death by the storm. However, even the vulture in the open sky couldn't escape the power of the salt storm. This giant bird miscalculated its flight and was soon broken, with its neck and wings twisted by the storm, suspended in the air before eventually being petrified by salt. Thunk! The withered, mummified corpse of the vulture fell to the ground. Though contorted and broken, it had died even before being struck by the rapidly dehydrating effects. "Whelp!" Vicyr murmured as he pierced through the edge of the storm. He was barely surviving, thanks to the enhanced body from the Styx River blessing and the regenerative power of the fog lizard. How much time had passed? Upon penetrating the salt storm, he saw something unfamiliar in the once radiant salt field. A tower, a crimson tower. That was the only way to describe the bizarre and eerie structure. It looked like a spear protruding from the ground, simultaneously bathed in the black of the night sky and the crimson of blood. The material forming the wall was an indiscernible cold metal, and the height was unimaginable. The only certain thing was that high-level spatial distortion magic was applied inside the tower, far beyond what was applied in the Mage Tower. This really existed. Vikyr, for sure, had seen this tower before, not with his naked eyes, but during his childhood, just for a moment, during his early education in the Cradle of Blades. It was a fictional existence, often mentioned on a corner page of the textbooks when studying the family mythology of the Baskerville. However, now it was standing here, real and tangible. Eventually, upon reaching the tower, Vikyr found words engraved with a crude knife on what seemed to be the entrance. Sword Tomb, from cradle to tomb. Certainly it must signify someone's end. Chapter 257, Sword Tomb 3, Chapter 257, Sword Tomb 3, from cradle to tomb. A life governed solely by the blade. That's the existence of the Baskerville hunting dogs, members of the iron-blooded sword clan. True Baskervilles are born in the Cradle of Blades. Everyone in the world knew about this fact. However, within the legends passed down within the family, there was a continuation of this story. True Baskervilles die in the Tomb of Swords. This was a faded inscription found on an old page of a history book, an ancient myth that everyone deemed fictional. But the moment Vikyr discovered this place, the Sword Tomb, he sensed something different. Among the proverbs handed down in the Baskerville family, there was not a single falsehood. Quite literally, from the cradle to the tomb. The path of Baskerville is entirely made up of blades. Vikyr once again realized that it was the destiny of the iron-blooded sword clan hunting dogs. Thump, 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 Vikyr ascended the steep stairs inside the tower. Each step resembled a sharp spearhead, rising high. If one were an ordinary person, they might not have recognized these as stairs. While the inside of Mage Tower was mysterious, beautiful, and dreamlike, this tower was a desperately desolate, suffocating, and lonely space. With every step, the feeling of flesh being cut by the surrounding granite and metamorphic rocks, rusted swords embedded here and there, numbing and slicing away. Prickling sensations, countless blade tips, relentless sharp glares. As he ascended, the feeling that his entire body was gradually shrinking overwhelmed him. Worn away, carved and chipped step by step, the stairs seemed to demand a heavy toll to climb. If Vikyr were not a swordmaster, he would have died the moment he entered, with his entire body turned into minced meat. Eventually, Vikyr reached the upper part of the tower. Countless blades were stabbed in, resembling the scenery of the Cradle of Blades. But here, the atmosphere was much more brutal and sharp, filling the empty space. This was because of the old man seated on the central throne, a throne of iron formed by sharp blades. And there, a man in thick iron armor with a long flowing gray beard sat. Under gray eyebrows, the place that should have been white was filled with empty darkness, and in the center, coldly burning, were red pupils that seemed like the finest rubies. Vikyr quickly discerned the identity of this old man. Cain Corso le Baskerville. Even Hugo, who killed all of his brothers to become lord of the house, couldn't win against him until the very end. A former member of the 7 Counts from the chaotic era who had faced adversity, and is the strongest among the current 7 Counts. While the usual strength of the current Counts ranged from peak graduator to almost touching the boundary of swordmaster, it was never the case for Cain Corso. Although Cain Corso was Hugo's cousin, their ages differed by more than a generation. He was already stronger than Hugo, who is a swordmaster now, even before hiding from the world. Perhaps because of this, Cain Corso never revealed his face at family events like banquets or family meetings, refusing all attendance, including stewards and knights. He stayed uninvolved in any worldly matters and erased all traces of himself entirely in his final years, disappearing into seclusion. So his deeds were only preserved in historical records, filled with seemingly unreal events, to the point that even the direct descendants of the Baskerville family were skeptical if he was real or not. However, when it came to Cane Corso, no one denied that he was the strongest swordsman in the Baskerville family. If my brother had ambitions for the family head position, I wouldn't be sitting here now. Even Hugo, the greatest of them all, admitted it. On the other hand, indeed he was here. Vicyr quietly pondered this alone. Before Vicyr's regression, there was a time when a horde of demons invaded, crossing the Red and Black Mountains. Their goal was, of course, to conquer the human realm. After crossing the mountain range and gathering, they noticed that several legions were missing among the legions that should have been assembled. The demons and the human alliance both quickly tracked their whereabouts. And soon, a surprising fact was revealed. Countless, truly enormous numbers of demons attempted to cross the Uni-Salt Desert, and they had all perished. Of course, considering the presence of salt storms and basilisk, it wasn't unusual for a few legions to be annihilated, but the complete destruction of several legions was inexplicable. So, a few squads were urgently dispatched to investigate the scene. However, not a single survivor among the demons who entered the Uni-Salt Desert was found. They were either missing or discovered as torn-apart, fragmented corpses. Even that was only found after being carried far away by the storm. As a result, the human alliance concluded that something strong and unknown, something dangerous, existed in the Uni-Salt Desert. After much deliberation among the great heroes crawling around putting their heads together for a long time, it was decided that the incident was caused by a very powerful master, who had turned away from the world and lived in seclusion, Cane Corso. If a Baskerville hound died trying to deliver a letter, it seems Hugo already suspected that Cane Corso was here. So, Vicyr had come here today as well. Hugo Le Baskerville, a swordmaster who mastered Baskerville's 7th style, and Cane Corso, known to have already surpassed Hugo long ago. Vicyr sought to meet Cane Corso to find clues about Baskerville's 8th style and to discover a way to surpass the swordmaster. And of course, to obtain ghostwood as a side benefit. Reading the book The Return of the Magic Hound of Morgue, one can understand, ghostwood grows here. Furthermore, thanks to Vicyr's past life knowledge, he knew that ghostwood was present in the Uni-Salt Desert. Vicyr recalled scenes from his past life. At that time, countless lives were sacrificed to prevent ghostwood from falling into the hands of demons. And using the lives sacrificed, ghostwood grew even larger. A tree that covered the entire desert, even more massive and taller than the entire range of the Red and Black Mountains. It seemed like seeing the world tree from mythology beneath the twisted branches that spread throughout the mountains. Underneath, countless fruits were hung on the grotesque branches. The fleshy fruits, shaped like dangling skulls, were filled with mana from the lower dimension, spurting out with blood-like juice when demons took a big bite. Simultaneously, agonizing screams filled with pain echoed loudly. Ghostwood fruits, spectral flesh. When a demon devoured the fruit in one bite, thick mana from the lower dimension gushed out along with the blood-like juice, creating a painful scream. Kaya, reminiscent of a row of corpses hanging by their necks. The demons, who were all dying, would be again ready to fight and were more powerful than before, as a single bite of spectral flesh would completely revive them. The ghostwood provided tremendous strength to the demon legions, simultaneously turning into a catastrophe for the human alliance. Vicyr concluded his reminiscence. To his surprise, behind the iron throne of countless assembled swords, something obscure came into view. That was it. That was the ghostwood. Other than that, there seemed to be no tree worthy of being called ghostwood in the world. A tree nourished by the resentment, cries, and despair of the dead. The skeletal-shaped fruit, filled with the power of the deceased, grew from the nourishment of hatred and agony. The way it branched and climbed was so eerie that it sent chills down Vicyr's spine, even someone like him. Still small, but given time, it would cast a shadow darker and larger than any other shadow in this world. On the other hand, Cane Corso raised his head. In a voice as heavy as molten lead, he spoke. "This is the Sword Tomb, the place where those who pursue the essence of the sword eventually come." His black eyes with ruby-like iris made him look young and handsome. Vicyr's curious expression was noticed. "Kid, who are you?" Cane Corso was much older than Hugo and technically Vicyr's great-uncle, but he didn't bother respecting the family's laws or hierarchy. That's why he could unsheath his sword so freely. Find out for yourself. Vikyr had only one interest: the path to Baskerville 8th style and the ghostwood fruits blossoming behind the Iron Throne. Chapter 258. Sword Tomb 4, Chapter 258. Sword Tomb 4, see for yourself. Vikyr released his aura. The dark aura of the demonic sword Beelzebub extended, and a rapidly rotating aura on its surface ignited in a fiery red hue. A robust, solid aura. A symbol of someone in the Swordmaster realm, it was the embodiment of not just Vikyr's strength, but also the souls of monsters inside the demonic sword Beelzebub. Cane Corso's eyes widened slightly. In the darkness filled with emptiness, a slender flame flickered. Certainly, it would spark curiosity. Soon, the elderly figure on the Iron Throne stood up. As he rose, the already stifling atmosphere within the sword tomb seemed even more suffocating. Cane Corso spoke up. "Kid, you doesn't seem to have a good temperament. Who is your father?" "No need for small talk, old man." Vikyr raised not only the aura of the Swordmaster, but also the power of monsters in Beelzebub. Flash. Baskerville 4th style, Vikyr's most confident form revealed itself, having gone through 2 lifetimes. Although Vikyr could currently use the 7th style, it seemed that, for now, he only unleashed 4th style, perhaps finding it most effective for wielding the sword in a mindless manner. Ho-ho, at this level of proficiency, he still looks quite young. Cane Corso tilted his head slightly backward, effortlessly evading all of Vikyr's attacks. "It's clear that you're a Baskerville, but whose descendant are you?" "Boston Terrier." "Great Dane, no, your appearance is quite different. Perhaps Hugo, that kid's." And indeed, Cane Corso also showcased Baskerville 4th style. Crack, the space shattered. Cane Corso's formidable aura and Vikyr's crimson aura clashed fiercely, causing the atmosphere to break into fragments. Sharp fragments of air scattered in all directions, creating a whirlwind of blades. Vikyr clenched his teeth and continued to swing Beelzebub. Cane Corso looked at Beelzebub emitting a red light from Vikyr's wrist and opened his eyes wide once again. "Is that the cursed demonic sword, Beelzebub?" In the past, even the exceptional Cain and Abel twins spent 3 years in vain pursuit of it. How do you, a child, possess it? However, Vikyr remained silent. Bang. Because before Cane Corso's sword could touch his neck, Vikyr flipped the black mask tied behind his neck. Mask of many faces, picaresque. Slash mask, tribal grudge +0, human heart in a beast's form on in an instant. Vikyr, now transformed into a black dog, evaded the sword with his smaller body. Simultaneously, he leaped between Cane Corso's legs, removed the mask, and turned back into a human. Then he swung the sword. "What is this?" Cane Corso could only widen his eyes at Vikyr's attack method that surpassed common sense. A dogfight, a battle that didn't focus on dignity or pride, just the fight. It was like facing a dog. "Haha, it's been a while since I had such a fight." Surprisingly, Cane Corso seemed to enjoy this chaotic battle. Tang. An aura blade soared towards the lower abdomen, but Cane Corso blocked it near the hilt of his greatsword and promptly sent Vikyr flying. "Thank you for the distance." Even in midair, Vikyr reached out and retrieved the black bow from the space. The majestic black bow Anubis. Pung. A fierce snipe streaked towards Cane Corso. 5 arrows were simultaneously flying towards Cane Corso. "Is archery your specialty this time?" "It's the first time I've seen a swordmaster skilled in acrobatics." Cane Corso dismissed Balak's archery as a trivial skill. Quajikijik. The black aura he created formed a spherical shield, crushing all the arrows flying in from all directions. Simultaneously, Quackong. With tremendous leap, Cane Corso swung his greatsword. However, he could only pause momentarily in midair. Invisible threads seemed to entangle Cane Corso's body. Hack baby madam, perched on Vikyr's shoulder, wore a triumphant expression. "Well done." Vikyr patted the baby madam once and then leaped towards Cane Corso. This opening, this only chance, could topple the pillar of the previous generation. If I can defeat him, perhaps the solution to the next stage will be revealed, and capturing Ghostwood would become easier. Flash. Finally, the true power of Baskerville 7th style unfolded. Cane Corso, seeing the 7 vivid fangs before him, widened his eyes in astonishment. Baskerville 7th style? Moreover, the twin ambush fang sword technique. How can a kid? Surprisingly, Cane Corso recognized Vicier's swordsmanship. It was something even Vicier hadn't anticipated. Having eradicated all the original swordsmanship manuals, how did this old man know about it? However, there was no time to solve the mystery. Vicier didn't miss the opportunity created by the combination of picaresque mask, Balak's archery, and threads of baby madam. Quack, 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 quack. Sharp fangs, 7 in number, ruthlessly attacked Cane Corso's entire body. I got you. Vicier momentarily felt a sense of relief in the victory he obtained too easily. But only for a moment. Vicier was momentarily startled by the strangeness of what touched the tips of his fangs. As the fragments of the aura, wind, and dust cleared, something unexpected appeared before his eyes. Surprisingly, Cane Corso was unscathed, without a single scratch. All 7 fangs of Vicier's onslaught were blocked by the mysterious heavy armor Cane Corso was wearing, simultaneously. Cock! Cane Corso's massive hand seized Vicier's neck, holding it tightly. The black armor enveloped his fingers, just like the material comprising the sword tomb, leaving its composition unknown. Vicier attempted to sever Cane Corso's arm, but the thick and sturdy armor thwarted his efforts. To think that there was something the aura of a swordmaster couldn't cut through. Finally, Cane Corso glanced down at Vicier with an intriguing expression. To climb into the realm of swordmaster at such an age doesn't seem fitting. Quite surprising. It seems a genius has emerged in the family. Vicier furrowed his brow. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't break the armor that Cane Corso wore. It encased his entire body below the neck, leaving Vicier helpless. At that moment, Cane Corso spoke. However, even in the realm of swordmaster, there are divisions. Vicier widened his eyes. At this level, a single word from a superior being could be profound. From Cane Corso's mumbled words, Vicier obtained the hint he had been waiting for. The achievement of a reckless challenge was bearing fruit. The only problem was that he might die right now. Eventually, Cane Corso thrust Vicier into the ground. Quack! Woojijijic, even in the midst of being pushed backward, Vicier twisted his body in midair, touched the ground with his hands, and landed. Though the leather on the palms of his hands was mostly stripped away during the recoil, he managed to prevent his neck and spine from breaking. Casually, Cane Corso opened his mouth. Even in the realm of swordmaster, there are distinctions, like high, middle, and low tiers for experts and graduator. Swordmaster also has such distinctions. You're just a little chick who has 1 foot in the realm, Cane Corso faintly smiled. I can see the expression on your face, clearly revealing what you're thinking. I had similar thoughts when I first entered this tower. Of course, back then I was much older than you are now. Then he added with a slight whisper, perhaps. Maybe you could make it. Given your age, you might be able to see the last page of that swordsmanship manual. Perplexed by the unfamiliar words, Vicier furrowed his brow. In response, Cane Corso laughed brightly, almost disturbingly. All right, then, I'll show you. It's the least I can do for the man who will be the next tower lord, he muttered incomprehensible words. Curururururur. Buggle, 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 a black aura began to cover his entire body. Vicier, in an instant, felt a chilling sensation enveloping him. DRDRDRDRDRD, the entire sword tomb was shaking. Simultaneously, his instinct of a seasoned veteran sent warning signs as if it's gone mad. Saying, "Get out of here immediately," Cane Corso's heavy greatsword ascended, and flash, descended straight to the ground. A single streak of black lightning. This simple movement split into several trajectories and charged towards Vicier, and Vicier witnessed it. 9th style? Twin Fang ambush or lurking ambush. The ultimate technique of the Baskerville family that he thought only he had mastered. This swordsmanship, having 9 fangs, was tearing the entire world apart. Chapter 259. Sword Tomb 5, Chapter 259. Sword Tomb 5, Twin Fang ambush. The ultimate art of swordsmanship in Baskerville. And 9 fangs. What does this signify? Baskerville's 9th style. If there is a difference in skill levels among experts and graduators, just as there is in the realm of swordmasters, then this is a technique that only those at the high tier of swordmaster can perform. Each of the 9 fangs thrust, grasp, tear, cut, cleave, sever, slash, crush, and grind, devour the entire world. It was more extraordinary and destructive than any other sword technique existing in the current era. Even Vikir, a seasoned warrior who lived through the era of destruction, was witnessing something unprecedented. To think there exists a person in this world who can wield such a sword and among humans. Admiration from a swordsman, walking the same path as a guide. It was a marvel that transcended the boundaries of humans, purely erupting without any preconceived notions. However, one couldn't just admire. Even at this moment, Baskerville Ninth style, unleashed by Cane Corso, was relentlessly advancing, breaking apart towards Vikir. In the urgency of the storm of these sharp blades, Vikir unleashed his maximum strength. Baskerville Seventh style. Vikir swung the tip of his sword, creating 7 fangs, confronting the 9 fangs before him. A hunting dog of the Ironblood sword clan faced the monster with all its might. The result was a resounding clash. The inevitability of Vikir's defeat, given the clash between 7th style and 9th style. Vikir felt his entire body being torn apart, as if a small piece of flesh had fallen into the mouth of a giant toothed monster. An excruciating pain beyond the regenerative ability of Fog Lizard. Then, at that moment, Vikir grasped something on the brink of death. It was a fragment of survival instinct, a glimpse of desperation he had never felt before. When would a swordmaster ever experience such a thing, even if one could avoid experiencing the helplessness of succumbing to immense fear and violence? And paradoxically, when one realizes they are nothing, just an insignificant speck of life. Flash, the 8th style of Baskerville, the desperate need to survive, the desire for life, and the need for extreme combat experience. Only when one has lost and regained their emotions, and then becomes attached to life after touching death, does one open the door to the 8th fang. Vikir swung his sword and drew the 8th fang, still small but still brimming with power. Simultaneously, styles 9th and 8th clashed, canceling each other out. And then, swoosh. Cane Corso's long-drawn fang pierced diagonally into Vikir's body. Crash. In the end, Vikir was helplessly thrown aside and buried on the outskirts of the sword tomb. Cane Corso, high-tier swordmaster, no, the peak level, the absolute being at the pinnacle of Baskerville Ninth style. He silently watched the rising dust and debris. And soon, within Cane Corso's eyes filled with darkness, a glimmer of hope emerged once again. Thud, thud, thud. Underneath the falling aura, sparks and fragments of blades like snow, Vikir emerged. TSSD, 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 deep diagonal sword marks, almost close to severing, rapidly healed on Vikir's body. A regenerative power that had long surpassed human capabilities. Even most high-level monsters specializing in regeneration would find it challenging to match such incredible recovery speed. Basilisk, Cane Corso saw through Vikir's abilities at a glance. Vikir halted his steps. Beelzebub slot 1, Venom Madam 8 Legs S, slot 2, Invincibility Basilisk S, slot 3. Silence Heal Musuhushu, A+. Discovering the Basilisk's corpse before entering the sword tomb was fortunate. Vikir had absorbed the regenerative aura of the Basilisk, which had been buried in salt, making its regeneration his own. It was truly fortunate, considering that with the regenerative power of the Fog Lizard, he wouldn't have survived Cane Corso's strike. In any case, due to the abilities of the cursed sword Beelzebub, Vikir managed to escape death. In return, he was able to reach a higher state. It was at the threshold of death, does one grasp the 8th style. Swordmasters, once they step into the realm, rarely find themselves in life-threatening battles. The dilemma arises here. Only those who, after entering the realm of Sword Master, fight with the same zeal as when they first picked up the sword will gain something. Cane Corso's words were fundamental and closest to the correct answer. Meanwhile, Vikir lifted his head, gazing at Cane Corso before him. The twin fang ambush swordsmanship skill. Were you the one who wrote that technique manual? No, how could that be? I myself haven't understood all the complexities of the 10 styles written in that technique manual. Then, as Vikir's words trailed off, Cane Corso simply nodded. I'm just a descendant who saw the technique manual. But instead of fully comprehending it myself, I tore up a few pages and scattered them. I feared that someone other than me might learn it. Wouldn't it have been better to just burn it away? I couldn't muster the courage to destroy the technique manual itself. How could I dare to destroy such an extraordinary treasure with my own hands? Vicyr didn't explicitly mention burning the technique manual in front of Cane Corso. Meanwhile, Cane Corso, having obtained the final copy of the twin Fang ambush technique manual, found it quite strange. Indeed, those destined to meet will somehow find each other. Cane Corso retrieved his greatsword, signifying his intention not to attack Vicyr any further. Simultaneously, the heavy pressure that surrounded them dissipated. Vicyr also had no intention to continue the fight. He had just stepped on the threshold of death and barely returned alive, reaching the 8th Fang. On the other hand, his opponent had long ascended to 9th style. There was no way he could be a match. Then Cane Corso spoke, young nephew both by blood and lineage. Come here and take what you desire. This was a different and amicable attitude from before. Vicyr asked with a puzzled expression, "Can I take the ghostwood behind the Iron Throne?" "Do as you wish. To me, it's just a weed. Isn't such a thing meaningful only to magicians? Weren't you here to protect this?" "Of course not. I'm here for an entirely different reason. These roots, well, I simply respect them as living beings that rooted themselves in this tower before me. I don't have any particular attachment." Vicyr grinned. Eventually, ghostwood from behind the Iron Throne found its way into Vicyr's hands. They were dry and sturdy, emitting a disturbingly cold and damp sensation. Vicyr turned his head away. Cane Corso at some point was sitting on the Iron Throne again. However, the curious gaze in his eyes as he looked at Vicyr remained. Vicyr silently observed Cane Corso. 6th style, a state that can only be reached by transcending all emotions. 7th style, a state that can only be reached by reclaiming discarded emotions. A stage that can only be attained through attachment to life and harsh combat experience. 8th style, in reality, reaching style 8th, was a stage that was difficult to experience without a senior guiding in the realm of swordmasters. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort. Then where did the level of the 9th style fall in this context? While Vicyr pondered alone, Cane Corso spoke. Curious about the 9th style, it was a pointed question. Vicyr remained silent, offering an affirmative gesture through his silence. Cane Corso smiled faintly. "You probably won't be able to reach this level in your life." Vicyr furrowed his brows, as if challenging Cane Corso's statement. However, Cane Corso spoke with a serious tone. 9th style exists beyond the threshold of death. This meant that one could only learn the 9th style after truly experiencing death. But then, what did this mean for the Cane Corso standing before Vicyr? He was clearly performing the 9th style. Seeing Vicyr's puzzled expression, Cane Corso placed his greatsword down and raised both hands. TSSD, 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 TSSD. Gradually, a shimmering aura began to boil. Swoosh, clatter. The heavy iron gauntlets that had enveloped Cane Corso's hands fell to the ground. Vicyr's eyes widened. Cane Corso's revealed hands were now nothing but bones and dry, shriveled skin, resembling the hands of a corpse. I already crossed the threshold of death. As a result, Cane Corso died alone in an unknown and remote place, where nobody would ever know. Yet he harbored no regrets until his last breath. In exchange for his solitary death, he had approached the core of transcendence, untouched by any human for centuries. An esteemed knight who ascended to the peak of master, turning into an ethereal being upon death. Death Knight. That was the true identity of Cane Corso. Chapter 260, Sword Tomb 6, Chapter 260. Sword Tomb 6, Death Knight Danger Style, a plus. Size, Discovery Location, also known as the Death Knight. The result of a knight who once possessed noble strength and spirit consumed by the abyss. They draw infinite amounts of nether mana from beyond the gates of death until their bodies are tattered and their souls are worn out. However, it is unknown what happens when a being fails to repay the debt and pass through another gate behind the death gate. Death Knight, a knight who ascended to the ranks of the extraordinary but died and transformed into a being of corruption. The power they possess varies greatly among individuals, making it meaningless to calculate danger styles, depending on the strength and mental resilience of the knight turned Death Knight, as well as the environment and process of their transformation. The outcomes can be vastly different. Once they appear, they are certainly at least danger style A+, but death knights with a danger style higher than that have not been recorded in the past 100 years. But Vicyr felt it at this very moment. The cane corso before him was undoubtedly a being of danger style S, surpassing creatures like Madame Eight Legs or Basilisk. I crossed the threshold of the door of death and created the ninth Fang. Cane corso calmly spoke of his death, a journey taken alone in a remote place that no one in the world knew, but he never regretted it until the last moment of his life. As the price for his lonely death, he reached a realm that no human had seen for centuries. It is a realm that can only be reached by experiencing death. Vicyr swallowed his saliva upon hearing the conditions of the ninth style, sixth style, a state that can only be reached by transcending all emotions. Seventh style, a state that can only be reached by reclaiming discarded emotions. A stage that can only be attained through attachment to life and harsh combat experience. Eighth style. The ninth style was truly the inexplicable territory that only those who have experienced death can ascend to. Vicyr, who had excluded and excluded emotions to the extent that he had no one he loved throughout his life, ascended to the sixth style, reached the seventh style through his reunion with Camus, and reached the eighth style through the profound battle with Cane Corso Le Baskerville. However, despite reaching the eighth style, the content of the ninth style was utterly incomprehensible. Do you mean I have to be reborn and die again to surpass the realm of Swordmaster? What an absurd way to train. Even for Vicyr, who had just reached the eighth style, it was a distant state that was hard to believe easily. But before him was a being who had reached the ninth style. Cane Corso, now a death knight, spoke, letting the darkness flow from the depths of his eyes. For this reason, I said that you can't ascend to the ninth style during your lifetime. This realm negates the understanding, empathy, acceptance, belief, common sense, causality, and all logic of ordinary humans. Beings who have not experienced death can never set foot in this place. It seems, young one, that you carry many attachments in life. Well, it's understandable. You're probably at an age where you haven't properly contemplated the concept of death yet. Cane Corso spoke while seated on the Iron Throne. You're not ready yet, he declared in a single sentence. It was a boundary that separated one side and the other, the realm of the living and the realm of the dead. With a disappointed expression, Vicyr asked Cane Corso, "What do you mean by not ready to complete the eighth style, and to become the Tower Lord of the Sword Tomb?" Vicyr couldn't comprehend what he was saying. However, he had one more question. "What about the 10th style? Have you understood the martial principles required to ascend to the 10th style? Does it truly exist?" "Of course, it exists. However, even I have yet to realize it." Cane Corso opened his mouth with a heavy voice. "I mentioned that experiencing death is necessary to ascend to the 9th style, didn't I?" "Yes. To ascend to the 10th style, you must die and then awaken." Hearing Cane Corso's words, Vicyr half opened his mouth in disbelief. There was a realm that could only be reached through death, and another that could only be reached through death and rebirth. It doesn't say you have to die. It says you have to be dead for a while and then wake up. What kind of nonsense logic is that? Vicyr frowned, seemingly unable to comprehend it. In response, Cane Corso faintly smiled. "I, too, haven't understood the meaning, so I've lingered at the 9th style. How can one awaken after already being dead? Perhaps I may never reach the 10th style." For him, not reaching the 10th style was synonymous with not reaching eternal rest. Even though Cane Corso had become a death knight by dying, he was still unaware of how to escape the shackles of death and become human again. So does it mean he has to spend his entire life, the immensely long time that lies ahead, alone in this place, becoming a gravedigger for someone else's tomb at an age when he should be receiving one for his own? Only now did Vicyr begin to question why this giant tower existed. And it seemed as if Cane Corso began to peer into Vicyr's thoughts as he started speaking. "This sword tomb is the resting place of the great ancestor of Baskerville." His words were astonishing. The birthplace of the founder of Baskerville, the one who created the Baskerville-style swordsmanship, was the cradle of blades, and the place he died became the sword tomb. His birth was synonymous with the birth of the sword, and his death was synonymous with the death of the sword. Vicyr nodded quietly. Perhaps the twin Fang ambush swordsmanship he had mastered was also created by him. Cane Corso continued. This place is both his tomb and the place where those who pursue the essence of the sword eventually come. He added at the end, "If you're a true Baskerville, you'll find your way here at the end of your life. All Baskervilles are born in the cradle of the blade. But only the truest and greatest Baskerville can close their eyes in the sword tomb. The last moments of all the great Baskervilles are all the same. They come through the cradle of him and end up in his tomb. You'll be the same. Children born from the cradle of the blade are destined to sleep in the sword tomb." But Vikyr chuckled. "I have much to do outside. I won't return to such a desolate and idle place." "Much to do? Ha ha ha, life isn't as grand as you think. It's just one equation that exists between problems and answers. Humans raise and experience countless equations throughout their lives. The birth ceremony, coming-of-age ceremony, inauguration ceremony, wedding ceremony, funeral ceremony, and so on. How many tasks are there? It is a long equation that connects the problem of birth to the answer of death. Around your age, those petty ceremonies become forgettable in no time." Cane Corso merely stroked his beard. Eventually, thud, the tower shook once. The tomb of the blade began to sway. "What's going on?" Vikyr was suddenly taken aback by a strong wind that covered his vision. Ku-gu-gu-gu-gu, beyond the raging storm, Cane Corso's figure was gradually fading away. "We'll meet again someday." That was Cane Corso's last words. Simultaneously, Vikyr noticed tiny white sand grains mixed with the storm. For some reason, the sands of the salt desert were filling the inside of the tower. Tsu-tsu-tsu-tsu-tsu-tsu, and soon, as the wind quieted down, Vikyr realized that he was again standing in a desolate desert, the sword tomb. The giant tower had disappeared without a trace. It felt like waking up from a long dream. But what Vikyr experienced was definitely not a dream, because somehow in his hands there were two sturdy saplings. Ghostwood, the peculiar plant that was rooted behind the Iron Throne. It's not a dream. The energy boiling within his body proved that Vikyr had advanced in the realm of Swordmaster, a Swordmaster with 8 fangs. Now he was confident that he could even stand against Hugo. Vikyr raised his head. However, Cane Corso, to whom he wanted to express gratitude, had already disappeared beyond the salt storm along with the sword tomb. In the scorching desert sun, not a single mirage could be seen, let alone illusions. Vikyr bowed his head towards the Iron Throne that he vividly faced just moments ago, and holding the 2 ghostwood roots firmly in his hands, he turned away, towards Baskerville and the Colosseo Academy. Chapter 261. The Inverted Pentagram, 1. Chapter 261, The Inverted Pentagram, 1. Iron-blooded sword clan Baskerville/difficulty. The student in question has successfully solved all the problems presented by the main clan. Lord Hugo Le Baskerville, the certification that Baskerville's quest has been cleared surprised everyone in the 4 academies. Even Basilios, the deputy director of Varangian. Hippolyte, the principal of Themyscira Women's College, the Tower Lord Whitebeard Whale of Mage Tower, and Vice Principal Banshee Morgue had their mouths agape. How long has it been since the Baskerville clan gave out a passing certificate? Heh, if this is true. The Baskerville clan is so closed off that every suspicion arises. Basilios, Hippolyte, and Whitebeard Whale examined the document as if they couldn't believe it. At that moment, thud, a cold hand reached out and seized it. It was the Professor Banshee. "Are you doubting my student right now?" In front of the blatantly displeased Professor Banshee, the other representatives laughed pretentiously. Meanwhile, Professor Banshee looked at Vikyr with a chilling tone. "Do you know you were the last of the 10 wankers to return?" "Yes," Vikyr nodded obediently. Oddly, a considerable amount of time had passed since he exited the sword tomb. Inside, something seemed to distort the flow of time. "I couldn't even tell if Cane Corso is at the top of the tower. There might be something else above." While Vikyr had different thoughts, Professor Banshee continued to display a cynical attitude. "You still giving one-word answers. Thank you. Does it look like I'm praising you right now? I apologize." When Vikyr gave only the necessary answers, Professor Banshee raised an eyebrow. "Vikyr, thanks to your late return, the artifact ceremony has been delayed by 10 days. There had been no response from the Baskerville clan during that time. We even considered filing a missing person report. Are you aware? The mission was urgent, so I didn't have time to contact in the middle. What was the mission that was so urgent? In response to Professor Banshee's question, Vikyr provided a straightforward answer. Finding and bringing back Ghostwood. At that statement, the expressions of all four school representatives changed dramatically. Well, Ghostwood, huh? Nonsense. Such a thing doesn't exist. Hey, an interesting joke. Basilios, Hippolyte, and Whitebeard Whale dismissed Vikyr's answer as vague and meaningless. However, Professor Banshee alone remained silent with a stern expression. He knew Vikyr's personality well. Eventually, Professor Banshee asked in a rigid tone, "When you say Ghostwood, are you referring to the mythical otherworldly tree that appeared in the children's fairy tale?" "Yes, so Baskerville asked you to retrieve it." "Yes, and so did you succeed in retrieving it?" "I cannot answer that." Vikyr did not respond. He only briefly glanced at the certificate with the Baskerville clan seal. Then his gaze shifted along his return path, and the attention of the school heads followed suit. Eventually, Professor Banshee nodded and said, "I don't understand what's what. We'll discuss this later. For now, congratulations on completing the quest." The brief meeting with the school heads came to an end. Later on, all 10 students, including Vikyr, gathered. They would now proceed beyond the gate to reach the warehouse storing numerous artifacts. The Tower Lord of Mage Tower, Whitebeard Whale, chuckled and said, "Limited time is 1 day. If you don't come out of the warehouse within that time, the door will close and it won't open again. We won't be able to open it until the next tournament, so adhere strictly to the time limit." He then added playfully, "Oh, by the way, don't worry about the skeletons you'll see as soon as you cross the gate. They're just there to mock those who fail to choose an artifact within the time limit and leave the warehouse empty-handed." It seemed like a somewhat eerie joke. All 10 students entered the gate, with the entire student body from the 4 schools watching. Exactly around 23 hours later, 9 students emerged from the warehouse, each with their chosen artifact. Despite ranking in the top 10, it was quite usual for some students to come out empty-handed in each competition. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca were also gathered outside the gate, waiting for their friends. "Wow, they're out. Sinclair, over here. Oh, looks like someone picked an artifact. Congratulations, Sinclair." "Look, didn't I tell you that you could do it?" Despite looking tired, Sinclair, with a bright complexion, came out and waved to everyone. Soon, the students who emerged from the gate reported what artifact they chose and what they obtained. First was Dolers. She held a small mirror in her arms, a size she could easily embrace. "The artifact I obtained is called the Mirror of Truth. It shows the true face behind the mask of the reflected subject. It only applies to individuals within the range one can handle." After finishing her statement, she glanced at Lovegood's face in the mirror. Suddenly, Lovegood's makeup-free face appeared in the mirror, causing an uproar. "Ah, what are you doing?" I took the time to fix my makeup and come out." "Well, you look pretty anyway." Lovegood hastily looked away. Dolers laughed at the sight. Next was Lovegood. As the student council president of Themyscira Women's College and the president of the newly formed Vikyr fan club, she shouted ambitiously, "The artifact I obtained is the Love Shield. It's a hairpin with a heart-shaped brooch. If you wear it, it supposedly blocks any powerful brainwashing or mental magic at least once. However, it only works if the person you truly love is nearby." At first glance, it didn't seem like a particularly appealing artifact. Typically, artifacts obtained by other students were permanent, unlike this one with a limited usage. However, for some reason, Lovegood seemed quite satisfied. "What are you going to use it for?" "Me mind your own business." Dolers and Lovegood, who had become quite close, exchanged playful banter. Then came the laughter. "Ha ha ha!" With cheerful laughter, Bacalaga pulled out his artifact. It was a giant glove made of an unidentified metal. "It's a gauntlet that enhances strength. It's called Demon King's Hand." It's said to be a gauntlet worn by a legendary warrior named Northern Region, who lived in a distant dimension in ancient times. "I'm similar. I got a staff that enhances mana. It's said to have a tiny amount of pink dragon scales in it. Was there even a dragon like that?" Hohenheim responded to Bacalaga's words by nodding in agreement. Next were the 3 brothers, Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow. "We obtained triplet swords that become stronger when we're together. They're called Samjido Triple Blade." "Interesting. Indeed, the three brothers, though identical in appearance, came out with triplet swords with minute differences in feel and vibes. Unusually, their combined power doubled when the three swords were gathered in one place. Known as the Baskerville triplets, they were proud to be chosen first for these artifacts, and it showed. At that moment, a disgruntled voice was heard. Granola walked out somewhat dejectedly, holding a small brooch in the shape of lips. This artifact is called Truthful Lips. It supposedly reveals the truth to any question asked. However, you can only use it once in your lifetime, and you'll only get a simple yes or no answer. Then there was a hand on Granola's shoulder. "Well, don't worry, it's okay," it was Sinclair. "Sometimes I have doubts about whether I'm living well. It might be useful to talk when I'm feeling uncertain." Why would you have doubts? I'm always living well. People should be confident." But despite the grumbling, Granola secretly felt much better. Finally, Sinclair reported her own artifact. "The artifact that chose me is the money-loaded hat. It's a hat that becomes more magical the more money you put into it." It was a strangely shaped black hat that looked odd, with the brim worn and teeth missing here and there, giving it an unsophisticated appearance. The reactions around were mostly pitying. Wasn't Sinclair the student at the Colosseo Academy who was most obsessed with money? While most students received support from their parents for living expenses and tuition, the rumor that Sinclair covered everything from tuition to living expenses with part-time jobs had already spread widely. Choosing an artifact that required significant money in such a situation was truly unexpected, more than a windfall. But Sinclair remained cheerful. Money is power in this world. If I want to wear this hat, I'll really have to earn a lot of money." She continued to smile brightly, as usual. As other students gradually emerged to register their artifacts, time continued to pass. Eventually, the clock hands made a full revolution. Since Sinclair, the 9th student, reported her artifact, time kept ticking away. Soon, the time approached the end. There was now less than a minute until the gate closed. However, there was still one student who hadn't come out yet, Vikier. For this lone non-returner, students from all academies gathered, anxiously waiting. Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, Sinclair, Bianca, and all the other students murmured with unease. "Vikier, what is he doing? Why isn't he coming out? This is bad, there's not much time left. It's down to seconds now, what do we do? Don't worry, my big brother always comes out at the last moment with a bang. He really loves being the protagonist. Even during the second test, he came out last." Despite the attempts to reassure each other, the students couldn't hide their anxiety and restlessness as they stared at the gate. But, in the end, no one came out of the gate. Snap. The gate's duration had come to an end, closing abruptly. Everyone who had been watching swallowed their breath in unison. Stunned expressions and disbelief were painted across their faces. Blank faces. Expressions that couldn't believe what had just happened. The first to shout was Professor Banshee. "Why you? Open it. Open the gate, my student hasn't come out yet." But it was impossible. The duration of the gate, a unique system that had been in place for a long time, was only 24 hours once a year, during which everyone had to gather in one place. The warehouse and dimensional gate were independent entities, and besides maintaining and repairing them, the current wizards had no control over them. Even the dean could not open or close the gate at will. This system was extremely rare but not unheard of. In the somber atmosphere, the other principals also shook their heads solemnly, realizing the gravity of the situation. The ones who couldn't resist the allure of too many artifacts, unable to choose one within the time limit, often end up discovered at the entrance with only their skeletal remains when the gate opens the next year. It's the price of greed. "No, this can't be." Tutor approached the location where the gate had been. Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca stood beside him, all wearing bewildered expressions. "What's happening right now? Vikier didn't come out, really? The gate closed. Can't we open it again?" When entering the gate, one can only carry non-living items such as clothes and shoes. Everything else, including the body, burns upon passing through the gate. Therefore, bringing food or water is futile. Those trapped in the warehouse have no choice but to wither away in loneliness and hunger. "No, Vikier Nim!" The entire fan club, including Lovegood, cried out in despair. However, no matter how desperately they called, the closed gate was beyond their control. Dolar stared at the gate with a blank expression. Is this a lie? Where is he? However, there was no sign of that around her. Vikyr was trapped inside. He couldn't come out now. Dolar stood there dumbfounded at the unthinkable turn of events. Around her, time seemed to freeze. A surreal feeling of her heartbeat dropping to the lowest point of her ribcage, eyes blurring, and legs losing strength overcame her. As Dolars was about to express her disbelief, there was a sudden thud sound. Ha! Somewhere, an unfamiliar noise echoed. It sounded like the tearing of very thick leather. What? The expression of the Tower Lord Whitebeard Whale changed drastically. The barrier was being torn apart. Slowly emerging through the ruptured gap was a face. I apologize, I'm a bit late. Vikyr, still composed, revealed himself. Chapter 262. The Inverted Pentagram 2, Chapter 262, The Inverted Pentagram 2. Thunk. Sizzle, 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 the barrier was tearing apart, and through the fissure a face slowly revealed itself. I apologize for the delay. It was still the composed expression of Vikyr, but the audience remained silent. Everyone stood with their mouth agape, seemingly dumbfounded. Oh, the artifact I brought. Do I report it here? Vikyr, with a casual expression, lifted the artifact. It's a sinister artifact, a small necklace in the shape of an inverted pentagram with a single eyeball attached in the center. The name and effects of this artifact, as Vikyr begins to explain something. Whoa, big brother, someone leapt into Vikyr's embrace, a face smeared with tears and mucus. It's Sinclair. As Vikyr tilts his head in confusion. Vikyr, you scoundrel, a rough tackle followed. Tudor, who had been tearful, clung tightly to Vikyr's side. Following them, Sancho and Figgy rushed in. Behind them, Bianca stood with clenched fists. Vikyr, what happened? We were worried because you didn't come out. Geez, this one gets into a lot of trouble. Then highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow, the three brothers, stood with a somewhat nonchalant attitude. Unable to filter words due to the surrounding gazes, they just seemed anxious from a distance. At that moment, Dolars approached Vikyr. The two, locking eyes, said nothing. Dolars doesn't leave any special words. Only, good work. A brief student council president-like response. At that moment, Professor Banshee stepped forward, quelling all the chaos. Vikyr. Yes. How did it happen? Professor Banshee, who had returned to his chilly demeanor, inquired. As everyone knows, this gate opens and closes only through 4 keys. Moreover, it happens just once a year, for 24 hours. The only way to forcibly tear this barrier is by exerting the full force from within, by someone with the strength of at least a swordmaster or a 7th-class mage. So, I have no choice but to ask, how did you tear the barrier? Professor Banshee was joined by representatives of Varangian, Themyscira, and the Mage Tower, all curious. They were wondering too. Since I became the deputy director of Varangian, this is the first time I've seen the barrier torn like this. Maybe I'd be able to tear it. If I exert all my strength from within the barrier, maybe it's possible. Heh, but it's absolutely impossible for a mere student. Students from other schools also seemed curious about how Vikyr came out. Numerous eyes were fixed on Vikyr. Vikyr responded with a casual tone, I was lucky. Coincidentally, this artifact was intended to dismantle the barrier. Eventually, Vikyr lifted the necklace hanging around his neck. The crimson inverted pentagram seemed to remain silent, as if it would never move unless Vikyr willed it. The heads of the principals, including Professor Banshee, nodded. That's clearly an item that was in the corner of the warehouse. But wasn't that a shelf? Yes, a shelf, the shelf where artifacts were placed. Why did it shrink so much? Vikyr came out not with an artifact, but with the shelf that stored the artifacts. And for some reason, the shelf had shrunk to the size of a necklace. Professor Banshee swallowed his saliva. I see. Well, it was inside the warehouse where artifacts were stored, so the shelf would have been a wonderful item. You've identified it well. Thank you. Right, its purpose was to tear the barrier. Yes. Can you demonstrate its effect? It's an artifact not registered in the inventory. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. I've already used its ability once, so I don't know when I can use it again. It might never be able to use it again. Among the artifacts in the warehouse, many were one-time use or had a very long reuse waiting time. Therefore, the heads, including Professor Banshee, couldn't further investigate Vikyr's artifact. Simply looking at it or touching it with hands, it was just an ordinary, solid mineral. Even when mana flowed through it, the same result. After scrutinizing the inverted pentagram for a while, other wizards also reached the same conclusion. It's now a worthless item. In the end, this mysterious artifact was recorded solely based on Vikir's testimony. It was simply a disposable artifact for tearing barriers. 24 hours ago, Vikir crossed the barrier and entered the warehouse. The other 9 students were scattered, responding to the calls of artifacts that addressed each of them. Vikir quietly looked around. It was a spacious warehouse with large stone pillars, neatly divided into sections. Countless artifacts were scattered on the floor. Rings, necklaces, staffs, swords, shields, helmets, shoes, etc. Each one emanated the magical energy typical of powerful artifacts. On the large shelf in the innermost part, some artifacts emitted even stronger powers. A sword exuding a shimmering aura, armor emitting a black aura, rings and necklaces radiating blue and green light, and more. Perhaps some high-level artifacts with particularly potent energies seemed to be stored separately on the shelf. Most children chose artifacts that emitted beams of light towards them from the fallen artifacts on the floor. Eventually, after all the children left the warehouse, only Vikir remained alone. "Everyone's gone." Vikir confirmed that he was alone in the warehouse and turned his head again. Numerous artifacts emitted beams of captivating light toward Vikir. Vikir silently stared at the artifacts that had chosen him. Shoes that allowed swift walking, glasses that allowed seeing very distant places, a flute that could put everything to sleep around, a water seed that could extinguish all fires, a fire seed that could evaporate all water, a mirror that showed you your future spouse, a ring that took both the wearer and the opponent's lives simultaneously, and so on. Each one was a very useful item. But Vikir didn't pay attention to any of them. What seemed like contemplation was nothing more than waiting for the other students to leave. Thump, 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 thump. Ignoring numerous treasures, Vikir approached the shelf. There were particularly powerful artifacts emitting strong magical power. Artifacts that even high-ranking individuals like Dolers, Bakalaga, Hohenheim, and Lovegood were not worthy enough to be chosen. They all emitted beams of captivating light toward Vikir. However, Vikir did not touch any of them. But, woo-woo-osh, Vikir grabbed the shelf holding the artifacts and dumped them all onto the ground. Eventually, Vikir looked down at the now empty, large shelf. "I finally found you, the 7th corpse de Carabia," the shelf that held the artifacts, the unnoticed red inverted pentagram. However, Vikir knew from future experiences. This shelf was the real reason the warehouse existed. All the other artifacts were just deception. TSS, TSS, TSS. Vikir infused mana into the shelf he held tightly in his hand. Unlike other artifacts, the shelf showed no response to Vikir's mana. However, swoosh, Vikir felt a tremendous amount of mana draining from his body. Waves of mana were sucked in, much like rushing water. This peculiar shelf was absorbing Vikir's mana like thirsty soil encountering water after a drought. Indeed, there was a reason why so many strong artifacts were being suppressed. Vikir, still gripping the shelf with force, looked around. The artifacts that were sparkling just a moment ago, pleading to be chosen, all lost their light and fell silent. Even the high-ranking artifacts that were on the shelf and rolled to the ground were now quiet. Without emitting light or trembling, they maintained nothing but silence, fear, dread. These magical items clearly feared something. "But I am not afraid of you." Vikir lowered his head and gazed at the inverted pentagram in front of him. Having already defeated 3 demons of equal caliber and reaching the level of swordmaster, he felt no reason to be afraid. Quack! Instead of resisting, Vikir let his mana be sucked in. A storm of power surged towards the shelf. Mana, deeper and dense since reaching the level of swordmaster, erupted towards the inverted pentagram with tremendous force. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The size of the inverted pentagram, which had only been supporting a few high-ranking artifacts, suddenly began to swell. From a substantial shelf, it grew into a massive table, then beyond, filling the entire warehouse tightly. Sweat began to bead on Vikir's forehead. A battle of mana quantity. Who would win? Amidst his clenched teeth, Vikir felt blood trickling down his forehead, pouring mana out of his entire body, without leaving a single trace of mercy. Right at that moment, Thud, the red inverted pentagram resonated loudly. Vikyr felt the flow of mana draining from his body come to a halt. Simultaneously, crackle, sizzle, gold shimmers began to form at the center of the inverted pentagram. The gold grew larger and soon one eye opened, flashing brightly. Flash! In the center of the inverted pentagram, the elevated outer eye looked down ominously. Q-woo from the center of the black vortex, a creepy and sinister voice resonated. Hi-ha-ha, now the mana is plentiful. The time has come to open the gate of the abyss and bring about the destruction of humanity. Despair, weaklings, I Dicarabia have descended. One of the 10 supreme demons, the 7th corpse, Dicarabia. The being with a blood-red outer eye cast a sinister light upon the world. A tremendous force of evil emanated from the 5 branches at the end of its horns. At that moment, Vikyr's gaze met Dicarabia's. As Dicarabia opened its outer eye and projected a menacing light into the world. And then it rolled its eyes to the left, and once again it rolled its eyes to the right. Nothing. No piles of corpses, rivers of flowing blood, flames reaching the sky, or a gate leading to the demon realm. Just an empty void. Only darkness. Only then did Dicarabia roll its eyes down toward Vikyr and with a somewhat puzzled expression asked, "Excuse me, sir, but who are you?" It was quite an awkward attitude. Chapter 263. The Inverted Pentagram 3. Chapter 263. The Inverted Pentagram 3. From the center of the black current, an eerie and creepy voice emanated. Hi-ha-ha, now the mana is plentiful. The time has come to open the gate of the abyss and bring about the destruction of humanity. Despair, weaklings, I Dicarabia have descended. The 7th corpse, Dicarabia. He opens his blood-red outer eyes, casting a sinister glow upon the world. 7th corpse, Dicarabia, danger level, S+ size, location, depths of the gate of abyss, snake's womb, also known as the 7th corpse. One of the 10 supreme demons and disasters, the nemesis of humanity, inexorable and invincible. Sweep the food like a locust swarm. 10 Commandments 10. Above, Vikyr stared at the gigantic inverted pentagram in front of him. What a weird-looking thing. Meanwhile, Dicarabia, with an uncertain expression, as if he couldn't grasp the current situation, rolled his eyes. However, Vikyr accurately understands the situation. Dicarabia, the only inanimate demon among the 10 corpses. Among demons, there are various forms, and an inanimate demon is considered the most unique. There is always debate about whether to view such beings as mere objects or as demons. Depending on the era, Dicarabia has been classified as a demon or an artifact. But there is no doubt that Dicarabia's abilities are undeniably demonic, surpassing typical artifacts. His ability is precisely shield creation, which is quite simple. Dicarabia's shield is a peculiar one that grows larger and harder the more mana it absorbs. Although there are limits to its defensive capabilities, it is highly versatile due to its growth based on the absorbed mana. Vikyr recalled the era of destruction. Dicarabia, having grown enormous by devouring the mana of the other 9 demons, became a colossal shield that withstood the combined assault of the entire human alliance. Amid the burning battlefield, the shield of the inverted pentagram stood strong in front of numerous exhausted human heroes. It was too massive to be called a shield. It was more appropriate to refer to it as an impassable wall of lamentation. There were only a handful of heroes who could break through that absolute defense. The towering red barrier and the ghostwood growing behind it were enough to dampen the spirits of the humans. However, Vikyr already had the ghostwood in his hands, and now Dicarabia itself was right in front of Vikyr. Now I'll destroy it. Vikyr found Dicarabia, who hadn't met any of the other demons and hadn't absorbed their mana. So Vikyr now had the chance to destroy it. Just as Vikyr was about to unleash the aura of a swordmaster to destroy Dicarabia. Excuse me, sir, but who are you? Dicarabia spoke up. Vikyr replied simply, the one who woke you up. Person, are you saying you're human? The race known as humans in my memories had a more hunched back, covered in hair all over their bodies. They carried spears and swords made of carved stone. Upon hearing the word human, Dicarabia began talking again. Are you really a human? Yeah. After finishing his words, Vikyr tried to swing his sword once again. The current Dicarabia was much smaller and weaker than his appearance during the time known as the Wall of Lamentation. Given enough time, it could be destroyed. However, what Dicarabia said next was so surprising that it halted Vikir's sword. "Very well, fragile but fortunate human. I will cast off the shackles of the past and prepare to welcome a new contractor. From now on, I will dissolve the contract with the demon race. Let a new contract with the human race begin. You are the representative of the contractor. Now, hurry up and give me your orders, human. What do you desire? Achieve your grand ambitions using me." Vikir paused for a moment. Orders? Was he asking for some kind of command? As Vikir stood there with a puzzled expression, Dicarabia also blinked his eyes in confusion. An awkward silence hung between them for a moment. Eventually, Dicarabia spoke. "What's the matter, human? Don't tell me you woke me up without knowing what kind of being I am." "I know, you're a demon." "Haha, well, that's partially correct. More precisely, I used to be a demon." Contrary to his initially terrifying voice, Dicarabia spoke with a rather friendly tone. "I am a being influenced by the one who woke me up for the first time. Every 1,000 years, I fall into a deep sleep, and my nature is determined based on the one who first wakes me up during that time. The time when humans knew Dicarabia as a demon was only about 1,000 years at most. There is no way to know what kind of being Dicarabia was before that. In the era of destruction that Vikir experienced, Dicarabia existed as a demon because the one who woke him up was a demon. However, before that, he might have been an entirely different entity. Dicarabia mentioned that in the distant past, he had also been associated with angels. Vikir pondered for a moment and then spoke. "So, if I woke you up, you'll follow my orders for 1,000 years?" "Yes. That's right, that's the deal between us. At least, it will become part of the oral tradition representing your race. Besides, your race has a short lifespan." Although Dicarabia spoke confidently, such matters were initially beyond Vikir's concerns. "Understood." Simultaneously, swish, an aura rose from Vikir's sword. What are you doing, human? Why are you pointing a sword at me?" Dicarabia couldn't finish his sentence. Vikir attacked Dicarabia by swinging his sword outright. Dicarabia twisted in pain, squeezing tears from his outer eyes. "Arg, what is this, human? No, contractor. Why would you harm my ethereal body like this? I can destroy you now." "Why would you want to destroy me in the first place? Demons are meant to be killed," Vikir curtly declared. Slash, thud, thud, thud. Once again, Vikir's sword struck Dicarabia, tracing complex patterns. Just a moment. Wait, please wait. Why are you trying to kill a demon?" "Because demons try to harm humans." "Is that so?" Then I'm not a demon anymore. I was never really a demon in the first place, just a mere object. I don't trust the words of demons." Vikir swung his sword again. Squelch. Dicarabia's massive body began shrinking gradually. Of course, he poured out tears and wailed as Vikir continued his onslaught. "It's true. No, really, I quit being a demon just now. I don't trust the words of demons, you madman. It's true, I told you. Can you even feel any demonic energy from my body?" Upon hearing that, Vikir momentarily stopped his sword. Come to think of it, he hadn't sensed it for a while. The demonic smell that had filled the warehouse when it became alive. "It's true." Hu Dicarabia began crying like a girl. Vikir momentarily halted, striking Dicarabia. Is that so? Then are you no longer a demon?" "That's right, I'm not lying. No cap. But even if that's the case, it might be better to destroy you here before you fall into the hands of demons. If you woke me up, it doesn't matter even if demons get hold of me. For the next 1,000 years, I can only work for humans." Dicarabia desperately shouted at Vikir, looking at him with a pleading expression. "I can be quite useful. I have a discerning eye for identifying artifacts, and I'm well versed in ancient world affairs. I can also create shields." Vikir showed a bit of interest in the word shield in Dicarabia's words. Due to memories from his past life, he knew how extraordinary Dicarabia's shield was. The Wall of Lamentation. If provided with enough mana, it could create an impenetrable barrier of absolute defense. Seeing Vikir's contemplative expression, Dicarabia hastily continued, "Look, I'm truly amazing." Dicarabia turned his gaze to the side. Suddenly, a floating black greatsword, which seemed to be flying towards them, came into view. It was an artifact that had been serving as a mere shelf decoration for Dicarabia until recently. That is the giant sword of Berserker's Wrath. It's the legendary sword of the giant king from ancient times. It has tremendous attack power, but it has been sealed for a long time due to its insane aggression that attacks everything nearby. When Dicarabia squinted his eyes, all the chains holding the sword together snapped. Soon after, the giant sword began flying towards Vikir, tracing a sinister trajectory. Dicarabia spoke to Vikir, human. Quickly put your hands on my body and manipulate mana. Then draw an image in your mind. What kind of image? Anything, whether it's a shield, a wall, or a barrier, something that can protect you. Vikir hesitantly placed his hand on Dicarabia. Then, swoosh, a considerable amount of mana was felt draining away. At the same time, zeeing before Vikir's eyes, a translucent inverted pentagram appeared. It emitted dazzling light for a moment and effortlessly deflected the giant sword flying towards it. Thunk, the sword, sent flying into a corner of the warehouse, remained there, half broken. Vikir once again marveled at the defense displayed by Dicarabia's shield, the Wall of Lamentation. He had only manipulated a small amount of mana, yet the shield demonstrated such strength. That sword must have been a high-level artifact. If it easily broke like this, the defense of the shield is truly at a remarkable level. Vikir stroked his chin, lost in thought. How about it? Do you finally desire me? Do you want to possess me? Vikir casually replied to Dicarabia, whose outer eye took on an unpleasant smile. Well, for now, return the mana I infused. Give and take, humans are indeed. Oh, okay. Put your damn sword away. When Vikir extended Beelzebub, Dicarabia hesitated for a moment, seemingly disappointed, but soon spat out all the mana he had taken. Vikir felt the mana he had forcefully extracted moments ago replenishing itself. Simultaneously, Dicarabia gradually shrank, eventually reducing to the size of a baby's palm. Dicarabia peeked at Vikir and quickly attached himself near Vikir's neck. Click, a red chain that appeared out of nowhere delicately became a weird necklace around his neck. Now what else do you want me to do, human? Dicarabia seemed worried, possibly expecting Vikir to once again raise his sword, declaring something like demons must die. After a moment of contemplation, Vikir spoke. Spit all the fucking info you got. Every detail, all of it. Information about the past contract holders. Dicarabia hesitated for a moment, but upon glimpsing the aura burning on Vikir's sword, he quickly got lost in thought. Oh, I get it. I'll cooperate. So please, stop the scary talk about destruction and such. Vikir cradled the shrunken Dicarabia in his arms. Now that he was the master of Dicarabia, there was no need to destroy it. It would be a greater loss for the demon's side. Talk, Vikir tapped the now small Dicarabia, checking if it could be worn around his neck. I almost forgot. I won't respond to any other life forms except for you, the representative of the contract. Keep that in mind, human. Dicarabia warned Vikir about this important detail. Vikir nodded silently. It was time to leave now. Looking around, all the artifacts were scattered on the ground, losing their glow. Dicarabia was in a slump in front of Vikir. Tsutsutsu, Vikir gently patted the shrunken Dicarabia in his arms. And I almost forgot. I don't have any intention of causing harm to you, my current master. Dicarabia seemed to remember an important detail and shared it with Vikir. It was time to go outside. Vikir looked at the broken seal of the dimensional gap and took a deep breath. Baskerville 8th style. Meeting with Cane Corso, Dicarabia shield greatly contributed to Vikir's growth. Flash. The aura of the swordmaster, capable of cutting through the intangible, poured out. 7 large fangs and a still small but sharp 8th fang tore apart the dense, dark atmosphere. Crunch, the sound of the torn barrier echoed loudly. Vikir stepped through the rift in the distorted space and emerged outside. Night Hound achieved its goal and left in search of the next prey. I'm really lucky. In this life, I've been able to acquire such a beautiful mistress, with a slightly peculiar partner by his side. Chapter 264. Seasonal Discount on Sin, 1. Chapter 264. Seasonal Discount on Sin, 1. After a long journey, Vikir returned to the dormitory of the Colosseo Academy. Go shower first, Vikir. I have some things to do. What things? Oh, just organizing the personal projects I postponed because of the University League. As Figgy entered the dorm room, he immediately began bustling around with something. It seemed to involve complex papers with numbers, charts, and graphs, likely related to finance. Vikyr silently headed to the shower. Splish-splash, baby Madam stood still under the warm water, her black fur flowing, resembling a creature melting into the liquid. Normally, Vikyr would have gently stroked the Madam's head, but right now, he remained silent with a slightly furrowed brow, all thanks to the noisy necklace that had been chattering away. The necklace in question was the seventh corpse Dicarabia. I am Dicarabia, a forbidden existence, the savior of the species, a magnificent blend of grand destruction and creation. And in this activity of cleansing ourselves, I am fortunate to have you as my lovely mistress. It seemed the creature's voice was set to be heard only by Vikyr, causing him considerable annoyance. Dicarabia seemed pleased to hang around Vikyr's neck and chest, creating a high-tension atmosphere throughout the return journey. However, the good mood ended here. As Vikyr entered the shower and began undressing, Dicarabia's constant chatter abruptly stopped. "Hey, contractor, remember to carry me on your body even when you shower, as what if someone steals me if you keep me out?" "Huh." Dicarabia's eye in its almost circular shape widened. Dicarabia stared intensely at Vikyr's face. Then it shifted its focus downward. Meanwhile, Vikyr had been silently showering. Dicarabia became strangely quiet. He looked up again, then looked down again. The eyes that had been moving up and down alternately suddenly closed. Vikyr, feeling the odd silence after the continuous chatter, tapped Dicarabia with a finger carrying mana. "Dicarabia. What happened?" "Nothing." The eyes, which had briefly opened, closed again coldly. It was a considerably dry and formal response. "Well, it's finally quiet now. If the outcome is good, then it's all good." Vikyr nodded in satisfaction, wearing a content expression. When Vikyr came out of the shower, Figgy was getting ready to go out. As Vikyr, with damp hair, wiped off the moisture using a towel, Figgy, holding a bunch of documents in his arms, spoke. "Vikyr, I'm going out for a bit." With so many documents piled up in Figgy's arms that it seemed impossible to see ahead, Vikyr, with a towel draped around his neck, sat on a chair and asked, "Where are you going?" "Yeah, I'm going to show my personal projects to the professor." Personal projects referred not only to assignments given by the academy, but also to individual studies that students undertook to enhance their abilities. Figgy smiled broadly and continued, "The mock investment contest is coming up soon." "The mock investment contest?" "Yeah, it's a contest where you discover and analyze promising stocks or sectors in advance and make investments. The prestigious bourgeois clan sponsors it. There are many benefits if you win or rank well. Wasn't the survival skills contest the last one? Seems like there are all sorts of contests." "That's right, there are so many contests. There's a swordsmanship contest, archery contest, magic contest, rugby contest, eating contest, boxing contest, drama contest, singing contest, art contest, raising an excellent long-legged fly contest, twerking contest, and so on. Recently, there's been a sudden increase in various contests, haven't there?" Since Vikyr had sold rare pieces of knoll leather and donated a considerable amount to the Scholarship Foundation, various contests under different pretexts had increased significantly. All were meant to provide scholarships to students. "Professor Banshee is surprisingly doing a good job." Vikyr nodded quietly. Although he had doubts about whether the Scholarship Foundation would do things properly, seeing tangible results immediately after the survival skills contest ended made it somewhat trustworthy. Meanwhile, Figgy finished talking and chuckled confidently. "Since my grades are a bit lacking, I have to win awards in these contests to get extra points and fill up my grades." In reality, Figgy's talent in combat was ordinary at best, but in all other disciplines, he demonstrated outstanding abilities. He excelled in administration, law, medicine, arts, and had considerable financial skills. Especially adept at acquiring, analyzing, and compiling information, he was well versed in the latest news and updates about prominent figures in society. I heard he has won several times in the excellent long-legged fly raising contest. If Cinduandy saw, she would probably go crazy and scout him right away. Vikyr silently nodded his head. "With your skills, you should be able to do well." Vikyr, who was generally reserved in speaking, had a remarkable effect when giving compliments. Thanks, Vikyr. Thanks for always encouraging me. Figgy, as if moved, kept his lips sealed. His eyes turned red and moistened. Eventually, Figgy clenched his fists tightly in front of Vikyr. It's good, I'll definitely beat her this time. Her? Vikyr asked, puzzled. Figgy nodded, exhaling through his nose. Yeah, Sinclair, I mean. She said she'll participate in the mock investment contest. Sinclair, the head of the hot department. A commoner first year who frequently made a name for herself all over the Colosseo Academy. In magic, she displayed talents as remarkable as Morg's magicians. During the cold department joint class, she surprised everyone by skillfully handling various weapons like swords, spears, and bows. Moreover, she excelled in everything else: theory, notes, certifications, part-time jobs. An alpha girl who was famous for being outstanding in every field. She even managed to secure first and second place in various practical and written exams while working part-time at the library cafe. As a freshman, she achieved an astonishing overall 8th place in the University League, proving her star quality. Figgy, igniting a sense of rivalry, said, Sinclair is also said to be excellent at accounting and office work. That's probably why she's working as a librarian. Is that so? Vikyr nodded, unaware of Sinclair's talents in economics and investment. As the bourgeois clan sponsors this mock investment contest, many participants are aiming for prize money, scholarships, and even future job opportunities after graduation. Sinclair is probably no exception. I won't lose. I'll be back. Shaking hands and dropping a few papers, Figgy rushed down the corridor without noticing one sheet of paper that had fallen behind his heel. Vikyr tried to pick it up and hand it to Figgy, but he ran away. It's okay. That's just a contest poster. I don't need it. Figgy waved his hand, dropped some more papers, picked them up again, and finally stood up. Soon the room was empty. Vikyr took a seat at the desk. Splish splash, don't drool on my body, you dirty puppy, no, spider. What is this? Baby Madam and Dicarabia were on the desk. Madam was circling around, examining Dicarabia. He seemed appealing to Madam. Splish, splish. Hey, I told you not to drool on my body, right? Well, don't touch it, or don't climb on it, or just stay away. Oh, it's a female. Splish splash. Oh, a girl. Well, in that case, I'll overlook this kind of rudeness. You may touch me all you want. Vikyr infused mana into Dicarabia and issued a command. Open your eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Dicarabia reluctantly twitched his body. All right. I opened my eyes. I can't believe you're a man with that face. Well, I won't say no to a lady boy. What the fuck are you talking about? Open your damn eyes and provide me information about the 6th corpse. Vikyr slapped Dicarabia when he continued with his irrelevant remarks. Oh, that thing you asked about earlier. What was it, right? It was about the information related to the 6th corpse. That's right. Vikyr was questioning Dicarabia about information on the 6th corpse, their next prey. The 6th corpse, huh? That guy was close with the 9th corpse. They were always together. Even in areas Cindy Wendy's investigation couldn't reach, Dicarabia had information. Even though it might be trivial, it was proving helpful. Hearing Dicarabia's words, Vikyr fell into deep thought. The 9th corpse, known as Dantalion. He was wearing the skin of Quilt, the head of the Indulgentia family. Dantalion, who controlled Quilt, was closely connected to a figure in the Old Testament faction of the Quo Vadis. Investigating the Old Testament faction of Quo Vadis might reveal some clues. Even after the disappearance of the Indulgentia family, the Old Testament faction of Quo Vadis continued issuing and selling indulgences, pardoned sins with money. Although they temporarily stopped selling indulgences due to the Dollars 95 Articles counterargument incident, they resumed issuing them recently in response to public demand. Surprisingly, they even included seasonal discounts. Given the current market trends, they must be thriving. Vikyr decided to investigate the Quo Vadis Old Testament faction again. There might be clues connected to them or even hidden clues in an entirely different place than Quo Vadis. At that moment, a sensation, something like an unexplainable intuition, flickered through Vikyr's mind. Vikyr's gaze shifted towards the entrance. There lay a poster that Figgy had dropped earlier. Mock investment contest. While the flow of the economy is created by humans, predicting it through human power is unpredictable. However, the intuition of very few geniuses has a connection to the grand flow. If you think you're included in that very few, please pay attention to this poster. The contest is sponsored by the spine of the economy and will lead you to the grand stage of the business world. Target all Academy students' registration period. Within 1 week after the poster is distributed, the poster will naturally disappear after 1 week. Organizer. Bourgeois Clan Chapter 265. Seasonal discount on Sin 2. Chapter 265 Seasonal discount on Sin 2. The night air was painted with a deep blue hue. The sky, covered with clouds, resembled a school of sharks ascending towards the surface from the depths. Thud, 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 thud. In this quiet dawn, the urgent footsteps echoed and spread. Narrow paths between buildings made of red bricks, puddles of water in the sunken alley. Huke, huke, huck. A man, wearing armor under his black trench coat, wiped blood from his lips. By now I must have shaken them off. With a tight grip on the hand axe at his waist, he leaned his head out of the building, scanning left and right. Confirming the deserted streets, he sighed in relief and muttered, "Damn. If only Miss Ouroboros, that bitch, wasn't around, swallowing an entire district would be cake walk." The man grumbled as if spitting out the words. At that moment, a creepy energy passed above his head. The man, raising his head, was taken aback. A man with both feet stretched out between the buildings looked down at him. It was Night Hound with a black cloak and a plague doctor mask. What's going on, you?" the man asked, his expression puzzled. However, Night Hound remained silent, only briefly stating what he had to say. "Name's Edward Vernon, Jr. Is that right?" the man, slightly bewildered by the statement, asked. "Who are you? Did Ouroboros send you?" After rolling his eyes for a moment, he shouted again, "Oh, wait. That bitch always moves alone. Then are you really Night Hound? The guy she's chasing?" Constantly muttering, he didn't seem to expect an easy answer, as seen by the way he adjusted the axe hidden behind him with the hand concealed behind his back. Night Hound went on a monologue speech, also known as Saint Vernon, a mid-tier graduator, a high priest of the emerging cult Amamgio, a pseudo-religion gaining prominence in the north. 25 years ago, he killed his cousin's sister after messing around with her, offering her as a sacrifice to a demon in a binding contract. Since then, he consistently engaged in religious activities, destroying thousands of households through forced offerings. In the twilight of his life, he joined the demon army and clashed with the Quavades clan. Utilizing his profound knowledge and understanding of scriptures as weapons, he infiltrated the temple as a spy. Later, during the Holy War, he rose from behind the scenes of the Human Alliance, inflicting fatal wounds on heroes like Tudor Donquixote and Bianca Usher. Inside the mask, the eerie howling of Night Hound echoed. "Am I saying the truth?" the man said in response to the question. "What nonsense! It's true that I'm a priest and the story about my cousin's sister is correct, but I have no connection with the Donquixote or Usher clan." However, he couldn't finish his sentence. The moment he looked up, a drop of blood fell into his mouth from Night Hound's outstretched finger. "Cuh!" The man convulsed at the bitter taste and foul energy pushing against his tongue. Despite vomiting and gripping his throat with both hands, the pain wouldn't subside. The venom was so deadly that it dried up his entire tongue, blocking his throat deeply. Even when he tried to use his axe pulled from his waist, the aura quickly dissipated into thin air. Thud! He collapsed within seconds of the blood droplet entering his mouth, a somewhat anticlimactic end for a skilled graduator. Night Hound Vikier calmly looked down at the dead target in the alley. This man was the last assassination target of the day, the 19th in total. "Wait, what did this guy say?" Vikier recalled the dying words of the man. Something along the lines of, "Darn it. If only Miss Ouroboros weren't around, swallowing an entire district wouldn't be. If that's the case, could it be that you're the real Night Hound that she's after?" There was room for interpretation in those words. Miss Ouroboros, was he being chased by that crazy woman? It seemed that the prey Vikier had been targeting was also a target for her. It appeared that Miss Ouroboros had her own goals and moved with a purpose, confronting mysterious forces and hunting criminals across the entire district of Venetier, and wanting to meet Night Hound. Vikier remembered the time when, just for tuition fees, he hunted all those gnolls. "Back then, she attacked me without any reason as soon as she saw my face. I just thought she was a psycho, but it seems she's someone with her own plans and objectives." Though he didn't know her exact goals, Vikyr found significant overlaps in their paths. Moreover, it seemed like she wanted to meet him quite badly. "Tusk!" Vikyr clicked his tongue, descended to the ground, and searched the dead priest's body. In doing so, he found a crumpled piece of paper in his pocket. "Indulgence. All sins of this devout believer shall be forgiven." This indulgence is issued and guaranteed by the Old Testament faction. Forgery may result in punishment. A Quo Vadis' Old Testament faction's indulgence for sale. Amidst all the creases, only the phrase, "all sins shall be forgiven," remained unusually clean. It was an ironic artifact left by someone who had made a pact with a demon and engaged in otherworldly deeds. At that moment, oh wait, oh wait, oh wait. DeCarabia had unconsciously opened an outer eye and was examining the indulgence. The scent of a comrade. No, it's the scent of a once comrade. Definitely not a comrade anymore. Now a complete stranger. No, an outright adversary. DeCarabia corrected himself, seemingly realizing Vikyr's potential reaction of drawing his sword with the belief that demons must be killed, or don't trust the words of demons. However, Vikyr, busy with his own thoughts, paid no attention to DeCarabia. The scent of a demon is coming from the indulgence, right? Even after eliminating the ninth corpse Dantalian, it seems Quo Vadis had more secrets. Yes, this scent is undoubtedly from the sixth corpse. Vikyr obtained information that the ninth corpse Dantalian was close with the sixth corpse. Fine, I guess I need to investigate the Quo Vadis clan once more. Vikyr nodded and rose from his seat. And then, a few minutes after Vikyr left, another shadow stretched long in the alley. Oh my! A helmet with two large snake scales protruding like horns, shiny black tights and high-heeled shoes. Miss Ouroboros, a villain who has yet to be exposed despite the relentless pursuit of the Venetir security guards swarming with powerful individuals. She silently stared down at the corpse sprawled in the alley corner. I endured your annoyance and chased you diligently, only to find that you've already gone to hell." She raised her head and looked at the opposite alley. Eventually, the eyes faintly visible behind the mask softened. "Seems like the effort of chasing trash paid off. I should follow quickly. If I catch up to him, he might show me his honored form." Miss Ouroboros leaped towards the opposite alley. In the distance, the direction of the Colosseo Academy's walls stood tall and imposing. As Vikyr transformed into a dog and crossed over the barrier, a series of rapid horn sounds echoed throughout the entire dormitory, signaling the morning wake-up call. Phew, Vikyr, dragging his tired body, returned to his room. He opened the door and there on the bed, Figgy was rubbing his eyes. "Hey, Vikyr, up early, huh?" Vikyr, sitting on the bed for a few seconds, needed to head to the sports field immediately. Every morning, all the students gathered there for gymnastics, followed by either going for a bath or having breakfast. At least today is a weekend. Thankfully, no morning classes. Vikyr felt relieved. He quickly took a brief shower in the bathhouse and had breakfast at the student cafeteria. Later, when he visited the newspaper club room to check last night's news. "Wait, Professor, those were posted with permission. Please don't take them down." "Ho ho ho, noisy." Vikyr heard the commotion coming from outside through the window. Curious, he slightly opened the door and peeked inside. Familiar faces were visible, dolers and other members of the newspaper club. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, Sinclair, all looking quite angry. On the opposite side, an unexpected figure stood, Professor Sadi. She was tearing down all the announcements related to Night Hound and Miss Ouroboros. "Ho ho ho, kids. I'm in charge of environmental beautification this week, so please don't stick this filthy garbage everywhere," she complained irritably while brushing her bangs. "Ugh, why do I have to deal with this annoying punishment? I was just running a violent crime assistance counseling center." "The problem with counseling is that you don't distinguish between victims and perpetrators, right?" Dolers pointed out, but Professor Sadi ignored it. Eventually, Professor Sadi tore down all the posters related to Night Hound and Miss Ouroboros. Professor Sadi created a gust of wind, left the corridor, and finally disappeared. During this time, Vikyr had concealed his presence, hiding behind the locker room. When he peeked again, he saw familiar faces, dolers and other newspaper club members, angrily arguing. "Hey, big brother, At that moment, Sinclair, leaning out the window, spotted Vicyr and called him. "Did you see that just now? Professor Sadi flipped everything upside down and left. The atmosphere is completely ruined." "I saw it too." She seemed unusually fierce. Her personality was weird from the beginning, but today it was even worse. Did she have a fight with her boyfriend last night? Why is her hysteria so severe? Oh well, there's no way she has a boyfriend who can endure such a personality in the first place. Vicyr nodded in agreement with Sinclair's complaints. Eventually, he left the club room with the morning newspaper, while Sinclair followed him for a while, complaining about having to participate in a mock investment competition practice in the afternoon. Vicyr's destination was Professor Banshee's research lab. He knocked on the door, and Banshee's cold voice was heard when the door opened. "So, now you don't even bother to answer and just open the door? Quite audacious." Deducting one attitude point. Without looking at the door, Prof. Banshee, having sensed Vicyr's presence, scolded him. "I've come to get an outing pass." Hearing Vicyr's words, Banshee's eyes narrowed. "Outside the school. We have all the facilities we need on campus. Why do you want to go out?" "I'm going to visit the Rune Church for repentance." At Vicyr's words, Prof. Banshee's eyes squinted. "To repent? Surprising. You didn't seem to be deeply religious enough to go to Mass on weekends." Banshee Morg, who had been slightly teasing, surprisingly signed the outing pass with a satisfied expression. "Well, that's unexpected. Going out for repentance. You didn't seem to have such deep faith, but well, okay." However, as Vicyr accepted the outing pass, his expression remained neutral. "I didn't say I was going to do it." He wasn't going out for repentance, but to make someone else repent. Chapter 266. Seasonal Discount on Sin 3. Chapter 266. Seasonal Discount on Sin 3. A quiet weekend morning. Vicyr ventured out into the streets. The midday streets were bustling with people. On the cafe terraces, ladies of the court or professionals meeting for business chatted away, while young folks walked, laughing and joking with clenched fists. Beautiful women and handsome men hurriedly walked by, and as they passed, the gazes around briefly followed before turning back ahead. The air was filled with the scent of flowers from the flower shop and the sweet and savory smell of egg bread from a nearby bakery. At the busy front railway station, where a carriage loudly conveyed urgent news, the sound of hammers announcing expansion construction echoed loudly. Suddenly, Vicyr stopped at the outskirts of the street, a narrow alley between red brick buildings. At the narrow entrance, ropes marked with the insignia of the royal guards indicated restricted access. This was the location where Vicyr had carried out the assassination just a few hours ago. Two changes were noticeable. Firstly, the body had been removed, and only white lines marked the spot on the ground. Secondly, deep indentations were present on the ground. Vicyr examined the traces left on the ground from a distance. It was as if a snake had passed by, something that was undoubtedly not there when Vicyr carried out the assassination. The crowd gathered, murmuring about the bloodstains on the walls and ground. Somebody died there overnight. He was poisoned to death after being horrifically tortured. It's terrifying. Could this be the work of Night Hound again? No, the culprit this time is that woman, Miss Ouroboros. What? Another villain besides the Night Hound? Come on, catch up with the news, buddy. Vicyr quietly listened to the surrounding conversations mixed in with the crowd. Since he left no clues, there was nothing to worry about. He moved through a complicated route and even transformed into a dog at times, making it impossible for humans to trace him. However, the fact that Miss Ouroboros had arrived at the scene after he left was a bit surprising. Strange woman. Vicyr heightened his vigilance towards Miss Ouroboros. She had transcended the realm of mere imitations. A terrorist with unknown motives, seemingly chasing the Night Hound, required careful attention. But today's outing wasn't about Miss Ouroboros. Vicyr pressed down his brimmed hat and moved away from the crowd towards the city center. So many people. Arriving at the bustling heart of the Venetier, Vicyr marveled at the busy square. The crowd was so dense that it felt like observing a tightly packed bean sprout dish. No one would notice if I blend in. Indeed, the saying about hiding a tree in a forest seemed fitting, Vicyr thought. Blending with the flow of the crowd, Vicyr naturally moved forward. Soon, the emblem of the saints announcing the headquarters of the Quavades clan, the White Shield, came into view. In front of the temple entrance, numerous people were standing in line. A priest in white robes stood on a pedestal, passionately preaching. Repent now, special discount today only. A golden opportunity to absolve your sins at half the price. Come on, this chance doesn't come every day. Today it's 50% off for minor sins, and we offer a 30% discount for moderate sins. For real serious crimes, please consult with the bishop. Come on, it's indulgence. Only today a special sale. Purchase now and enjoy tax benefits too. This promotion may not happen again anytime soon, starting tomorrow. The hawking of indulgences by the priest blended with the sales pitches of cotton candy vendors, roasted corn sellers, and bubble toy vendors. People exiting the temple had bright smiles and walked away with lively steps. All of them were individuals who had purchased indulgences. Vikyr overheard a conversation between a couple. "Ah, buying the indulgence this time makes me feel relieved. I've been tormented with guilt for so long." "Oh, because of that incident where you accidentally hit a child while driving the carriage after drinking." "Yeah, because of that. I couldn't sleep properly all this time, but I came to repent after hearing about the big discount on indulgences." "But didn't the child die? Did you apologize and compensate the grieving family?" "No, I didn't. I bought the indulgence, and since it was quite expensive, it should be fine, right?" "Well, whatever. It's done then. Anyway, you insist you're a genuinely good person." Vikyr turned his head to glance at the couple for a moment. No scent of the demons from them. Surprisingly, they were not individuals who had made contracts with demons. However, similar kinds of people overflowed in this Venetir. Even in just this branch of Quo Vadis, numerous people were lined up to buy indulgences. And on the opposite side, those who had bought indulgences were streaming out. It was dizzying to think that these people had committed sins, and those had received forgiveness. How nasty! Vikyr raised his head along with the sighs often uttered by elderly people. Despite doing his best to prevent the impending era of destruction, today the burden of that task felt even heavier. Eventually, Vikyr joined the long line, and after a considerable wait, he entered the temple. Passing through the massive white pillars so clean they seemed to have no price tag, Vikyr encountered young priests with welcoming appearances. "Hello, what sins have you committed? Do you need a specific indulgence?" One of the young priests approached Vikyr, seemingly not with much experience. The priest stuck close to Vikyr, explaining various things without being asked. "We have indulgences available for minor sins, and of course, we also offer indulgences for moderate sins. There's even a special indulgence for extreme crimes worthy of capital punishment. But, our esteemed customer, believer, you seem young, and committing such heinous crimes is unlikely, right? Would you be interested in the indulgence for minor sins?" As the priest, who was pondering a tailored indulgence quote, was about to speak, Vikyr casually asked, "If one can repent for past sins, is it possible to repent in advance for sins one might commit in the future?" In response, the priest grinned as if to say, "Of course. If you purchase indulgences in advance, anything is possible. What kind of sin are you planning to commit?" "A truly colossal crime," Vikyr replied. The expression on the priest's face stiffened. How would the priest react to someone announcing a massive crime they plan to commit in the future? After a while, the priest, with a solemn expression, spoke in a serious tone. Well, if it's an extreme crime, the cost of the indulgence might be extraordinarily high. Are you okay with that? If you have the financial means, I can arrange a meeting with the bishop." "Oh, first, would you like to go to the VVIP exclusive chapel over there, have a cup of tea, and wait?" Instead of dissuading someone who forewarned committing a crime, the priest was preparing a quote, even suggesting it like a promotional offer. When Vikyr chuckled, the priest cautiously asked again, "But seriously, how heavy is the sin for which you seek such an expensive indulgence?" Vikyr replied, "I'm considering killing a pig from the neighbor's house." Instantly, the priest seemed to have misunderstood, raising an eyebrow. "Killing a pig, that's considered an extreme crime?" "Yes, even a pig has a life. Taking any life is a sin, isn't it?" The priest sighed deeply. He glanced at the long line of people behind him, then turned back to Vikyr. "Hey," his words were now concise. "Just go, okay?" Despite that, Vikyr stood there, seemingly unyielding. The priest then nonchalantly tore a piece of indulgence paper, stamped it with his seal, and handed it to Vikyr. "There. It's commendable to come this far just for the life of a pig. Thank you. Yeah, just don't commit sins next time. Live a good life. The priest took a deep breath, casually handed the crumpled indulgence paper to Vikier and said, "Go on. Next time don't do anything sinful. Live virtuously." Vikier lifted his head and said, "Money? Tusk, forget it, pal." The priest clicked his tongue and suddenly reached into Vikier's pocket without warning. After a moment of rustling, he pulled out a handful of jingling coins, among which was a gold coin containing a trace amount of gold. It was 1 gold coin. The priest draped it around his neck and let it slide into the donation box he carried. "Clang, there, you've repented," the priest's usual catchphrase echoed with a solemn tone, and that was the end of it. Vikier exited the temple, holding a small indulgence paper in his hand. Indulgence, may all sins of this devout believer be forgiven. Issued and guaranteed by the Old Testament faction, forging may result in punishment. Is it really like this? Vikier had gathered the information he saw, heard, and sensed when he entered the temple. The subtle but unmistakable demonic aura that lingered inside and the faint but distinct scent. "I can definitely sense the aura of the sixth corpse. It's still faint, but it's there." Decorabia, hanging on Vikier's chest, chimed in with a non-existent nose, echoing the same sentiment. Vikier followed the putrid smell emanating from the sixth corpse and returned to the main road. It might not be inside the temple, but it's undoubtedly related, somewhere around here. As Vikier was about to leave the temple behind and head back to the academy, he suddenly froze. In an instant, a familiar face caught his eye. Quickly adjusting his brimmed hat, Vikier pressed himself against a pillar. Although she had her hood pulled down, Vikier, with his keen eyes, could recognize her. Dolores. She was surveying her surroundings with suspicious movements, cautiously making her way into the temple. Chapter 267. Seasonal Discount on Sin 4. Chapter 267. Seasonal Discount on Sin 4. Dolores El Quavadis. She left the dormitory before the afternoon and visited a temple of the Old Testament faction. "This should keep me from being noticed." She spoke while covering her face, including her whole body, with a black hood and cloak. It was a secret operation. The intention was to inspect the temple incognito, not as a saintess but as an ordinary person. Dolores, with conspicuously suspicious movements, discreetly moved through the crowd and concealed herself in the most secluded corner of the temple. All right, perfect. However, due to the entirely white floor, walls, and pillars, Dolores' attire stood out rather than blending in. Only she remained oblivious to it. Today, her visit to the temple of the Old Testament had a rather complex purpose. The current situation of the Quavadis faction was in chaos, with turmoil spreading throughout the empire due to the intense conflict between the Old and New Testament factions. This led to the proliferation of heresies and cults in various places. Dolores had come to investigate and solve these issues on site. Even her usually serious expression seemed more profound today. Come to think of it, a similar task was given in the second round of the University League, right? She recalled the quest of the Quavadis clan she had witnessed in the University League a while ago. Faith Sanctum/difficulty. The Empire is suffering from the increasing harm of heresies and cults. From the perspective of the Quavadis Heresy Inquisition Bureau, suggest a way to eliminate heresies and elevate the status of the rune religion. Details related to Quavadis. Heresy Inquisition Bureau. The quest prepared by the Inquisitor Mozgus was more challenging than expected, reaching higher-ups than just the Inquisition. Sinclair, a freshman, had provided the answer to this problem. Sinclair's response was read by the Pope himself. Dolores had later asked Sinclair about it. What contents did she suggest in response to that problem, and how did she earn the Pope's approval? However, Sinclair simply evaded the question with a smile. "Oh, it was nothing special. In the end, my proposal was rejected for being too radical. Still, I managed to pass with the recognition of some creative aspects." Dolores swallowed her frustration. To eliminate heresies, the Old and New Testament factions must reconcile, join hands, or one of them must disappear. Alternatively, a thorough crackdown on heresies is needed. But the latter is impossible. So, Dolores came to investigate the fundamental cause of all these problems, the Old Testament faction. As a saintess belonging to the New Testament faction, Dolores had no choice but to opt for undercover infiltration to conduct her investigation. "There are so many people here," Dolores murmured while observing the long line of people, who queued for a considerable time to enter the temple. Compared to the New Testament faction's temple, there were far more people in the Old Testament faction's temple. The amount of offerings also differed significantly. "I heard that the major contributors to the offerings in the Old Testament faction were mainly from the Indulgentia family." Well, it doesn't seem entirely true. Despite the disappearance of the subordinate Indulgentia family, the financial resources of the Old Testament faction were still intact. How was the Old Testament faction sustaining its wealth even after the death of Quilt, or rather, Dantalion? Were they merely selling indulgences, or was there more to it? While many people are lining up to buy indulgences, most of them are small-scale buyers. I don't see those who have committed heinous crimes or those who can afford large sums. Well, that's only natural. Those who needed to spend a significant amount on indulgences wouldn't show up at the temple in broad daylight. Even if they did, it would be absurd to visit the temple in person. They would send representatives or conduct transactions in writing. So, where are the Old Testament faction's high priests obtaining VVIPs funding? That was precisely what Dolores was curious about. Right at that moment, a large and ornate carriage stood in a corner of the temple. The emblem of Quo Vadis, the white shield, adorned with gold, gleamed vibrantly. Soon, a well-dressed middle-aged man of considerable height descended from the carriage, receiving cheers from the multitude and smiling. Dolores paused for a moment as she saw him. The person she dreaded most in this world had appeared. Humbert L. Quo Vadis. He held the substantial position of cardinal, essentially the highest authority leading the Old Testament faction, excluding the Pope. Simultaneously, he was Dolores' father. Ironically, Dolores was afraid of her own father for a very long time, ever since she became his adopted daughter for supposedly being born with divine power. Especially before going to bed, when he greeted her, his gaze would make her feel as if snakes were coiling around her entire body. Sensing her chest tightening, Dolores pressed her back against a stone pillar. Stay still. If she kept quiet and held her breath, Humbert might not notice her. However, her wish did not come true. Humbert was a sharp individual. He instantly sensed a penetrating gaze directed towards the pillar and turned his eyes in that direction. "Just a moment, Adjutant. I have something on my mind, so take a brief look around before entering the temple." He raised his hand to signal the following adjutant and walked towards the stone pillar. Thud, 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 thud. A path formed wherever Humbert stepped. The followers of the Rune religion, each removing their hats and bowing respectfully, cleared the way for Humbert. Dolores felt her heart pounding as if it would burst. With each step Humbert took, it felt like a large snake was tightly constricting her heart. A sense of unease reminiscent of the anxious moment when she almost encountered Quilt in the corridor in the past. But this time, there was no one to help her. That had been nothing more than a temporary stroke of luck. Dolores swallowed a dry gulp. As she stood there, desperately thinking about any excuses she could use when facing Humbert, someone blocked his way. Oh, who might this be? Two individuals stood in the path, obstructing Humbert. Both of them were men with white hoods and robes covering their faces. Humbert's expression subtly furrowed. "Who? Oh, come on, get a hold of yourself. Ha-ha, covering your face like this." With a hearty laugh, the white hood was removed, revealing a face that showed signs of much suffering, an elderly face caught between being a middle-aged man and a grandfather. He was a man of warm demeanor, somewhat petite in stature, a common appearance you might encounter anywhere. But to Humbert, seeing him prompted the stiffening of his facial expression. "Long time no see, Cardinal Luther." One of the only two cardinals in the Quo Vadis clan. They were the two highest authorities assisting the Pope. One was Humbert, and the other was the man standing right in front of him. Martin Luther L. Quo Vadis, a clergyman who had come a long way from a humble and cramped mission temple in a distant borderland. He led the New Testament faction and was Humbert's greatest rival. Behind him stood Mozgus, the inquisitor of the New Testament faction, also in his clerical robes, his posture rigid. Humbert, with a polite smile on his lips, inquired, "Cardinal Luther, what brings you here?" "Ha-ha, just came for a little investigation." "What?" Humbert asked with a stern expression, and Luther chuckled. Your temples where you tour are always bustling with believers. It seems to be quite a task to endure such a crowd every time. Ha ha. So without any shame, I've come to gather a bit of know-how from you. Despite Luther's friendly tone, Humbert could only force a smile. Why are there so many believers on your side? It's just because the places are populous and have good voices, right? Haha, is that so? Well, I'm truly learning something new again. It must be because I'm lacking in virtue. Ha ha ha. So I came to gain some knowledge shamelessly. Unlike Humbert, Martin Luther had a rather unique way of preaching. He seldom delivered doctrinal sermons or eloquent speeches. Instead, he would visit the elderly, the sick, the poor, and always say the same thing. Whenever you're hungry and tired, come find me. If you suddenly feel sick or have no energy, come find me. If you need someone genuinely happy for you at your wedding, come find me. If you need someone truly sorrowful for you at a funeral, come find me. If you want to cry your heart out or share your grievances, come find me anytime, anywhere. If your home is too cold or damp, preventing you from sleeping, come find me anytime. If you need help lifting something heavy or doing strenuous work, come find me anytime. And for anything else, seriously, come find me anytime. Martin Luther and his subordinates in the New Testament faction always seemed somewhat shabby and lacking somewhere. Living conditions were just enough to eat and dress. Their appearance, speech, and manners were the opposite of the well-dressed and sophisticated Old Testament faction priests. The most significant difference, of course, was the amount of donations collected. Humbert nodded slightly toward Luther. Well then, I have a meeting, so I'll take my leave. Oh dear, I've taken too much of your precious time. Haha, excuse me for that. With a smile on his face, Luther bowed slightly and made the sign of the cross on his forehead. As Humbert was about to turn away with a polite gesture, Luther suddenly recited a verse from the Bible. In this land, demons boil to devour us. Humbert, upon hearing these words, stopped in his tracks. Luther continued speaking, facing Humbert's back. Do not be afraid, stand firm. We shall overcome with the truth. A multitude had gathered to witness the encounter, all assembled to purchase indulgences. Luther, addressing the crowd, continued, even if relatives, wealth, honor, and life are taken from us. Humbert remained silent, not turning around. Luther concluded with a gentle yet resolute demeanor. The truth, alive, will eternally immortalize the empire. Amen. The crowd gathered for indulgences observed the two figures. Luther's words lingered in the air, a proclamation of unwavering conviction. The encounter of the two top authorities of the Quo Vadis in one place on the same day was undoubtedly an unprecedented event. A massive crowd gathered to witness the commotion, and taking advantage of the chaos, dolers managed to slip away unnoticed into the corners of the temple. With a sigh of relief, she tilted her head. I wonder why Cardinal Luther came here. Martin Luther had become increasingly rare in public appearances recently. Dolers, concerned about Pope's worsening dementia as he aged, found his reduced external activities contrasting sharply with Humbert's increased activities. I must increase my activities, even if alone. That was Dolers' determination to imprint the existence of the New Testament faction on the public. However, the reality was harsh, and as a mere student and a saintess with limited practical power, she felt the grim thought that she might not be able to accomplish anything alone. I wish he was by my side. Suddenly, she thought of a face, a reassuring presence, someone she wanted to lean on. For the first time in her life, she wanted to rely on someone, and he was the first person she wished would lean on her first. Hound. With him, she felt confident that even the most challenging and difficult tasks could be overcome. Even the fearsome demon had been defeated when they joined forces. If he were by my side, nothing would be difficult. Facing the challenges of the Old Testament faction, the heretics, the false religions, and even Humbert wouldn't be frightening. I miss him. Dolers admitted her true feelings. It was perhaps the first time. However, finding a way to meet him was not an easy task. Perhaps he had already forgotten about me. That one night at the orphanage, just once, we might never meet again. Sigh. Dolers found herself sighing without realizing it. And right at that moment, is this the one? A strange voice came from behind a pillar. Startled, Dolers turned her head behind the pillar, and there he was, Humbert's subordinate. Persistent, Humbert had sent his subordinate to pursue the gaze of dolers he felt earlier before entering the temple. What should I do? Dolers panicked, glancing around, but there was no escape in sight. Eventually, she had no choice but to risk being caught by the subordinate. Soon enough, Hubert's subordinate walked briskly toward the inner side of the pillar, peering behind it. And then, looks like no one's here. They say he's been quite sensitive lately. The subordinate, with a shake of his head, promptly turned away, and above the subordinate's head, several meters above the ground, Dolers was floundering hand and foot. Dolers, in a state of shock, turned her gaze. A man was holding Dolers' waist with one hand and firmly covering her mouth with the other. He wore a black puppy mask commonly sold on the streets, suitable for children's play. The man stood glued to the pillar, barely visible. Almost invisible wires supported the weight of both individuals. Dolers, in the rough grip, recalled a distant memory. Wasn't it like this before? There had been a similar feeling when she encountered Quilt in the hallway in the past. Pulled into the locker room by a strong grip, Dolers couldn't shake the sense of déjà vu. Is this Vicyr? Without thinking, Dolers blurted out a question, but the response that came back was entirely different. SHH, a low growl, a voice scarred and raspy. Despite the changed mask, the momentum and atmosphere remained the same. Night Hound. He had come for Dolers. Chapter 268. Sacred Body 1. Chapter 268. Sacred Body 1. An adorable black dog mask. Vicyr was wearing a children's mask being sold in the market. It was a quick makeshift mode of the Night Hound. In front of Dolers stood Night Hound, with a face that seemed indifferent, as if unable to distinguish whether it was a dream or reality. Night Hound. Nods, Vicyr nodded in response to Dolers' question. Thump, 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 Dolers felt her heart pounding at the sudden encounter. She acted as if she had the psychic ability to see into this person's feelings. Because the person she wanted to see suddenly appeared before her. If it wasn't because of psychic abilities, then what was it? Perhaps fate, a common theme in popular classic romance novels. But Dolers, mature beyond her years, had always thought of such things as cheesy. However, when faced with a situation like this, it was impossible not to think about it. A destined partner, inevitable connection. Well, those heart-pounding things. Oh, come to think of it, even back then, Dolers recalled the moment when she had a soul connection with Night Hound. The cold, lonely, and arduous path of suffering. A pilgrim walking alone, carrying all burdens. The memory of that night when she could understand his pain, suffering, and the numbing loneliness a little bit. A soulmate who had faced extreme situations in his life. Even though she might not know anything about the exterior, there was an invisible bond between him and herself. She thought so. Back then, wake up. The voice of Night Hound brought her back to reality in a rush. Hastily looking ahead, the palm of the Night Hound was moving back and forth in front of her eyes. Oh, sorry, I was spaced out for a moment. I was a bit surprised, Dolers apologized with a face turning red. Eventually, she looked at the face of Night Hound with a bewildered expression. Why, your vibe has changed a bit. Also the mask. Although Vicyr didn't respond, clever Dolers had already noticed. This meeting was not part of Night Hound's plan, so he must have not had the time to get his real mask. We probably met by chance. Do you live around here? Vicyr remained silent, but Dolers interpreted it positively. The fact that he casually encountered me while looking around in casual clothes on the weekend means he resides nearby. Moreover, judging by his knowledge of the Colosseo Academy's interior geography. In the past, Dolers thought that Night Hound had information operatives within the school. But given the current situation, she couldn't completely rule out the possibility that he might be someone inside the school. Wait a moment. Why did I call him Vicyr just now? Dolers had casually mentioned the name Vicyr a moment ago. What was the reason? Was it just because of the hand covering her mouth? Perhaps it reminded her of a moment from the orphanage corridor when they almost faced off. Dolers felt a familiar sensation from somewhere, but she couldn't exactly pinpoint what it was. Just a vague sense of missing something important. Meanwhile, Vicyr quietly observed the retreating figure of the adjutant. What faintly emanated from him was undoubtedly the scent of a devil. Even after eliminating Dantalion, there's still a demonic scent from the individuals of Quavades. The scent was also confirmed when atoning for sins in the Old Testament faction's temple, permeating the entire area of the temple. And the smell was strong from Humbert, whom he saw from a distance earlier. There was no scent from the New Testament priests of Quo Vadis. Then there must be a connection between the Old Testament and the sixth corpse. Especially Humbert, the leader of the Old Testament faction, was a suspicious figure in many ways. His carriage and mansion were adorned with various precious metals and artworks, and his expenses were staggering. Despite the demise of the Indulgentia family, Humbert continued to flaunt his wealth, having received regular entertainment and tribute from Quilt, and demonstrating his survival skills through deft political maneuvering. But he wasn't a demon. Despite seeming deeply entangled with demons, he wasn't one. No matter how carefully he examined it, the conclusion remained the same each time. Then I should investigate his new source of funds. Even though the Indulgentia family had perished, Humbert still boasted considerable wealth. If he could find out where he was getting the money, it might lead to uncovering the sixth corpse, who was close to the ninth corpse. And Vikier found a clue in Dolar's words. Because of the confrontation between the Old and New Testaments, there are heretics and cults rampant throughout the Empire. I'm trying to find a solution to that. Dolars revealed why she had come to investigate the Old Testament faction's temple. And Vikier reacted to the words heretics and cults. The contrast between the Old and New Testaments, those who benefit the most from it are undoubtedly them. In an instant, the recent target Vikier had assassinated came to his mind. The name Edward Vernon Jr., also known as Saint Vernon, a mid-tier graduator, a high priest of the emerging pseudo-religion Amamgio gaining considerable prominence in the north. In the era of destruction, he would betray the human alliance, joining forces with the demon army as a traitor. Vikier had preemptively killed him to prevent future harm to Tudor and Bianca, and in the process, removed the aftermath. And the relic found in the possession of the deceased false priest, the indulgence, absolve all sins of this faithful follower. This indulgence is issued and guaranteed by the Old Testament faction. Forgery may be punishable, Chinese symbol after some investigation. Vikier obtained quite meaningful results. Perhaps the new source of funds for the Old Testament faction is likely related to heresy or cults. To gain an advantage in the competition with the New Testament faction, the Old Testament faction might be spreading religious autonomy in the form of indulgences. Maybe that's why even Cardinal Martin Luther himself visited this place today. Upon hearing Vikier's words, Dolars covered her mouth in astonishment. Wow, I didn't know that Cardinal Luther would be observing to that extent. I really was oblivious. Now is not the time for self-blame. Heresy or cults had the potential to be just the tip of the iceberg. At most, they were a middle sieve that distributed and laundered funds. The real power was behind them. The Old Testament of the Quo Vadis clan, the heretics and cults rampant throughout the empire, and the financial link leading to the mysterious Black Curtain. To purify Quo Vadis, the flow of this dirty money needed to be cut off. For now, let's start by shaking up theses, middle sieves. Dolars nodded in agreement with Vikier's words. What external force was trying to corrupt and manipulate Quo Vadis' clan? Using the worldly weapon of money, quietly and without a sound. When heresy and cults clash, the ones who suffer the most are the struggling and impoverished people. Dolars spoke with a hint of resentment. I believe people don't need to believe in rune religion. If everyone can find inner peace by helping others in their own comfortable and familiar ways, they can be saved without resorting to religion. But they are not like that. Vikier was well aware of the harm caused by heresy and cults. During the intensification of the conflict with demons, he had roamed among the poor and sick, witnessing these pests sucking the life out of them. Money, food, body, blood, desires, pleasures, and more, the demands made by heresy and cults on their followers were mostly predictable. A guy I killed yesterday was a similar kind of trash. Dolars hesitated for a moment at Vikier's words. As expected, Night Hound was still fighting, alone, lonely, and in pain. Please let me help too. Dolars grabbed the hand of the Night Hound tightly. It was strong and fervent, even more so now. Firm. In Dolars' eyes, demanding a resolution, there was an unmistakable light of admiration and affection that couldn't be hidden. I can be of assistance. In response to her strong conviction, Vikyr asked cautiously, "The buff from the previous confrontation with Dantalion, can you do it again?" "Well, about that," Dolores quickly showed a discouraged look. It seemed that the power back then was temporary and she still couldn't control it as she wished. Well, if she could control it, she would have already been called the Steel Maiden. Vikyr nodded his head. The current Dolores was still just a young girl. She was far from becoming the great hero who would save humanity once awakened. Excessive expectations should be avoided. All right, understood. First, let's deal with the heretics and cults connected to the Old Testament. How? Are you planning to visit every corner of the Empire? Vikyr shook his head at her words. There's no time for that. We need a method to investigate thoroughly. There was a way to uproot all heretics and cults in the Empire at once. Upon hearing this, Dolores' eyes widened with curiosity. A problem that even the young priests of the New Testament, despite countless debates, couldn't solve. And so, everyone had given up on the answer. Knight Hound, however, spoke with a firm and confident tone. "Well, what is it?" Dolores asked, her eyes gleaming. Just like an excellent student, she had already prepared a pen and notebook in her hands, ready to take notes. After a while, Vikyr opened his mouth with a dry voice. "I need your body." Chapter 269. Sacred Body 2. Chapter 269. Sacred Body 2. The sacred body, holy sanctum of the saint, is often symbolized by the meaning of white bread and grape wine. Therefore, the priests of the Rune religion would always have a meal of white bread and grape wine every weekend. A long time ago, a custom originated from the myth that Prophet Rune made white bread from his own flesh and grape wine from his blood, sharing it with the followers. Those who imitated or cunningly twisted the teachings of the Rune generally shared a similar culture. This was evident in various religions such as the rapidly growing New World religion, religion, and Manson religion, scattered throughout the empire. They would adopt the ancient teachings of Rune almost as they were, inserting their unique interpretations in the gaps, ultimately creating entirely new religions. Leaders of these large heretical and cult-like religions, including Elmani, and Charles, gathered in one place. It was in front of a temple of the New Testament faction temple, on the outskirts of the imperial city. Numerous people gathered there, engaging in conversations. "Oh, long time no see, priest. Your face has improved a lot, hasn't it?" "Well, recently a merchant guild donated my entire fortune, so my living conditions have improved." "Ah, indeed. Your skills are truly exceptional. How did you manage to get a donation?" "It's nothing special. The daughter of the guild leader has been sick for a few years, and I gently persuaded her by offering to treat her. It's just a matter of a few doses of narcotic painkillers for her pain." "Ha ha ha, impressive. I keep worrying that my facial fat is disappearing, making me look too gaunt." "Is it because you recently took a young concubine?" "Ha ha ha, that's right. She originally had a husband, but I gently persuaded her with our teachings and made her fall for me." "Well done. Frankly, to be a true believer, one must dedicate not only their entire fortune but also their body and soul, don't you agree?" "Absolutely. Otherwise, salvation is out of reach." Although the heretics and cult priests had different principles and doctrines, they shared a common point: extracting the spine of the weary and exhausted to inflate their own lives. At that moment the crowd split, and three figures walked out from different directions. Elmani, and Charles. Elmani, though aged, still emitted a greedy gleam from his eyes as he spoke. "By the way, let me get straight to the point. Receiving an invitation to a feast from the New Testament faction of Quo Vadis means they finally intend to officially recognize our New World religion as a legitimate religion, doesn't it?" The obese man, who almost looked like a ball, added, "Yes. The act of consuming the holy sacrament involves sharing the blood and flesh of the saint. Inviting us here indicates their desire to form an official alliance with our religion." Charles, with a lanky frame and sharp eyes, nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Gathering secretly like this today is also to restrain the Old Testament faction. They found out that we've been secretly supporting the Old Testament faction for a long time, and now they also want to grab a piece of the pie." The leaders of the gathered heretics and cults, each addressed as a pope, had recently received discreetly transmitted invitations to a feast in Quo Vadis under the name of the New Testament faction. Each had their reasons for gathering at this place. Having already established a strong alliance with the Old Testament faction, the leaders now plan to extend their influence to the New Testament faction. Currently, the intense rivalry between the Old and New Testament factions within Quo Vadis presents us with an opportunity. If we provide financial support to both sides, regardless of who wins, we can ensure our survival. Exactly. A clever rabbit digs multiple burrows. Whether one side prevails or they perpetually remain in conflict, as long as we enjoy the indirect benefits, it works for us. Perhaps an eternal rivalry without a clear winner would be more advantageous for us. To achieve that, our gathering here today must remain a well-guarded secret from the outside world. We mustn't let the Old Testament faction hear about it. Have you all kept the secret well? Influential heretics and cults from various parts of the empire had gathered, each led by trustworthy high-ranking officials. How fortunate it is that the New Testament faction has finally come to its senses and reached out to us. They have their reasons too. Without our financial support, they can never defeat the Old Testament faction. Ha ha ha, those New Testament faction folks. Always pretending to be noble and clean, but not when they're alone. Taking advantage of the whispers, they discreetly entered the temple in haste, or at least attempted to. Crash. If only the unexpected sound of a distant explosion hadn't occurred. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Debris from collapsed buildings and trees rained down, covering carriages and people. Screams erupted from all directions. What's happening? The heretics and cult leaders encircled themselves, bewildered as they observed the wreckage of soil and debris. Then, amid the dusty haze, the sound of footsteps became audible. Tap, tap, tap. Black tights, heels exceeding 30 centimeters. Miss Ouroboros, she had suddenly appeared at the scene. Ho ho, what's this? Why is there so much trash gathered here? Surveying the priests, she shrugged her shoulders. Heard there was night hound around, came to check it out, just a bunch of stinking trash though. Enraged, the priests shouted back. You arrogant criminal, who do you think you are? Kill her? Soon, soldiers armed with spears and shields rushed towards Miss Ouroboros. However, Slick the whip, coiling like a snake, sliced through the soldiers' arms, legs, and torsos, chopping them up as if carving pumpkins. A terrifying aura left trails of violet and black floating in the air. Zap, thud, crash, with each strike of the whip adorned with thorns like a rosebush hitting the solid rock floor, a faint earthquake occurred. As heavily armored knights neared the brink of annihilation, the faces of the heretics and cult leaders turned pale with terror. This can't be. What kind of monster is she? Huff, what are the Imperial Guards doing? Save me. I'm someone who shouldn't die in a place like this. Elmani, Ohm, and Charles tried to escape in panic, but it was impossible. Miss Ouroboros had already gracefully descended in front of them. With a tone full of amusement, she asked, Who are you guys? The popes. The three of them nodded vigorously. I am the Pope of the New World religion. Do you think you can escape divine punishment by doing this to me? I am the leader of the Ohm religion. If something happens to me, there are tens of thousands of devoted followers who will grieve. I am the god of the Manson religion. Anyone who tries to harm me will surely suffer. Elmani, Ohm, and Charles spoke with unwavering determination. Then zap, crack, boom, Miss Ouroboros lashed her whip into the air. Suddenly, several uprooted trees, previously lying flat, transformed into shapes with numerous branches, forming a tree-like structure. Elmani, Ohm, and Charles looked at each other in confusion. Then Miss Ouroboros spoke with a teasing laugh. If your popes or gods show me the evidence, only then will I spare your lives. Simultaneously, swish, Miss Ouroboros' whip coiled around Charles, who was standing at the forefront. Charles, standing dumbfounded, was instantly pulled towards the transformed tree. Soon after, thump, 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 thump. Miss Ouroboros' thrown dagger from her hip pierced through both shoulders and thighs of Charles, pinning him to the tree. Ah-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h. Charles screamed in agony, but his body was already firmly impaled on the tree. Miss Ouroboros smiled and said, Now I'll adorn you with a crown of thorns. The whip, covered in venomous thorns, fiercely whipped around Charles' head, creating a scene of extreme suffering. Charles, spewing blood from all over his body, thrashed violently before collapsing. He had succumbed to shock due to excessive bleeding. Beside him, Elmani and Ohm were curled up, whimpering and wetting themselves. Miss Ouroboros cheerfully opened her mouth. Well, participant number 1, resurrection unsuccessful. Now it's the turn of participant number 2. Miss Ouroboros walked towards the trembling Ohm. And then, thud, thunk. Her high heel struck his toes, and he was shattered into pieces. Ohm writhed, but Miss Ouroboros didn't stop her relentless assault. Starting from the toes and moving up to the instep, ankle, calf, knee, and thigh. Soon, Ohm's lower body became nothing more than a completely shattered rag. Miss Ouroboros smiled and said, "You challenges. Fix the broken tailbone, come on, get up on both legs, then I'll spare your life." However, Ohm couldn't get up. He could only plead for his life, revealing perhaps the first truth in his life. "Please spare me. I'm not a god, not even a priest, just a heretic. No, I'm a full-fledged cultist, a cultist. This can't be. How could our savior show such a sight to a mere thug? This is a scam. There's no divine power. He's just a human without any sacred aura." Priests and followers who had obediently followed the authority of their leaders were now screaming in madness. Meanwhile, the leader of the largest cult, Elmani, glared at Miss Ouroboros with a stern expression. "I'm not afraid of you. I will never submit, because I am a god reborn in this world." "Oh, really?" Miss Ouroboros covered her mouth and laughed. Soon after, she looked at Elmani with curiosity and asked, "If you're truly a god, touching holy water shouldn't affect you, right?" "What? Of course, it's shoo." But Elmani couldn't finish his sentence. Suddenly, she took out a vial from her pocket and sprayed the liquid it contained onto Elmani's face. "There, holy water." Miss Ouroboros smiled. Simultaneously, terrifying sounds emanated from Elmani's face. Washishishishi, flesh melted and blisters boiled. The horrific smell of burning flesh started to sting the noses. "Ah!" Elmani covered his face with both hands, writhing in agony. However, the holy water not only melted his flesh and bore countless holes in his bones, but also incinerated everything inside. "Oh dear! Did I accidentally pour hydrochloric acid instead of holy water?" Miss Ouroboros squinted and grinned slyly. The faces of the other cult leaders turned pale as they witnessed Elmani dying in excruciating pain. I'm not the reincarnation of Rune. Save me. I just wanted people to admire me." "I'm just a married man who created a religion to have affairs with married women." I just made it for business, to earn some money." The shocking confessions of the cult leaders continued, and the shock of the followers mirrored it. Crash, bang, thud, throughout, the sound of shattered beliefs echoed loudly, causing a collapse of faith. Things seem to be going a bit differently than planned, huh?" On the roof of the New Testament faction's temple, Vikir, in his night hunter mode, stood alongside dolers, observing the gruesome scene below. Vikir's original plan was to gather the leaders of the heretics and cults in one place and exterminate them. In fact, it was originally Sinclair's plan. In the University League's second round, Sinclair had received a mission. Quavati's clan / difficulty. The Empire is suffering from the increasing influence of heretics and cults. At this moment, from the perspective of the Inquisition's Quavatis, suggest a way to eliminate heretics and elevate the status of the Rune religion. Back then, Sinclair proposed a somewhat radical solution. Gather all heretics and cultists in one place and burn them alive. Vikir, with his memories from his past life, was already aware of this plan Sinclair would later reveal to dolers. Heretics and cultists are like weeds. You can't catch them all unless you pull out the roots. But you can't handle the scattered seedlings everywhere. So, the only solution is to gather them in one place and set them ablaze. Of course, this excluded indigenous beliefs and traditional religions of local people, which wouldn't cause harm to the surroundings. Only the scum exploiting the tired hearts of the poor and stealing wealth under the guise of faith would be targeted. Those who committed heinous acts against children, spouses, and others. Vikir had sent baby Madam to steal the handwriting of the New Testament faction's cardinal, Martin Luther. By replicating the characters in the documents using a special ink that would solidify when sprayed, and then peeling it off, they could steal not only the content but also Luther's handwriting. Meanwhile, dolers, disturbed by the plan, expressed her concern. "Isn't that too extreme?" However, this was the plan the Steel Maiden dolers would execute in about 10 years. So Vikir responded without much enthusiasm, Look at what the dying heretics are spewing out." Upon hearing this, Dolores widened her eyes. Splat! The color of the blood oozing out from the dying cultists was a distinctive dark black. Exactly. Those high-ranking officials and fervent followers were all in a contract with demons, whether they knew it or not. Of course, those involved with the sixth corpse were undoubtedly here, Vikyr thought to himself while watching the dying individuals. To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure if Miss Ouroboros would show up here. 50-50. It was a 50% chance. This confirmed a few things. 1. Ouroboros had a desire to meet the Night Hound. 2. Ouroboros had a hostile relationship with the demon followers for an unknown reason. So far, wherever the Night Hound appeared, Miss Ouroboros inevitably followed. Therefore, Vikyr had planned to imitate Miss Ouroboros this time. Disguising as a woman and performing some whip tricks shouldn't be too difficult. However, things escalated faster because Miss Ouroboros had actually arrived. Just then, "It's here. I can hear screams. All troops charge. This time we'll catch her." The sound of the Imperial Guards, mobilized in response to a report approaching, could be heard. "Ho ho ho, did someone try to use me for something? I received a tip that the Night Hound would appear, but I wasted my efforts for nothing." Miss Ouroboros tilted her head as if amused. "Night Hound Nim, are you trying to use me like this? Ho ho ho, this sly and charming person seems to be getting better. I like it more and more." Suddenly, Miss Ouroboros propelled herself into the air and disappeared, leaving behind only dense dust and darkness, swallowing everything. Taking advantage of the chaos, Vikyr swiftly entered the scene and brought in a captive, a person who seemed to be holding his breath. It was Ohm, the leader of the Ohm religion. He, whose lower body had been horrifically mutilated by Miss Ouroboros, was in a state of semi-consciousness. Given his compromised mental state, Vikyr had to employ de Carabia's abilities. Amid the crimson glow emanating from the outer eyes of the inverted pentagram, the nearly lifeless man, driven to the brink of death, spilled out everything he knew. Ledgers, beneath the destroyed carriage's floor, concealed in triple layers, funding sources, top-secret documents. Just before Miss Ouroboros left and the Imperial Guards arrived, Vikyr urgently took action. "Hurry with the ledgers." Responding to Vikyr's gesture, Dolores, who was already searching beneath the carriage, urgently shouted, "Here, I found it under the floor." Holding the ledgers, Vikyr and Dolores leaped into the dust-filled air. Now, with the tail in hand, all that's left is the torso, the real puppeteer. Carrying Dolores, Vikyr soared through the air on the thread of the puppet master. While doing so, he quickly examined the ledgers. The answer Vikyr had been searching for. Even a brief perusal of the ledgers revealed a dominating presence among the numerous trade partners, a name overwhelmingly weighted in significance. The financial lifeline of the Old Testament faction, serving as a money-laundering network for heretics and cults. And currently, it was the hiding place of the sixth corpse. This was the revelation he sought, easily discernible within a few seconds of skimming through the ledgers. Chapter 270. Wealthy Friend 1. Chapter 270. Wealthy Friend 1. They were villains who could never be forgiven. Dolores spoke while sitting on the water tank on the rooftop. The scene of heretics and cultists dying in droves was clearly horrifying. However, they were individuals who had committed atrocities on the outskirts of the empire, beyond the gaze of the religion. They manipulated the hearts of sick patients and their families, instilled fear and accumulated wealth by lobbying the central power in exchange for gradually increasing their influence. To expose them, only a simple, aggressive, yet certain method could be used. That was why Dolores collaborated with Night Hound. And the result? Vikyr, wearing the mask of Night Hound, could uncover the identity of the mysterious figure in black. A presence that not only raised and nurtured heretics and cultists in the region, but also infiltrated and consumed nearly half of the Quavades clan using the accumulated wealth, gained by exploiting the emotions of sick patients and their families and instilling fear. The end of that long chain, at its core, was the name of the conglomerate, the bourgeois clan. Vikyr handed Dolores the ledger he found at the scene of the massacre caused by Miss Ouroboros. "If you think you can handle it, take a look." A voice without highs and lows, and within it a chilling warning. It was an attitude as if drawing a line at a distance, However, Dolores had already made up her mind. She would jump into any thorny path as long as it was where Hound went. Before long, Flap Dolores unfolded the ledger without hesitation. This is... There was no need to scrutinize the ledger carefully. The word bourgeois was written on almost every page of the ledger, and its frequency of appearance was overwhelming. Unbelievable, Dolores spoke with a trembling voice, seemingly in disbelief. The intentions of the bourgeois were clear. Through donations, they raised heretics and cultists, weakened the influence of Quo Vadis, split it into Old and New Testament factions, and ultimately aimed to control the entire Quo Vadis clan by simultaneously engulfing both factions. In other words, this was a silent war unfolding between the industrial clan, the religious clan, and the 7 great clans of the empire. It seems more severe than the fight between Morgue and Baskerville. Although not a drop of blood was shed, the severity and cruelty surpassed imagination. Vikier recalled de Carabia's testimony from the last time and thought, "This ledger is probably the collaboration between the 9th Corps and the 6th Corps." He mentioned that the 9th and 6th Corpses were close friends. The 6th Corps probably planned to finish the plan he made with his close friend. Donate to heretics and cultists, sponsor the Old Testament with that money, and buy a huge amount of indulgences. It was convenient for heretics and cultists, who inherently had a secretive organizational structure and had many secrets in terms of accounting and taxation, to be treated as minions. That illicitly earned black money was laundered through purchasing indulgences and entered the Old Testament, right? That's right. Since the sale of indulgences is a tax-free business officially endorsed by the emperor, Quo Vadis would have had no reason to doubt or be wary from the beginning. Indulging in the sweet, free feed without any suspicion has turned Quo Vadis into a fat and lazy pig. That's what Quo Vadis' clan is now. Dolores blames herself. Vikier uttered a brief remark. The bourgeois clan's motto comes to mind. Huh. As Dolores looked up with a puzzled expression, Vikier spoke a short sentence. There's no free lunch. The phrase that best summarizes the conglomerate. Dolores swallowed her saliva. The reason why the bourgeois clan is meddling with Quo Vadis is a question with an answer that doesn't require deep contemplation. Faith, belief, fidelity, things that money cannot buy. Isn't a society that can even afford such things truly a golden, omnipotent world? I thought that the sword of the iron-blooded clan Baskerville, the spear of the Blade clan Donquixote clan, the bow of the Usher house, the poison of the ruthless Reviadan clan, and the magic of the Morgue clan could all be bought with money. But the faith of the Quo Vadis clan cannot be bought with money. To comfort the disheartened Dolores, Vikier said something else. Now that we've figured out the bourgeois' intentions, we need to find the real villain hidden among them. The work is not yet finished. Individuals within the group, the real enemies within the bourgeois clan, need to be identified and eliminated. The 6th Corps is probably there. At that moment, Dolores, her voice somewhat lacking confidence, asked, "When I posted 95 counterarguments against the Old Testament last time, they didn't even react. But now we have to deal with the bourgeois clan behind them. Can we do it?" "We can." Dolores widened her eyes as she looked at Vikier, who answered immediately before her somewhat self-deprecating question was even finished. With a tone filled with conviction, Vikier strongly stated, "If we have the power to attack an adversary armed with money, law, and various systems protected by society, what should one do? The answer is force. Only violence, a powerful and brutal force that lurks quietly and discreetly, can punish them. Even when you, the Saintess, exposed the bribery of the Indulgentia clan directly. Back then, not even the tail of the bourgeois clan was caught. There's simply no chance of success using conventional methods." Vikier is silently contemplating various thoughts. Dolores, observing Vikier from behind, has a tense expression. "This time, are you planning to assassinate key members of the bourgeois clan?" "That's right." For the first time, Vikier shared his assassination plan with others. The memory of forcefully advancing to a higher realm through the power of buffs during his fight with Dantelane came to mind. In moments of crisis, it's always helpful. Although Dolores is still unable to control her awakening, there's a possibility. At that moment, Dolores, with a worried expression, spoke. Bourgeois clan members reportedly put a lot of effort into avoiding assassinations. It seems quite challenging. Vicyr nodded. Those with much to lose tend to be fearful. Even before Vicyr's regression to the current world, bourgeois clan members invested enormous sums in security to prevent assassinations. They employed soldiers and mercenaries to guard their mansions, trading posts, and shops. They changed their commuting and returning routes, discreetly moving with multiple carriages during each trip. Moreover, high-ranking bourgeois clan members, having received extensive training in various martial arts and magic since childhood, were skilled individuals with top-notch combat abilities. Most of the bourgeois clan members reside in luxurious mansions. Is it possible to infiltrate with such strict security and guard systems, surrounded by soldiers and mercenaries? Dolar's question was valid. However, Vicyr shook his head, providing a different answer. If it's difficult to approach them, then we'll make them come to us. Huh, how? In response to Dolar's questioning expression, Vicyr cleared his throat once and asked a counter-question. Assassins need to be versatile, so what virtues do you think are required for an assassin? For Dolars, who has never attempted assassination before, it was a difficult question. Nevertheless, she did her best to answer. Well, naturally, proficiency in killing techniques. Again, stamina, agility, caution, patience, courage, determination, and the ability to make immediate judgments in critical situations. Also, discretion not to divulge information when caught. One more thing. Dolars nodded thoughtfully at Vicyr's words. Eventually, Vicyr added one more thing. You need to earn money well. For a moment, Dolars had a blank expression, but Vicyr continued nonchalantly. Sometimes, to approach the assassination target, you need both money and influence. If you're not funded or there are issues with your funding sources, you might have to locally procure security. That's often the case. As a result, the ability to make money is an unexpected requirement for an assassin. In reality, unlike in novels or comics, a large war chest is rarely provided for assassination missions, especially when dealing with a large number of people of high social standing. Vicyr explained, the reason you need to make good money is straightforward. This is because a lunch or dinner with a high-ranking member of the bourgeois family is frequently auctioned off. Really? Do you have to pay money for a lunch meeting? And it has to be a considerable amount. It's money that an average worker couldn't earn in a lifetime. By sharing a meal, the buyer gains access to information, connections, and future insights related to their investment. For example, the price for a lunch meeting with the bourgeois clan's second son, Damien, was said to be 100 kilograms of gold bars. Yikes! Dolars swallowed the empty air. With that amount, one could build several temples in the slums. For a saint of the New Testament who always struggled with finances, it was a staggering amount. Vicyr inexplicably comforted the somewhat deflated Dolars. Don't worry. I have plenty of money, enough to contact the bourgeois clan on my own. Really? Dolars looked surprised and turned her gaze away. Almost involuntarily, she glanced over and down at Night Hound. Eventually, Dolars cautiously expressed her opinion. But you seem so poor. The reason Dolars said this was that she had witnessed Night Hound distributing all the money in his pockets to the poor when the plague called the Red Death spread. Upon hearing Dolars' words, Vicyr paused for a moment and then changed his statement. Let me correct that. I have. After a brief silence, Vicyr said something quite impressive. I have a friend with a lot of money. Chapter 271, Wealthy Friend 2, Chapter 271, Wealthy Friend 2, the next morning. Vicyr received unexpected news from a supervisor he encountered in the hallway. Student Vicyr, someone's here to visit you. Upon hearing those words, Vicyr lowered the book bag he was carrying. An unexpected visit. It meant a visit request that wasn't scheduled. Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair, who were on their way to the first class together, all widened their eyes in surprise. Until now, Vicyr had never talked about his clan, affiliation, childhood, and such. Vicyr, do you have someone coming to visit? Of course, Vicyr has a clan. Isn't that too much, Tutor? Wow, he can skip the first class. So jealous. Something's up. The one who always lives strictly according to plans is getting an unscheduled visit. Hey, who is it, big brother? While everyone was saying a word or two, keen-eyed Sinclair asked with narrowed eyes. Maybe that lady from back then. Upon Sinclair's words, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca all turned their heads abruptly. When Victor turned his head as if to say, "What are you talking about?" Sinclair said suspiciously, "Back when we were drinking on the rooftop cafe with Big Brother. There was someone who sent an owl to you back then. Could she be your girlfriend?" At that moment their friends erupted in a chorus of astonishment. What? Victor, you have a girlfriend?" "It's possible. Considering Victor's looks, it would be stranger if he didn't have one." "Oh my goodness, Victor, you're a traitor. You have a girlfriend outside of school. Is she from another school?" "Wow, you're amazing. Did you make one during the university league?" Then, a chilling voice came from behind. "If you're going to gather like a herd, don't stand in the middle of the hallway. Aren't you obstructing the passage?" Professor Banshee's voice was heard, filled with almost disdainful expressions as he looked down at Victor, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair. "Victor, for an unscheduled visit, you must obtain the supervisor's signature on the visit confirmation with the visit start and end times. Otherwise, it will be marked as an absence. You should know this much, right?" "Yes. Since your attitude is shitty and you've lost a lot of points, I mentioned it just in case. Remember this well." Having finished speaking, Professor Banshee pushed Victor and the others aside and walked through. "Insiders, huh?" He openly expressed his disgust with a facial expression that was almost hateful. Victor opened the door to the visitation room and entered. There, a woman with black hair and red eyes was sitting with her legs crossed, smoking. "Long time no see, my brother." She waved her hand towards Victor, brightly smiling. Despite Victor's narrowed eyes, the woman remained unfazed. Cindy Wendy. She had changed the color of her eyes and hair and personally came to this academy. "I decided to become an owl myself for this important message. How about it, brother? Doesn't red eyes go well with black hair? Oh ho ho, my brother, I missed you." Seeing Cindy Wendy, whom he hadn't seen in a while, acting overly friendly, Victor joined in, his gaze cold and dry. "Since when did I have a sister?" Cindy Wendy paid no mind to Victor's chilly gaze. She continued, "There are many important things in this message, so I decided to become an owl. How about it, brother?" Victor, thinking about the supervisor outside his room, reluctantly played along with Cindy Wendy's act. "Nice to see you, sister. Thanks for coming to visit." "Thank you, brother. It's only natural for a sister to come and see brother Yo-Yo. Look at how plump and soft your cheeks have become since we last met. Ah, so cute. Don't fucking overdo it." "Got it." Cindy Wendy, instead of pinching Victor's cheeks any longer, removed her hand and raised it above her head. Victor asked, "How about the trading deal? Is it going well?" As it was a business-related matter, there wasn't much room for conversation beyond work. Cindy Wendy nodded in response. "Trading with the natives is going smoothly. It's progressing well step by step. We've already completed large-scale transactions 3 times." "That's good. Then," anticipating Victor's question, Cindy Wendy closed her eyes and shook her head slightly. "We haven't found their whereabouts yet." "Is that so?" A tribe that had somehow concealed its traces. Victor was puzzled about the sudden loss of contact with them. However, leaving the academy immediately to venture into the distant Red and Black Mountains was not a feasible option. Victor brought up the next matter. "What about the task I separately requested? Sponsoring people from various walks of life, right? No problem with that. It's either completed or in progress." Victor had previously asked Cindy Wendy for something. It was about sponsoring various individuals such as artists, soldiers, mercenaries, high school students, small shop owners, and low-ranking soldiers. Cindy Wendy grinned. "I met each and every one of those people and delivered the sponsorship funds. For those with children, I'll support them through university education, and for those who need jobs or skills, I provide tailored welfare. There were those in precarious livelihoods and those in need of hospital fees due to illness, too. Everyone has received the necessary support." "Well done. But what's the connection with those people? I did some investigation myself, but there seems to be no relation to you. They don't even recognize you." Cindy Wendy's question was natural. They were Victor's former comrades and benefactors before his regression. "People I hope never to see again," Victor said with a bitter smile. Cindy Wendy silently observed his reaction. Eventually, thud, Cindy Wendy handed a bag to Victor. Opening it, Victor nodded. Inside were several jagged gold bars and a jewelry box. This is the military fund you asked for. I only included enough weight for easy carrying, as you mentioned. Thank you. Exchange it for cash at the designated underground market, but the best option is to use it bit by bit. After nodding, Vicyr pushed the bag aside. Soon after, Cindy Wendy revealed the real reason for today's visit. The head of the bourgeois clan is a demon. Vicyr had somewhat anticipated the content, but hearing the details from the one who had investigated it made the weight of the situation different. Understood. That should be sufficient. Cindy Wendy frowned at Vicyr's words. That money won't be enough against the bourgeois clan, will it? Don't you require more? Cindy Wendy had sworn loyalty to Vicyr. Whatever you do in your lifetime, I'll make sure you never lack money. That's why Cindy Wendy wanted to keep that promise now. Is the purpose of raising me not for this moment right now? Money should be dealt with money. Cindy Wendy was preparing to help Vicyr fight against the bourgeois clan. However, this should be enough as seed money, Vicyr decisively stated. Cindy Wendy's eyes narrowed. Is it because of the source of the funds? Vicyr nodded. The members of the bourgeois clan often auctioned invitations to lunch or dinner, setting a cost for entry. But having money didn't mean anyone could buy it. Money with an unknown origin was not accepted. Earning money is important, but how it is earned is also a crucial factor. Members of the bourgeois clan have strict criteria when selecting meal companions, and money of unknown origin is unacceptable. The source of the money must be clear, and it should be interesting enough to capture their interest, Vicyr emphasized. This was why Vicyr refused Cindy Wendy's financial support. This isn't the kind of situation where I can use your help. Just wait a bit longer, Vicyr explained. Cindy Wendy shrugged her shoulders. You're such an unpredictable man. Vicyr remained silent. You have this wealthy sponsor, yet you've never asked for money. It's really intriguing. You're different from other insignificant men. Vicyr responded briefly to her curiosity. Money is just a means, it cannot be the goal. My father used to say that a lot when he was alive. He was a good merchant. Vicyr nodded briefly. The bourgeois clan before him was a significant mountain, but after it, there were even larger mountains. The sword named Cindy Wendy was not yet drawn. Meanwhile, Cindy Wendy still looked puzzled. So how do you plan to deal with the bourgeois clan without my help? I'm not completely refusing help, but, rather than receiving fish, one should learn how to catch fish. When Cindy Wendy raised an eyebrow, Vicyr lowered his posture and continued, There is a plan, but there are many loose ends. I'd appreciate it if you could point out weaknesses and provide additional personnel and information. So, you're seeking financial advice, Vicyr nodded. Soon after, a flyer fell before Cindy Wendy. Mock investment contest. The flow of the economy is created by humans, but it cannot be predicted by human power alone. However, the intuition of a very small number of geniuses is connected to even the grandest trends. If you think you are included in that very small number, please pay attention to this poster. This competition will be held at the place known as the spine of the economy and will lead you to the big stage of the business world. Target: all Academy students' application period. Within a week after the distribution of the poster will naturally disappear after a week. Sponsored by Bourgeois Clan. It was a poster for a mock investment competition. With the money you gave me, I plan to. Vicyr started explaining a strategic investment plan that could capture the attention of the Bourgeois Clan. And when Cindy Wendy heard those words, her expression turned incredulous. Insane. That's a scam. Chapter 272. Wealthy Friend 3, Chapter 272. Wealthy Friend 3, Outskirts of the Academy, Principal's Office. Professor Banshee Morgue, who entered the dimly lit room where the lights were turned off, couldn't help but be surprised. Two yellow eyes glowing in the darkness were staring at him. You called for me, Principal. Professor Banshee opened his mouth with a solemn expression. Then a face emerged from the darkness. A middle-aged man with a neat appearance. A man with a smile on his lips that somehow seemed endearing, with long hair that looked charming. This was Principal Winston Smith of Colosseo Academy. Principal Winston spoke to Professor Banshee. I heard you handled various incidents well during the University League this time. No, there were many shortcomings. Not at all. You did a fantastic job covering for me, the principal. I don't know how to express my gratitude. In response to Principal Winston's words, Professor Banshee coughed once and averted his gaze. "You've returned to school after a long time. Have you achieved what you intended to do during your absence?" To Banshee's question, Winston nodded with a faint smile. "During my training, I experienced a mana surge and faced a crisis. However, I overcame it safely." "That's fortunate." Banshee briefly shifted his gaze to the sword placed next to Winston's hand. Oh well, the Winter Blade, a cherished possession of Winston with a blade resembling a unicorn's horn. A legendary sword that allows only its wielder on the verge of enlightenment to touch its hilt. Winston seemed to be in the middle of maintaining the sword, as it was out of its sheath. Thus, the white-bladed bottom, the black-bladed middle, and the red-bladed top were visible. Then, Banshee noticed something strange. Even though it was said that Olwell, the sword known as the invincible sword that doesn't get a scratch even if it strikes 1,000 blades, had a large scar on its blade. It looked like an arrow mark or a snake's trail. What on earth happened to this legendary sword to be damaged like this? As Banshee stared at the sword with a curious look, Winston spoke softly to him. "While I was on sabbatical, it seems Professor Sadi caused a lot of trouble in my absence, is that right? I can't even put it into words. That's why I brought these reports." Banshee reached out and placed a pile of numerous documents on the table. Thud, a mountain of reports piled up on the table. Winston, with an awkward smile, sweated slightly. "Ha ha ha, Banshee, you must have had a hard time with this. Sadi is not suitable for the professorship. Frankly speaking, she's not a faculty member. She's a criminal who should be locked up in Nouvelebag prison far away from the school." "Please, don't exaggerate. Isn't Professor Sadi the last descendant of the Said clan, which was as influential as the 7 great clans before the imperial unification? Even the former Viscount Said, who was the pillar of the Said family, is currently imprisoned in Nouvelebag." Winston let out a light sigh. And why wouldn't he? Everywhere there were incidents caused by Professor Sadi, who seemed to create trouble wherever she went. Still, keeping her within the academy is the best option. We can't send her back to the royal family, and we can't let the offspring of high nobility suffer in poverty either. We have the final exams and the parent observation class coming up. Especially, the final ranking match of the final exams will be a large event where all parents will directly observe. If Professor Sadi causes trouble again, like she did during the midterms, it will truly be uncontrollable. It's best to exclude her from practical responsibilities. "If that's what you think, Principal," Banshee nodded. Indeed, Professor Sadi was not the crucial matter at hand. Winston, the head of Colosseo, had returned after a short sabbatical. The legendary swordsman with strength that rivaled that of the heads of the 7 great clan. There were even rumors that he was stronger than the heads. For Banshee, who was eyeing the principal, it was a somewhat embarrassing static situation. Moreover, being a cold department veteran, he was at odds with Banshee, who was a hot department veteran. With the year's biggest events, final exams and parent observation class, approaching, the power struggle between the principal's faction and the vice principal's faction, the school's internal political turmoil, was becoming entangled once more. Colosseo Academy's newspaper club. The club room was currently bustling with activity. Mana circulation was in constant motion. Newspapers were quickly piling up and being distributed. Breaking news: return of Colosseo Academy's principal, Winston Smith. Suddenly declaring a sabbatical and leaving the position vacant, Colosseo Academy's principal, Winston Smith, returned to the school last night. There are various speculations about the reason for his sudden sabbatical and near disappearance, but the most likely one is that he returned to his hometown for recovery due to mana surge. On the other hand, the returning Principal Winston appeared much more imposing than before the sabbatical. "Did you hear? Principal Winston is back." "Oh, that's great. I liked Professor Winston because he was mild-mannered. Vice Principal Banshee is always so grumpy and cold, it's really not pleasant. Now, our cold department will finally have its day in the sun." Professor Banshee only favored the Heat Department students. From the perspective of the Heat Department students, that favoritism wasn't very sweet. He probably rushed back because of the final exams and the parent visit event. Even as they prepared for the evening issue newspaper to be distributed, the newspaper club students chatted animatedly about the morning's issues. Meanwhile, amidst the chaotic and busy atmosphere, one person was particularly occupied. Dolers, the student council president, newspaper club head, and the top scorer of the National University League. She had to plan an event to celebrate the principal's return as the student council president, report the facts as the newspaper club head, and prepare for speeches at the awards ceremony, where the principal personally wanted to congratulate the winners and encourage the juniors participating in the league. Even the awards ceremony for the various prizes and medals given to the top scorer of the midterms for the third-year students. Oh, I wish I had 10 bodies. Therefore, she was working tirelessly through the night to accomplish all these tasks. Despite the continued strenuous work, Doler's eyes were shining with vitality. It was because there was a transcendental goal that surpassed all these miscellaneous tasks: to eliminate the demons of the bourgeois clan and restore both the bourgeois and Quavati's clan to their rightful minds. A long-cherished wish. Now the time had come to make it a reality. After finishing all her tasks, Dolers found an empty classroom and entered. She was silently looking at the announcement flyer for yesterday's competition, a mock investment contest hosted by the bourgeois clan. Last night, Hound had given Dolers an order. From now on, earn money to attract the attention of the bourgeois officials. As a starting fund, the Hound had provided a considerable amount. The plan was to use this money to make a substantial profit, approach the bourgeois officials, and gain their interest. Although he didn't mention exactly how to make money, however, Hound asked Dolers for one thing. He requested her to find capable individuals to handle administrative and secretary roles. Taking advantage of the bourgeois clan's mock investment contest, Dolers had hastily formed a temporary club, Mock Investment Club, Oracle. Externally, it appeared to be a club created to participate in a competition hosted by the bourgeois clan. However, the funds circulating within the club were all real money, which would eventually become a sharp weapon to strike the hidden demons within the bourgeois family. As Dolers contemplated various thoughts, suddenly, knock, knock. The door to the empty classroom opened, and 2 students entered. They were the 2 successful applicants who, after a tough written test and interview, had been selected among numerous competitors. It was none other than Figgy and Sinclair. "You're here." Dolers stood up from her seat. Despite being a first-year student, Figgy demonstrated exceptional information gathering and analytical skills. Sinclair, on the other hand, almost perfectly handled administrative, secretarial, and office tasks despite being in her first year. "Chief, as you requested, I've gathered all the information about the celebrities of the bourgeois clan and their recent status. I've thoroughly analyzed the schedule, structure, and system of the mock investment competition." Upon hearing their responses, Dolers felt reassured and proud, flashing a confident smile. The information and skills demanded by the Hound had been fulfilled. Dolers had meticulously dedicated herself to making Oracle look like a club formed by outstanding Colosseo Academy students on the surface. "I must ensure these kids don't get involved inadvertently." The battle with the demons was about to begin. Dolers had already planned to withdraw Figgy and Sinclair before that. At that moment, Sinclair asked, "President, why do we need seed money for a mock investment?" "To be honest, it's not a mock investment. We're actually going to invest real money." "Really?" Sinclair's widened her eyes. Figgy shared the same reaction. Dolers reiterated, "Literally. We plan to win the mock investment competition and simultaneously make real profits by using actual funds. Of course, I'll take full responsibility for any potential losses." "Why do you insist on doing that?" "First, because it's certain. Second, to leave a strong impression." Dolers' unwavering confidence prompted Sinclair and Figgy to exchange glances. There was no reason for Dolers, the student council president, to speak this way if she didn't have a plan. Besides, the seed money would come from Dolers' personal funds, and she was proving her competence in all areas. "President, saying it so confidently, can we really believe it? I'll contribute a bit for the seed money." "Me too. Since we're participating in the competition with the intention to win, I'll put all the money I've earned from part-time jobs into it." Sinclair and Figgy had already realized that achieving good results in the competition would be challenging for them alone. Now that they had joined forces with Dolers, a reliable figure, They were determined to give their best effort. "You guys!" Dolers looked at Figgy and Sinclair with a touched expression and a proud smile. At that moment, Sinclair, as if suddenly remembering something, turned to Figgy. "Hey, how about we ask Big Brother Victor to join us? I'm sure he'd be of great help." It was a comment that subtly bothered Dolers. Chapter 273. Money War 1, Chapter 273. Money War 1. As if recalling a thought, Sinclair spoke suddenly. "Hey, how about we ask Big Brother Victor to join us? I'm sure he'd be of great help." A single exclamation mark appeared above Dolers' head. Victor. Dolers tried to conjure Victor's face in her mind. The first things that came to mind were the bangs, glasses, and the expressionless face, an attitude and demeanor that seemed indifferent to everything in the world. However, Dolers had encountered numerous twists and turns with Victor in the past, be it during volunteer activities at the orphanage, festivals, university leagues, or even the drinking incident that made her ears as red as a cherry tomato. She lowered her head to the documents for a moment, then raised it, casually asking, "Does Victor also have an interest in this kind of thing?" In response to Dolers' question, Sinclair replied with a bright expression, "Yes, Big Brother Victor is really good at these things. Since he reads all the newspapers from every media outlet regularly, he knows how society functions well. Lately, he has shown a lot of interest in the economy, like trade with the Red and Black Mountain tribes. And he even reads economic newspapers from a long time ago with great enthusiasm." "That's right. Victor can do anything. He will definitely be a great help. Actually, just being quietly by his side becomes a source of emotional support, you know." Figgy nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Dolers nodded her head. If Victor's personality and skills were as good as Sinclair described, there was probably no need for a test. He could be trusted. "Then when you meet Victor later, could you tell him, ask him to join our temporary club?" Dolers suggested. "Sure." Sinclair and Figgy nodded their heads. "Since Big Brother often comes to the library, I'll try to talk to him when he's there." "Yeah, or since I'm in the same room as Victor, I can tell him tonight. It's hard to see Victor around the school these days." "Oh, right. Where has he been hanging around lately? Figgy, do you know anything since you share the same room?" "No, even I've been applying for night self-study sessions recently, so I go to the room late. I'm so tired that I almost collapse and fall asleep when I enter, so I haven't paid much attention." The two chatted about Victor's recent whereabouts, and Dolers left them for a moment, getting up from her chair. "Hey, guys. I'll quickly fetch some materials. I left something at the student council." "Yes, go ahead," Sinclair and Figgy responded energetically. Dolers left the classroom and walked down the hallway, planning for the future in her mind. After a while, she stopped. In front of the lobby on the first floor of the main building, where the post office is, near the vending machines for drinks, Dolers spotted a familiar face. Victor. He was walking with a pile of letters and packages that seemed freshly received from the post office, cradled in his arms. "Victor," Dolers called out to him without realizing. Victor turned towards her, struggling to turn his head due to the multitude of letters and packages he held. Dolers asked cautiously, "Need some help, looks heavy." "It's okay. It's lighter than it looks. If you say so." Coincidentally, Victor and Dolers were headed in the same direction. They walked down the hallway without exchanging words for a few minutes. Strangely, there were no people in the hallway that day. Feeling the slightly uncomfortable silence, Dolers spoke first. "You have a lot of letters and packages. Did you order something?" "Nothing in particular." "Then what's all this?" "I don't know. They're from different schools, and I got a message from the post office to pick them up." Victor also seemed unaware of the identity of the letters and packages. "Can I take a look, please?" After getting Victor's permission, Dolers inspected the letters and packages. Perfume, skin lotion, shoes, belt, hat, sunglasses, shirt, bag, fountain pen, tie, wallet, sneakers, hairpin. Wow. There's even an artifact from the National University League. And what's this? A key to a carriage. Various stickers indicating the contents were stuck on the exterior of the packages. The sender was mostly similar. "To Victor Nim with Love Heart Suit, from all your fans in Temisquira, these words and the carriage are my personal gifts. P.S. President Marilini, Lovegood." 99% of the letters and packages were sent from Temisquira Women's College. The remaining 1% came from Varangian. Whoa, you're quite the popular one, aren't you? Nowhere to escape, just a headache. Dolores thought inwardly that she might have a bit of bad luck, but seeing Vikyr genuinely puzzled about how to handle all these items, she decided to let it be. Good-looking people always get tired, Dolores casually remarked as if passing by without much thought. She was just stating what she had thought. At that moment, Vikyr's response came, I am not good-looking. People around me are just weird. As someone who had lived a lifetime with a scar-ridden face before regressing, Vikyr's answer could be considered natural in a way. However, Dolores, unaware of such facts, responded in a perplexed manner. Why would someone with that face say that? Humility is one thing, but that's almost self-deprecation. It's awkward to hear such words from a senior. Vikyr responded again with a stern voice. Hearing that, Dolores hesitated for a moment. What is this? Is this? Vikyr's words were clearly a compliment about the other person's appearance. Suddenly, Dolores recalled an incident between Osiris and Vikyr from the recent festival. Oh, speaking of which, when I was coming, I saw a pretty girl in the tent looking at you, staring at you. What's your relationship? Are you talking about Student Council President Dolores? Without any hesitation, Vikyr pointed to Dolores in response to the question about the pretty girl. In an instant, boom, her ears turned bright red. Perhaps because of that, Dolores quickly shifted the topic with an urgent tone. By the way, Vikyr, are you interested in mock investing? Even though Figgy and Sinclair mentioned asking him earlier, it seemed like a good opportunity to inquire here as well. Vikyr paused for a moment before asking, are you talking about the upcoming competition? Yeah, I'm participating and I even formed a temporary club for it. Of course, I'm not doing it alone. Figgy and Sinclair are with me. If you're interested, however, Vikyr shook his head, I don't have the time. Except for the newspaper club activities, I don't plan on joining any club activities. Dolores felt a bit disappointed at his response. In truth, she had secretly hoped that Vikyr would join, but there was no reason to be upset. After all, joining a club was a personal choice. Well then, by the way, Vikyr, I'll head this way. All right then. At the intersection, Dolores headed in the opposite direction from Vikyr. Vikyr inclined his head in a nod towards Dolores and then turned towards the dormitory. At that moment, President Dolores, who had turned away, was suddenly called by Vikyr. As she turned back with a puzzled expression, she saw Vikyr looking in her direction. Finally, Vikyr spoke, I wish you good luck. A sudden cheer. A faint smile appeared on Vikyr's lips, reflecting in Dolores' eyes. Oh, thank you, you too. Dolores raised her fists, seemingly surprised. The ear that peeked out from her hair was slightly redder than before. About 3 weeks have passed since then. Dolores, Figgy, and Sinclair gathered in an empty classroom, sitting in a circle around a table. Unbelievable. Everyone had a dumbfounded expression while staring at what lay in the middle of the table. It was a massive pile of bills and heaps of gold coins. In less than 3 weeks, the Oracle Investment Club had amassed an incredible amount of money. Unquestionably, in the first place, to the extent that checking the competition results seemed unnecessary. Are really impressive, President. This is the first time I've ever touched this much money. How did you have such skill? I couldn't have imagined it. Figgy and Sinclair looked at Dolores with dazed expressions. However, despite leading the Oracle, Dolores herself wore a vacant expression, seemingly detached from reality. I just followed the instructions of the Night Hound. Dolores reminisced about her recent past. In the beginning, Night Hound gave her a command. Select about 10,000 individuals with thin connections in the financial world who have made a name for themselves. And then, send letters tomorrow to half of them stating that stock 00 will rise. Send letters to the other half stating that stock 00 will fall. Dolores acted swiftly. Creating a list of individuals and sending letters to each one was a laborious and costly task. Figgy, adept at information gathering and analysis, compiled a list of influential figures in the business world. Sinclair, skilled in secretarial and office tasks, took charge of sending the 10,000 letters. And the next day, stock 00 actually rose in value. Upon its success, Night Hound issued the next order through pigeons. Divide the 5,000 people who received letters predicting the rise of stock 00 yesterday. Send letters to 250 stating that the value of stock XX will rise tomorrow. Send letters to the remaining 250 stating that the value of stock XX will fall. The next day, stock XX indeed fell in value. This pattern continued, and Night Hound's predictions kept on becoming true. Divide the 250 people who received letters predicting the fall of stock XX yesterday. Send letters to 1,250 of them stating that the value of stock YY will rise tomorrow. Send letters to the remaining 1,250 stating that the value of stock YY will fall. The next day, stock YY rose in value. This process repeated. As stocks either rose or fell, the Oracle Investment Club consistently achieved a success rate of 50%. After about a week, the number of people who needed to receive stock prediction letters was reduced to around 30. Around that time, the Oracle Investment Club started receiving an overwhelming number of visitors. Is this the place? Is this Oracle? They accurately predicted whether the stock would rise or fall for 7 consecutive days. Indeed, there's something different about a prestigious university. This is where the stock geniuses gather. Please, please make my money grow. I sold my house and everything. I want to invest. Predicting the stock market accurately for 7 consecutive days made it hard not to believe. Those who received the letters until the end had already become fanatical believers in Oracle. Even rumors started circulating, attracting more and more people. When the stock prediction letters first arrived, those who received incorrect predictions quickly forgot the name Oracle, while those who guessed correctly became intrigued. At this point, the gathered investors were unaware that they had been chosen using probability. Night Hound's final command was left. Tell them that we will double their wealth and ask for their investment funds. Dollars did just that. The amassed investment funds were then invested by Night Hound in a trading company called Cindy Wendy. It's a company that trades with the indigenous people of the Red and Black Mountains, and due to the significant profits, it's also a risky field that people hesitate to invest in. And Night Hound, as if to boast, achieved tremendous success. Cindy Wendy succeeded in the third trade, distributing a substantial amount of dividends to investors. I told you, having wealthy friends pays off. Dollars could only stare blankly, her mouth agape. She had expected to either receive or borrow money from her wealthy friends, but this result far exceeded her imagination. Figgy and Sinclair marveled continuously at the tower of wealth that piled up like a mountain. We didn't know the chairman was so keen on investments. If this gets known outside, the empire's business laws might change. Ha ha ha. Indeed, if this continues, Oracle might compete with bourgeois clan. How much money one earns is important, but how one earns it is equally crucial. Academy students gathered a substantial investment through a clever, somewhat close to a scam means, and using it wisely, they raised a massive return on investment. The results were astonishing, and there was nothing suspicious about the process. Truly, a brilliant imagination, sparkling talent. Who wouldn't want to meet these young investment geniuses? No wonder the bourgeois clan is drooling for those young investment geniuses. Watching Figgy and Sinclair rejoice, Dollars smiled faintly. It's too early to be happy or surprised. The plan was just entering the intermediate stage. Operational forces. The blade aiming for the pinnacle of the business world, the industrial conglomerate bourgeois. What exactly is he up to? Dollars began to grow even more curious about the identity of Night Hound. Chapter 274. Money War 2, Chapter 274. Money War 2. In the late night, the excitement over the immense amount of money earned gradually faded. The dewy night air, heavy on the tips of the grass, greeted Dollars as she stepped out to welcome the dawn. Creaky Dollars cautiously surveyed her surroundings and, after careful inspection, opened the door to the rooftop. The rooftop of the female dormitory was a restricted area, so her actions were discreet. As she passed through the door and set foot on the rooftop, a voice greeted her as if scraping at shards of metal. "You've come." Night Hound, standing at the railing's end, welcomed her. His relaxed posture at the dizzying height made it seem as though he had been here all along. "I apologize for being a bit late. I had to avoid the dorm supervisor. Did you wait long?" "Not really." Dollars silently gazed at Night Hound's cloak. Judging by the absence of dew, it seemed like he had arrived not long ago. Did you have trouble finding your way here? The female dormitories all look similar, and without separate building markings, it can be challenging for someone coming here for the first time. It wasn't that difficult, Night Hound casually replied to Dolar's question. At that moment, Dolar's eyebrows twitched. The dorm buildings all look similar, and there's no indication of which building is which. It's hard for a newcomer to distinguish. Could it be that Night Hound is someone from within the academy? If he managed to find this hard-to-locate place in a short time without confusion, there was a high possibility that he was familiar with the internal geography. Suddenly, Dolars recalled an incident from not long ago. During the festival, the mysterious female black mage who led the undead into the academy. She had definitely said something strange. "Where did you hide Night Hound?" "Traces of Night Hound were found in your room." Back then, Dolars had dismissed those words without much thought. Valuing her privacy, Dolars ensured that no one could enter her space. Even in the event of facility malfunctions, she could repair them herself. Come to think of it, why did that woman say such things back then? The connection between them intrigued Dolars, but what bothered her more was the evidence that Night Hound had been in her room. At that moment, thud, a sound emanated from within Dolars' embrace as she took a step forward. It was the Mirror of Truth, an artifact she had won as a prize for achieving first place in the University League. It reflected the true face hidden behind the mask of its target. Should I use this mirror to reveal the true face of Night Hound? Dolars pondered inwardly. However, she soon tightly closed her eyes and tilted her head upward. Just in case, she brought out the mirror, but as expected, it revealed nothing. She didn't want to find out his identity in this manner. Let's wait until Night Hound himself speaks. It's not proper to do this without his consent. While Dolars closed her eyes and struggled with her thoughts, Night Hound, Vikir, looked at her with curiosity. Eventually, Dolars opened her eyes and after taking a deep breath, spoke. "Everything you asked for has been completed." Dolars explained everything that had happened during this time to Vikir. Sinclair regularly wrote and sent future prediction letters. The targets varied from the price of gold, grains like beans or wheat, and options of gifts like bronze or orichalcum, to real estate or bonds. The results were either right or wrong, but about 30 investors consecutively won in the 50% probability game set by Night Hound. Even in the last investment, Night Hound went as far as investing in a dangerous merchant guild led by someone named Cindy Wendy and earned a tremendous amount of money. "Your investment skills are exceptional. I had no idea." Dolars seemed genuinely impressed. Of course, Vikir didn't pay much attention. These were Cindy Wendy's methods. He had just applied those methods a bit earlier. Now all that's left is to get an invitation from the bourgeois clan. With the clean money earned, there should be no problem. Although the method had a hint of counterfeit spirit, there were no legal issues currently. "Please convey my gratitude to the friends who helped with the work." "Yes, I will. However, I'm worried if those kids will get involved in the fight against the demons." Dolars seemed concerned about Figgy and Sinclair. Of course, Vikir had already considered that. Place them in a safe place when the decisive moment comes. After finishing his words, Vikir handed a small vial to Dolars. It was a sleeping potion. When Dolars looked tense, Vikir spoke again. "Now, the last step before the decisive moment is to capture an insider." Vikir's words were to be expected. The bourgeois clan thrived on secrecy, and without information from an insider, it would be impossible to strategize. If there's someone within the bourgeois clan holding a significant position but in a hostile relationship with the current head, we need to find them. Do you think such a person exists? Of course. I've already investigated. Finding a high-ranking figure in opposition to the current head of the bourgeois clan wasn't that difficult. You can figure it out by compiling newspaper articles. If you go through old economic newspapers, the answer will come to light. For a moment, Dolars paused. Old economic newspapers. And he even reads extremely old economic newspapers with such enthusiasm. She vaguely remembered hearing something like that recently. When was that? It seemed like something she had heard not too long ago, but she couldn't recall when or from whom. While Dolars felt a sense of unease, Vikir handed her a few newspaper articles. They were scraps of very old economic news. "Economy, bourgeois clan's head, who will it be?" Sharp conflicts intensify over the position of the head of the bourgeois clan. The most likely candidates currently are the eldest son, Bartholomew Bourgeois, and the second son, Damien Bourgeois. Economy, Deputy Director Bartholomew, target of intense tax investigation. On date, the eldest son of Bourgeois, also the Deputy Director of the Mineral Gift Exchange, Bartholomew, unexpectedly complies with a sudden tax investigation. Meanwhile, the Imperial Tax Investigation Team plans to expand these unforeseen tax investigations more frequently, and at the same time, accuses Deputy Director Bartholomew of embezzlement, misappropriation, and tax evasion. Economy, Deputy Director Damien, mocked at daughter's celebration on date. Bourgeois' second son and Deputy Director of the Currency Mint, Damien, is seen smiling at his daughter's celebration. Economy, Deputy Director Bartholomew, volunteering in the harsh cold, sending warmth. On date, Bourgeois' eldest son and Deputy Director of the Mineral Gift Exchange, Bartholomew, welcomes the year-end by volunteering to help the less fortunate, despite the freezing temperatures. He sweats profusely while delivering coal to elderly people living alone, revealing his modest citizen-like side. Economy, Deputy Director Damien, involved in controversy over abuse of power on date. Bourgeois' second son and Deputy Director of the Currency Mint, Damien, gets embroiled in controversy over abuse of power. While performing security duties for his daughter's picnic, he insults security personnel by saying, "Do your job properly," causing psychological harm. Reading through old newspaper articles just before the head of the bourgeois clan was decided, revealed who the rival to the current head, Bartholomew, was. There was someone who, whenever negative newspaper articles exposing Bartholomew's unfavorable image were published, countered them by promoting positive articles. Conversely, when positive articles highlighting Bartholomew's favorable image were published, this person's reputation plummeted due to negative publicity. Through this, the identity of the bourgeois clan's rival became clear. Economy, bloodstained shareholders meeting. Who's the winner? On date, the head of the bourgeois clan was decided. The eldest son, Bartholomew, was elected as the next head. As the newly appointed head, Bartholomew promised to revive the clan and announced personnel innovations. The personnel changes are as follows. Head of Department 0 moves internally to the bourgeois clan. Team leader of Department XXX, is dispatched externally from the bourgeois clan. Director of Department DDDDD, goes on a long-term business trip to a remote region. Deputy Director of the Currency Mint, the second son, Damien, was promoted to director, the sibling who lost in the Game of Thrones. As a result, this individual was completely cut off from the clan and exiled to serve as a caretaker for the imperial clan. Damien Bourgeois, once an ambitious player who eyed the throne, former chess piece, secret adversary, Victor had been paying attention to this silver medalist. Damien, Count of Bourgeois and the current head of the Imperial Currency Mint. He also serves as an upper-level advisory council member and external director for Bourgeois. However, as he split between the Imperial clan and Bourgeois, he might not be able to intervene in the internal affairs of the clan. His promotion from deputy director to director was likely the result of losing in political battles. Normally, members of the bourgeois clan who ascend to the second-in-command position in royal institutions resign after learning the know-how and return to the main clan to take on significant responsibilities. However, those discarded by the clan end up being pressed down in the royal court, becoming caretakers for the imperial clan. "Damien, I think I know a bit about this person," Dolores said as she examined the newspaper articles. During the University League, she had undertaken a quest related to the bourgeois clan in the second round. Bourgeois clan / difficulty. The currency mint is suffering from an increase in counterfeit bills due to the recent issue of high-value banknotes. Choose a bourgeois clan perspective on the benefits of currency reform and propose improvement measures for new business items or existing business items. 4-star difficulty. It was a quite challenging task. Damien, the head of the Imperial Currency Mint, had personally set the problem, so Dolores was somewhat familiar with him. Victor nodded. He made some strides in the industry. Now it's time to meet Damien. How? He doesn't seem particularly interested in selling dining rights. Dolores asked with a puzzled expression, and Vikier replied simply, "Host a party." Dolores' eyes widened as she looked at the estimate for the party that Vikier handed her. Yikes, is this the budget for throwing a party? Did I miscount the number of zeros? An astronomical cost, so huge that even the saintess of the Quavadis, one of the 7 great clans, would be shocked. Vikier planned to spend the astronomical amount of money earned from this investment in a single party. "I'll host a dazzling and extravagant party, one that will make all the celebrities of the empire turn their heads." After all, money was just a means, not the end. Chapter 275. Money War 3. Chapter 275. Money War 3. In the business world, a fresh piece of gossip was causing quite a stir. Have you heard? There are talented and genius kids at the Colosseo Academy. Are they the ones who achieved outstanding results in the recent mock investment competition? The shocking part is that it wasn't just a mock. They reportedly used real money. Really? Did they actually earn such unbelievable returns then? Why not? That's probably why everyone responded to the invitation for today's event. The investment club Oracle from the Colosseo Academy had achieved staggering real returns in a simulated investment competition. Details about their identities remained scarce, only known as students enrolled in the prestigious Colosseo Academy, ensuring their credentials were unquestionable. Therefore, numerous figures in the business world showed curiosity upon receiving the party invitation from Oracle. Rumors about the grand and glamorous hall in Venetier changing ownership had circulated widely. The new owner supposedly paid the entire building purchase amount in cash and left an astounding 10% tip during the transaction. Furthermore, word had it that the new owner immediately initiated construction, expanding the exterior walls and interior decor of the already enormous and splendid hall. People were astonished. Why would anyone renovate such a grand hall even further? As a result, both the general public and influential figures in the business world were paying close attention to Oracle's moves. Eventually, the day arrived. Dang 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 on the XTH of O month, at the 9th chime of the giant clock, the date and time specified on the invitation from Oracle. Wealthy individuals from Venetier and various regions gathered at the party hall, responding to Oracle's invitation. The crowd numbered just over 100 at most, but with their staff and attendees included, it exceeded 3,000. Then a stir among the attendees. "Wait, who's that?" "Oh," they responded to the invitation. "It's the first time seeing them in person. A significant figure has attended the party." Respected figures and ladies from the business world stepped aside, as a carriage confidently made its way through the center, a symbol of a well-known affluent family from the northern region adorned with a black background. A white triangle, the emblem of the renowned Sinan family. Seated in the carriage, capturing the attention of business figures, was a notable individual. Saltsail Sinan, the leader of the Sinan family, is one of the vassal families affiliated with the Donquixote clan. Saltsail, a prominent merchant in the north, known as a giant in the trade and a famous noble, had accumulated wealth almost unparalleled in the northern region, reportedly transporting nearly 60,000 tons of salt throughout the empire. Heh, indeed. Let's see how extravagant and luxurious a party they've organized, going to the extent of bringing people all the way to Venetier. Saltsail, stroking his mustache, gazed outside the carriage. At that moment, his carriage came to a halt. The reason was a peculiar person standing in the middle of the road, a figure that still looked like a boy, with a cute cat mask covering his face. Wearing elongated boots, he gave off an impression as if he had jumped out of a fairy tale. Saltsail inquired, "Who are you to block the road?" The boy with the cat mask replied, "My name is Puss in Boots. I'm a guide who came out to escort you to today's party." A dry and indifferent voice, yet clear and easy to understand pronunciation. Eventually, Puss in Boots proved his identity with the invitation he carried, then hopped onto Saltsail's carriage and sat beside him. "We have about 23 kilometers left to the party venue," said Puss in Boots. Saltsail responded with a bemused expression. Then, Saltsail's eyes widened slightly. Something bluish appeared on the central road ahead. "What's that?" Saltsail stretched his neck and peered ahead. Finally, he could see what was in front of him properly. It was a blue fabric, a large tent enveloping something inside. Puss in Boots explained, "The host has put a lot of effort into today's party. They didn't want to expose the gathering of esteemed guests to the outside world casually, so they specially acquired fine silk and set up tents around the hall." Now Saltsail's carriage was passing alongside that tent, like a luxurious silk tent draped over the ground, creating a scene reminiscent of a blue night. Saltsail, with an eye for extravagance, soon identified the fabric used. "Is this made from the finest indigo-dyed silk with a purple lining? Quite an eye for quality. I have something similar near my home, a length of 16 kilometers to be exact." As Saltsail spoke proudly, Puss in Boots, seated beside him, calmly added, "Our master has enclosed 21 kilometers this time." "What?" Saltsail turned to Puss in Boots, feeling a prick on his pride. However, Puss in Boots remained indifferent, just being Puss in Boots. Eventually, Saltsail's carriage arrived at the party hall. Due to the draped tent, the exterior of the building wasn't visible. Yet one could infer it was a considerably tall palace-style structure. "Before entering, let me provide you with some brief guidelines," Puss in Boots said, revealing the dress code for today's party: red capes. However, Saltsail seemed puzzled, as if hearing about a dress code for the first time. "I don't recall ever hearing about attire requirements." "Oh, there seems to have been an error in the communication process, but worry not. There are capes prepared for the guests." Upon seeing the red cape handed over by Puss in Boots, Saltsail's eyes narrowed. "Oh, this is Huowen cloth, isn't it? The finest cotton fabric that has been in fashion since the Three Kingdoms era. Moreover, crafted from the teeth and claws of vicious monsters in the western wilderness. A truly precious garment. You seem to have knowledge of fabrics and craftsmanship." "Of course. I even have 2 of these garments myself." Initially intending to mock a cheap cape, Saltsail was surprisingly satisfied because the provided cape was genuinely valuable. Furthermore, the cape had a light enchantment, preventing stains from food or drink and providing insulation. There was no reason to decline such a gift. "While heading to the party venue, would you like to have a cocktail?" Puss in Boots offered a glass with a courteous gesture. Inside the transparent glass floated red liquid and clear ice cubes. Saltsail accepted the cocktail glass and took a sip. "I don't really know much about alcohol. I have to try it to see if it's just tempting for a bathroom break." "Is that so?" Despite the complaint, Puss in Boots nodded approvingly as Saltsail down the cocktail. Soon after, passing through a dark corridor, they entered a bright and spacious area. Saltsail's eyes widened. "Wow, this is—" A dazzling interior welcomed Saltsail. The flooring was southern marble, and chandeliers made of rubies from the red castle adorned the ceiling. The walls, painted with the rare mineral pigment called redstone resin, inexplicably had a golden wash basin at the center. Additionally, expensive coral sculptures were scattered around, and duck feather carpets covered the floor. Purple silk curtains adorned the walls, and well-dressed maids with perfume bottles stood at various locations. The extravagance was so remarkable that even Saltsail, who usually wouldn't acknowledge anything short of extreme luxury and pleasure, nodded in approval. "Impressive." Saltsail turned to Puss in Boots, who stood at a distance. "This is a beautiful mansion. It seems there's someone in Venetia with a decent sense of taste, well decorated enough to rival the main building of my estate." With a satisfied expression, as if he had encountered a worthy competitor in wealth and extravagance, Saltsail nodded. "However, what do you mean?" Despite Saltsail's praise, Puss in Boots just smirked, shaking his head. Then Saltsail also chuckled. "What am I saying? I complimented the well-decorated mansion, huh?" Come to think of it, something seemed odd. Saltsail looked around without finishing his sentence. Despite entering with other guests, they had all disappeared, leaving him alone except for Puss in Boots and the maidens holding perfume bottles. Saltsail spoke, "Wait, where are all the guests who attended the party? And why is the mansion so empty? They can't all be in the bathroom." Then Puss in Boots opened his mouth as if questioning Saltsail's words. "Naturally, all the other guests are in the main building." "What?" Saltsail's expression changed to confusion. Wasn't this the main building? If the main building was elsewhere, what did that make this place? With a puzzled expression, Saltsail was informed by Puss in Boots of the truth. "This place is not the main building, it's the restroom." Chapter 276. Money War 4, Chapter 276. Money War 4, this isn't the main hall, it's the restroom, Puss in Boots spoke as Saltsail's expression froze at the unexpected revelation. Is this some kind of joke? He asked. Absolutely not, replied Puss in Boots. He raised his hand and pointed at the wall. Finally, Saltsail understood why there was a random sink protruding from it. Move a bit to the side, and even the toilet was visible. I guided you in this direction because you mentioned wanting to use the restroom earlier, explained Puss in Boots. That was just a casual remark. I see. Shall we head to the main hall then? With a peculiar attitude, Puss in Boots gestured to the maids. Now that the guest has used the restroom, bring a new set of clothes and spray some perfume. Huh. Is that really necessary? No, it's not. But considering that some might find it impure even if you just entered and exited the restroom, we're just doing our best. Please understand. The maids approached, exchanging Saltsail's cloak with a different one. We have various designs. Choose the one you like, said Puss in Boots. Saltsail was taken aback by Puss in Boots's words, realizing he had over 50 of the same luxurious cloak made from materials found deep in the Red and Black Mountains, almost impossible to acquire even with money. Then a noise interrupted their conversation. Clatter. It came from the cocktail glass a maid was holding, the sound of ice colliding. Oh, right. Saltsail glanced at the cocktail glass he had handed over to the maid a moment ago, half drunk. He scrutinized it and discovered that the ice inside hadn't melted at all. Wait, this isn't ice? Saltsail exclaimed in surprise. With a nonchalant tone, Puss in Boots casually explained, That's correct. It's not ice, it's diamonds. Stored in a cold ice chamber to maintain the coolness without diluting the drink. Of course, we don't want it to melt and make the drink bland. Saltsail was speechless. Eventually, Puss in Boots guided him to the main hall. There, an opulent and spacious interior, incomparable to anything before, welcomed Saltsail and the other guests. The core of the Venetier, the pinnacle of extravagance. Dazzling lights enveloped everyone. The jewel-like glow of the chandeliers, shattering and descending, captivated every eye. Between the ceiling and the walls, spiderwebs filled with gold dust sparkled brilliantly with every change in the light. Even the attendants, bustling about like stagehands, wore cloaks made of expensive materials, distinguished by their black color. Saltsail couldn't help but shout, unknowingly caught up in the grandeur of it all. Unbelievable. How can an interior be like this? Could such extravagance even be possible? Decades ahead of its time, an avant-garde decoration adorned the interior. Luxuries that, even with money, one couldn't fathom, overflowed abundantly here. The ceilings were so high that you could shoot fireworks without a worry, and spiral staircases connecting floor after floor after floor stretched endlessly. Priceless and rare ingredients filled every corner. Over 100 chefs stood in a hangul, kaudi hud, inus, shape, preparing dishes in real time for the guests. Elegant music flowed from the grand piano, instruments made of jade, pearls, and jade creating a dazzling harmony. Nowhere could one find words like restraint, frugality, or morality. Wow, this is truly amazing. To think they created something like this inside a party hall. I want to live like this. I wonder what I've been doing with my money until now. Cheers. That's right, this is how you spend money. Even inside the party rooms, there was a spacious swimming pool that everyone could enter and still have room to spare. The pool wasn't filled with water but a mysterious, non-sticky alcohol of cherry color, which evaporated without leaving any residue on the skin. Perhaps due to the size of the pool causing potential congestion, 7 bridges adorned with ivory and gold intricately crossed above it. The bottom of the pool, filled with alcohol, was made of transparent glass, and in the isolation space below, large fishes swam freely. All top-grade ingredients. If guests pointed to it, chefs immediately pulled out the chosen fish and prepared a dish. Sharks, whales, whale sharks, orcas, it didn't matter. It was a literal feast. This was like the epitome of a feast. Everything needed to enjoy life was here. Alcohol, food, music, clowns, models, dancers, fireworks, balloons, men, women. All these joyful and exciting things were melting away in an immense indulgence and pleasure. All of this was an act of compassion. It is a magnificent show put on by the students of the Colosseo Academy, possessing overflowing humanity, altruism, and kindness. Such an incredible party for the first time. Who are these students that organize such a party? No, seriously, how much did they earn in the first place? The invited guests all had bewildered expressions. But soon they were intoxicated by the alcohol and the atmosphere, starting to get into the spirit of things. Dancers covered in flamboyant feathers like flamingos performed daring shows day after day. Countless balloons floated upwards as fireworks burst one after another. Puff, 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 bang. The balloons touched by the dazzling fireworks caused a secondary explosion, releasing petals and gold dust within. This was the Oracle's party, designed to mesmerize everyone in the spectacular lights of the party hall. Now, among the distinguished names echoing throughout the empire, none of the nobles had ever experienced a party of such colossal scale. Eventually, the hosts of this party stepped forward. "Ah, hello!" The first to awkwardly smile and step forward was none other than Figgy. "Thank you for waiting." Next, with polite greetings and a smile, Sinclair followed. "We are the members of Oracle who organized this party today." Lastly, the representative, Dolors, stepped forward. "Wah!" Many people cheered and applauded. While the age group of the guests leaned towards the older side, there was no foot stomping or whistling, but it was their own version of enthusiastic welcome. Then Dolors spoke. "Thank you to everyone who joined us for the Oracle Investment Club's gathering. We consider this a great opportunity for our fellow investors to meet and greet each other." When she revealed that she was the Holy Maiden of Quavades, the audience erupted in admiration. "Sinclair, what should we do?" "Hush, Figgy, be quiet. If we stay still, no one will know we're commoners." Standing next to them, Figgy and Sinclair deliberately didn't reveal their names. However, as intended by Sinclair, most people naturally assumed that the two had an extraordinary lineage. Meanwhile, Dolors continued, "I hope our connection, which began here today, will continue in the future. Not just continue, but I hope it will advance steadily." She reached out and pointed to the center of the hall. There, a large and beautiful coral lake sculpture stood. A sculpture made entirely from expensive coral, how precious and costly it must be. But it wasn't a horse, it was a deer. A distinct deer with two antlers, unmistakably a deer, not a horse. However, no one mentioned anything different from what Dolors said. "Let's go, investors, let's run like horses." "Awesome, full of courage. These are some brave young individuals," finger pointing at a deer. Already intoxicated by the brilliance of the party, who cared if it was a horse or a deer. The corporate figures quickly gathered around Dolors, Figgy, and Sinclair, engaging in conversations filled with praise, compliments, and curious inquiries. Meanwhile, a servant boy who had been efficiently handling various tasks like serving and guiding within the bustling crowd discreetly made his way towards the outskirts of the party venue. Vicar, or Puss in Boots. Behind the mask, he glanced around with glowing red eyes, surveying the audience. "I made a good choice for the decor. Fortunately, the aesthetic sense developed before the end of humanity." Vicar, the night hound. For this occasion, the boy had transformed into Puss in Boots. Vicar recalled the time before Regression, just as the full-scale war against the demon army was about to begin. Humanity, anticipating the end of the century, began displaying numerous anomalous phenomena. One of them was the surge in extravagance and indulgence. In any country, as the world approached its demise, extreme acts of extravagance always emerged. Those who boasted wealth within the upper class succumbed to madness just before the world collapsed. They began pursuing extreme tastes, styles, beauty, and indulgence, discarding human morals. As the generations of the wealthy continued, corruption and debauchery deepened. Vicar had witnessed these extravagant actions several times, whether he liked it or not. In peaceful times, people don't know how to use their money, lacking imagination. Humans, indulging in extreme luxury and pleasure, created various forms of interior design, fashion, and luxury goods using all sorts of creativity and imagination. Vicar utilized the knowledge and experiences he had, even if only superficial, to organize this party. By the way, I had to take out a loan because I didn't have enough money for the party. It wasn't enough even with the current investment funds and dividend returns. So he took new investments from various nobles and poured them into the party. He needed to leave a strong impression on the corporate figures. Of course, I have no intention of repaying those who lent me money, because those who lent money to Vikier were all demon worshippers. They believed in the reputation of the Oracle Investment Club and lent him money. However, it was nothing but a scam of identity theft. There was no obligation for repayment for Dolers, Figgy, or Sinclair. Let's bankrupt them all. Let them choke on the money they loved so much. After all, those who made a contract with the demons in exchange for money had betrayed the human alliance at the first sign of war. Moreover, they were a despicable bunch who would betray humanity without any empathy. Most importantly, after a successful hunt of the sixth corpse, they would lose their energy and wither away, so there was no need to worry about future generations. At that moment, as Vikier quietly surveyed the surroundings, something caught his eye. Brown hair, pale skin, dark dead eyes, and red lips. A gender-neutral appearance, dressed in a clean black suit with a red cloak. However, their attire seemed more fitting for a funeral than a party. "Found you, Damien," the head of the Imperial Currency Mint and an external director of the bourgeois clan. Vikier's gaze fixed firmly on him as he walked towards Damien Bourgeois, like the eyes of a hunting dog that had spotted its prey. Chapter 277, Money War 5, Chapter 277. Money War 5. Vikier, wearing a cat mask, pressed forward with determined steps. His target was Damien, a man with dark brown long hair standing far away. Damien held the position of the head of the Imperial Currency Mint and an external director of the bourgeois clan, an unusual title combining an imperial official and a corporate director. Half of him belonged to the empire as a government official, while the other half served as a director in a business firm. Understanding this arrangement required knowledge of his background. Defeated in the internal political struggles within his family, Damien had been exiled. Though he lost in the Game of Thrones, his remarkable abilities and outstanding political sense prevented the bourgeois family from completely rejecting him. Receiving recognition from the empire, Damien oversaw the Imperial Currency Mint, while also having some involvement in managing the largest clan of the bourgeois family. However, due to his official position taking precedence, his role as a clan director was relatively inconspicuous, barely known. Vikier contemplated silently. Perhaps his promotion to head of the Imperial Currency Mint was a voluntary choice for survival. According to the words of those who challenged the throne and were defeated, death or a more miserable exile was the only outcome. Smart and capable, Damien must have predicted that he wouldn't be able to take the head of his family, and promptly sought promotion to avoid such a fate, all in pursuit of the nation's protection. Fearing one's family, seeking refuge in the arms of the state, Vikier summarized the situation easily. He was well aware that family, though closer than anyone else, could inflict more wounds than anyone else. In that sense, Damien's decision to distance himself from his family and enter the service of the imperial court was a very wise move. Thanks to that, he gained the protection of the imperial court, allowing him to keep the bourgeois family in check to some extent, staying away from the internal affairs of the bourgeois. And Damien becomes an excellent informant from the perspective of the imperial family, Vikier thought. Having already analyzed newspaper articles revealing the hostile relationship between Damien and the bourgeois head. In other words, Damien was currently walking a tightrope between the imperial court and the bourgeois, skillfully safeguarding his position. As Vikier, disguised as a servant, continued to move forward, he discreetly shared cocktail glasses with those around him, blending in seamlessly. Even Dolers was unaware of the fact that he was undercover. The gap between Vikier and Damien was narrowing to just a few meters. Damien engaged in various conversations with the people surrounding him. "Ha ha, money is truly remarkable," one person remarked. Another replied, "With money there's nothing you can't do." Younger colleagues indulging in extravagance to this extent. Honestly, it surprised me a bit. Well, money is something you earn to enjoy after all. I now understand why the phrase, "money makes the world go round," exists. People holding glasses in their hands laughed with intoxicated expressions. At that moment, someone spoke up. "Hey, money is indeed impressive, but it's not omnipotent. How many things in the world can't be done with money?" A response to the notion that gold is all-powerful. Another person beside them remarked, Oh, don't you know the trendy saying among young people these days? Huh, what is that? If there's something money can't solve, maybe you should consider if it's not a lack of money. Ha ha ha, this statement elicited laughter from the audience. That's right, having money doesn't guarantee happiness, but not having it definitely guarantees unhappiness. Of course, eating delicious food, wearing nice clothes, riding good vehicles, sleeping in a good place, traveling to nice destinations, buying good toys, and sharing good gifts with good people. Living comfortably and warmly increases the probability of being happier than others. Hee, when I was young, I thought money was everything, but as I've gotten older, I realize that money is even more important than I thought. Exactly. When I was young, I envied people with a lot of money the most. Now that I'm an adult, I still envy people with a lot of money. Once I said, I wish I had a lot of money, and someone replied, you can't buy happiness with money. I found that a bit strange. Who said I wanted happiness? I just wanted a lot of fucking money. Indeed, money is a remarkable invention. It symbolizes the pinnacle of humanity. The conversation had shifted towards praising the greatness of money. It seemed like a natural topic given the people present, who were influential figures in the business world. However, beneath the surface, there was another intention. It was a roundabout way of flattering Damien, the one who actually creates money. As the head of the imperial currency mint, he played a crucial role in minting currency used throughout the country. However, Damien, the head of the imperial currency mint, simply smiled bitterly. Gradually, he silently left the group and headed towards the terrace alone. In the sudden awkward atmosphere, people wondered if they had made some mistake, but there was nothing specific to point out. What's going on? Didn't the head seem a bit unhappy just now? Did we make some mistake? There was nothing, we just spoke the truth. Maybe he's just a bit drunk. Yes, he seemed a bit tired from the moment he entered the party. And he probably has daughter issues too. At the last person's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Come to think of it, his daughter seems to have had quite an unfortunate fate. Juliet, right? I've heard about that news. She was such a young and beautiful lady. It's really a pity. Well, he must be feeling awkward in such situations. People continued talking about the unfortunate events that Damien and his daughter had faced until the arrival of new performers who captured everyone's attention with an energetic dance. The empathy from their mouths seemed rather cheap compared to the expensive liquor going in. Sigh, Damien. He leaned against the terrace, gazing outside where the night dew had settled. Beyond the silk curtains, a beautiful view of the Huangduo spread out. A picturesque scene of the blue night, warm and cozy, creating an atmosphere perfect for sinking into a peaceful slumber. However, Damien merely glanced briefly and turned away. Energetic music and cheerful voices from the hall outside celebrated tonight's party. Suddenly, he recalled the conversation he overheard in the hall. Money. He was a man accustomed to money. Born with a staggering amount of wealth and accumulating vast riches through numerous successful ventures in his youth, he now held the highest position in an institution responsible for creating money. In essence, a man who had lived his entire life with money, having held countless sums in his hands. Yet, even Damien couldn't help but shudder at the voice approaching from behind. Do you believe there's something money can't do in this world? Damien turned his head to look behind. When did this person approach? A boy wearing a cat mask stood behind him. Initially, Damien thought it was just an audacious servant approaching with admiration. However, he soon realized. No footsteps. The boy stood silently behind him, approaching like a ghost, with movements so discreet that they couldn't be dismissed as just those of a well-trained servant. Yet Damien was indeed a smart man. He didn't show discomfort or make any noise. He decided to initiate conversation to smoothly navigate the situation. Yeah, there's a lot. Nodding, Damien turned his gaze diagonally upward, looking at the night sky. Money is just one of the many means to achieve goals, and there are as many unattainable goals as the stars in the night sky. That's what makes us human. In a low voice, Damien responded and smoothly lifted his back from the railing, intending to return to the party hall. At that moment, the servant boy spoke. If that's the case, what do you think is the furthest and brightest star among those stars? Damien turned his head with a puzzled expression, and the servant boy remained in his place. A star shining brightly in the night sky. a goal so high and distant that even someone with a social position like Damien's couldn't achieve it. Could it be meeting your deceased daughter? At the servant boy's words, Damien's steps momentarily faltered. Amid a brief silence, the night air grew even colder. Eventually, Damien spoke, "Meeting the dead." He turned slightly and looked at the servant boy. His gaze, unlike before, was now intense. "I can't do it, but it seems like you would be able to soon." Simultaneously, a formidable aura emanated from him. Swiftly, a golden stiletto flew from Damien's waist towards the servant boy's shoulder. Damien briefly thought that the inexperienced servant boy would likely feel the terror of death, but wouldn't be harmed to the point of endangering his life. However, as a consequence of mocking a high-ranking noble, he would likely lead a lifetime of discomfort. However, Splink, Damien's thoughts went astray. The swift rapier he wielded also missed its mark. The sharp blade protruding from the back of the servant boy's hand deflected Damien's blade. At the same time, Damien's eyes widened as if they were about to tear apart. Night Hound, Chapter 278, Money War 6, Chapter 278. Money War 6, Vikier blatantly provoked Damien. Could it be meeting your deceased daughter? Even in his seemingly enviable life, there was a stain. His daughter, Juliet, who met an untimely end at a young age, was precisely that. In shame over her involvement in a scandalous affair, his daughter allegedly drank poison. Sure enough, Damien couldn't bear mentioning his only daughter, the source of his discontent, and drew his sword. Swish, a fleeting flash. A golden stiletto flew at an incredible speed. Vikier inwardly admired Damien's fierce swordsmanship. Indeed, he lives up to the versatile conglomerate. Unlike the industrial conglomerates, Baskerville with its iron-blooded swordsmen, Morgue with magical arts, Quavadis with religious warriors, Donquixote with spear and shield, Usher with divine archers, and R. Eviaden with deadly poisons. Bourgeois had no specific weapons to boast of, be it swords, magic, holy power, spears, bows, or poisons. If we talk about tangible forms, that is. But naturally, Bourgeois had a powerful weapon that no one could ignore: money. Tremendous financial power made them one of the 7 great clans. Then, did the bourgeois lack military power? Certainly not. Under the belief that nothing was unattainable with money, bourgeois spent lavishly on acquiring numerous weapons, such as swords, spears, bows, shields, and magic. Any promising swordsmen or mercenary groups were acquired in their entirety, and strategic marriages were arranged with individuals from prestigious martial families to produce outstanding second, third, fourth, and fifth generations. Thus, the excellent geniuses born from mixing blood had qualities related to swords, magic, holy power, spears, bows, poisons, and more, receiving extensive early education and blossoming their talents with massive amounts of tutoring fees and elixirs from an early age. Even if they lacked talent, they had the power to create talent from scratch through substantial private lessons and potions. The essence of all the strengths of various families. That was the true power of the bourgeois family. And Damien attacked Vikier with outstanding qualities inherited from his ancestors and rigorous martial training since childhood. However, clang, Damien's swift sword missed. It was deflected by Beelzebub, the demonic sword drawn by Vikier. Sly movements, terrifying power, and a crimson demonic sword resembling blood. Night Hound. Damien's eyes widened as he deduced the conclusion from the characteristics of his opponent. Considering the complete breakdown of Damien's usual impassive expression, he seemed genuinely astonished. But Vikier, too, was in a state of considerable surprise. Unexpectedly powerful. The ornate dagger, thought to be flashy but useless, was, in fact, a real lethal sword. Moreover, the swordsmanship Damien just displayed was undoubtedly an old version of the Baskerville style. It's called the submerged deep-sea fish style. Strictly speaking, it wasn't 100% Baskerville style. It was a classical sword technique of the Bahamut family, which had been absorbed by the Baskerville clan long ago. The Bahamut family, one of the 5 iron-blooded swordsmen families that boasted a prestigious history, until it was completely merged under the Baskerville family's umbrella, had a solid foundation in the art of swordsmanship. The sword technique seemed to blend classic traces of fish scales and canine teeth. a clear indication that the Baskerville and Bahamut styles had not yet fully fused during that period. According to Vicier's knowledge, this technique was classified as a Level 2 military secret, strictly prohibited from being leaked outside the family. He wondered if Damien had paid to learn it. In Vicier's eyes, Damien's swordsmanship was still amateurish. After all, Baskerville couldn't absorb everything from Bahamut, given their inherent differences. It was impossible for things of different origins to completely match. Baskerville had taken only what it could from Bahamut, akin to swallowing a fish and spitting out the bones. It must make a creaking sound when forcibly trying to blend the two. According to Vicier's knowledge, it wasn't until the era of Hugo that Bahamut's and Baskerville's swordsmanship perfectly merged. Therefore, at the time Damien learned this technique, there would undoubtedly be lingering weaknesses. Kiriririk, Vicier skillfully evaded Damien's attack by tilting his jaw backward. As Damien retrieved his sword, he immediately sent it flying again. The blade pierced smoothly and ominously along the sleek and eerie trajectory, resembling the scales of a deep-sea fish and the teeth of a canine. Puff, 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 bang. In an instant, the swirling dark curtain, fluttering in the wind, bore a dozen or so holes. However, Damien could only widen his eyes in bewilderment. Vicier's body, seen through the holes in the swaying curtain, had already disappeared when the curtain settled. Where did he go? Damien closed his eyes and extended his senses. The mana emanating from his body condensed into the form of an aura, enveloping the surroundings like a net. But there was nothing caught. SSSSH, only the sound of the wind approaching through his ears sent shivers down his spine. Damien gritted his teeth and turned around. There stood Vicier, hovering in midair. Beneath his feet were extremely thin spider threads that were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Sshing, Damien's sword emitted a brown aura. This time he used the more seasoned Baskerville 4th style, a sharp killing technique, fully loaded with the aura of a graduator. Unfortunately for Damien, Vicier was a seasoned veteran of the Baskerville style. His understanding is shallow. Bahamut's deep-sea technique couldn't fully exert its power in shallow waters. Tweeing, Vicier seized Damien's stiletto with his hand, slammed it into the ground, and crushed it with a stomp of his foot. Clang! As the long blade shattered on the ground, the gladiator's aura was destroyed, scattering like droplets. Damien hastily retreated. His opponent was the notorious hound, known for mercilessly killing even high-tier graduators. The danger posed by Vicier was comparable to, or even greater than Miss Ouroboros. Realizing it was insufficient to face him alone, Damien couldn't afford any delay. He swiftly moved backward. However, being well aware not to expose his back to the hound, Damien kept his gaze fixed on the front while unfolding the Baskerville style once again with the half-shattered stiletto. But once again, Vicier skillfully avoided the attack. Kiririk Tedioke. The fangs of the oncoming hunting hound were so familiar, almost like his own, that Vicier casually enveloped them, swallowing them effortlessly. Didong, having effortlessly dodged Damien's attacks, Vicier continued his charge and completely swept away his sword. Damien's eyes widened as if they were about to tear apart. Vicier thought to himself, surprising, right? It was a deadly technique that had never failed once before. Even Kane Corso, who rested in the sword tomb, had acknowledged its prowess. Kang, the sound of Damien's sword falling to the ground echoed from behind. Damien bit his lip, acknowledging his defeat. No matter how much wealth one possessed, there was no way to counter a sharp blade thrusting right in front of their eyes. Vicier recalled Hugo's teachings after a long time. Rich folks always say the same thing: money is power. But they also know that when presenting the proposition, A is equivalent to B, A in the front is always inferior to B in the back. Phrases like time is money and silence is golden are just tearful attempts to compare the front to the back. When it comes to actually swapping, who would trade gold for time and silence? Everyone knows gold is precious. Twick, Damien hastily stepped back. The reason Hugo, who was usually reserved, had so many words that day was due to his deep-seated hatred for the bourgeois. If Hugo finds out that Damien is proficient in the Baskerville style up to the 4th level, it might lead to a full-blown war. Vicier licked his lips and reached out his hand. Quack! Thud! Then with one hand, he grabbed Damien's face and smashed it into the ground. While the saying goes, money is power, in reality, when it comes to hierarchy, power is superior. The confidence of those with money often crumbles in the face of pure violence, rendering them weak and lifeless. Perhaps that's why Damien, now lying on the ground, only stared with wide eyes. Eventually, he quietly closed his eyes. He seemed to accept all impending judgments silently without resisting or uttering a sound. Vikier, with a somewhat tired voice, asked, "No plea." Usually, people with money are busy either begging for their lives or threatening dire consequences if someone touches them. Don't you have any of that? After a moment of silence, Damien, who had maintained quiet, finally spoke. "My back hurts, so I couldn't say anything." "It's a joke." Even in this situation, Damien's nonchalant attitude showcased the resilience of a battle-hardened veteran who had survived numerous arenas. Damien looked up at Vikier and said, "I can see your eyes behind the mask. You don't seem like someone easily swayed by persuasion. Your motives must be clear. If you plan to kill, then kill. There's no negotiation with terrorists." In response to Damien's words, Vikier tilted his head. "Well, I never intended to kill you in the first place. But you seem full of thoughts about death." Damien, hearing Vikier's words, momentarily showed a vacant expression. The gaze of the man lying on the ground slowly turned towards the night sky. A brightly shining star. It was so distant that even the starlight couldn't reach Damien's eyes. After a while, he quietly spoke. "I've seen it well. Completely seen it." Chapter 279. Something Money Can't Buy 1. Chapter 279. Something money can't buy 1. Once an ambitious challenger who coveted the throne of the bourgeois clan. The silver medalist, Damien of the bourgeois clan, imperial mints director, and an external director of the bourgeois holding clan. Wealth, honor, power, luxurious mansions, splendid carriages, beautiful spouses, despite having everything that seems like a life of abundance. Why has he lost all enthusiasm for life? "I've seen it all, everything." Damien spoke with a somber voice. As Vikier had suspected, the cause was his daughter. No matter how much money you have, children don't always turn out as you wish. "I realized that fact far too late." Damien spoke quietly. As Vikier knew from Damien's life before the regression, Damien had an illegitimate daughter named Juliet. Long, tousled white hair, clear eyes, and a face that always smiled like an adorable puppy. "Like all bourgeois, my daughter also had to climb the examination platform as soon as she was born." Damien explained the upbringing of the bourgeois. Commoners, bastards, and the like grow up and mature within the family, but the true ones are different. Just as the young bastards of Baskerville are abandoned in the wild of the Red and Black Mountains. The heirs of the bourgeois, who will lead the family in the future, are sealed in a caste and thrown into society as commoners. Surviving in society is as difficult as surviving in the wild. The young bourgeois, who will one day take over the reins of the family, must rely solely on his or her own strength to succeed in the imperial capital, Venetier, the center of the empire, without any help from parents or family. The rigorous process, experiencing both the bottom and the top of society, aims to prevent them from becoming privileged and elitist spoiled brats. Juliet, Damien's daughter, also went out into society disguised as a commoner to gain practical experience suitable for her age. During the demanding verification period that lasted more than 10 years, she never once used her father or family background. Esse non vidri. To be, not to seem, the motto of the bourgeois young guns. Bourgeois always nurture 2 or more leaders for checking and competition. In my generation, it was me and my elder brother. The clash between Bartolomeo and Damien for the family position. The result was the victory of Bartolomeo, the eldest son. But Damien did not give up. Bartolomeo's illegitimate daughter and Damien's illegitimate daughter. Coincidentally, both brothers had only one daughter each. Damien believed without a doubt that his daughter possessed more talent and ability than his brother's daughter. And someday, when his daughter returned, he thought he could regain everything he had lost and reach the pinnacle of the family. But that expectation was cruelly shattered. My daughter gave up the exam midway and returned to the family. Juliet. While living as a commoner, she revealed her identity and family, leading to her disqualification as an heir. Juliet, who revealed her identity and status, even returned to her family and asked her father for help. "Father, I've found someone I love." Damien tightly closed his eyes. Went out for volunteer work and fell in love with an unheard-of, humble guy from the bottom. I sent her to experience the bottom, but she ended up settling there. The man's name was Romeo. Far from leading the family, he was no different from the servants doing hundreds of odd jobs at the bottom. An unremarkable man with an unremarkable background, appearance, talent, and an unremarkable future. The only slightly special aspects were his frail body, a limited lifespan, and perhaps a somewhat detached attitude due to that. Uninterested in any values, people hang their necks for: money, honor, power, success, promotion, recognition, ostentation. He simply showed kindness and affection to everyone while serving. Also, identifying himself as a poet, he lived his life embracing nature and art. Juliet fell for this man with a unique charm. Damien clenched his hair with his hands. I was furious. In my eyes, that man was just a lazy and talentless wanderer. An incompetent person who covers his inability by pretending to be modest. A trash trying to fix his fate by seducing a rich girl. That's what I thought. Damien was enraged by the foolish mistake of his illegitimate daughter, whom he had raised with great care and had placed huge expectations upon. But Juliet did not yield. "He's a good man, Dad. He has something we don't have, and he might be able to bring some happiness back to you, who had been so disappointed since he didn't become the head of the clan. If he's the one, I'm sure." Of course, Damien did not listen to his daughter's words. Daughter who dropped out of her exam to save him. A man who has nothing, revealed her identity, and even requested a substantial amount for his hospital bills. Damien did not accept Juliet's earnest plea to save Romeo. Instead, he sent a hired thug to drag Romeo out to a rainy roadside, beat him severely, and ordered Juliet to part ways with him. And on that night, Juliet came to find Damien in the midst of a storm with lightning and torrential rains. "Father," Damien did not respond. Then Juliet spoke with an unwavering voice. "In the end, he didn't even utter your name. I kept on probing him. All he said was, 'All fathers must think of their sons-in-law as thieves,' and laughed, saying he would have done the same." Juliet bowed deeply, and she left. For a while, Damien hesitated in anger and sorrow. It wasn't until he felt that if he let Juliet go like this, he might never see his daughter again, that he belatedly followed her. Juliet, in front of Damien, boarded a carriage and left. Damien urgently organized a pursuit party to find his daughter. After a considerable amount of time, Damien discovered the carriage Juliet was driving. Juliet was driving the carriage, carrying Romeo in a difficult condition. The two seemed to be heading to a very distant place, far beyond the gaze of the people forever. Damien, of course, couldn't just let it happen, so he released his well-trained horses and chased after them. Then an accident occurred. Crash, a rainy road, slippery pavement, horses startled by the thunder. A common cliché, a tragic ending that was easily predictable. The carriage driven by Juliet overturned, and the two died on the spot. "How unfortunate," Vickers remarked indifferently. Although it was a fact already known through rumors, hearing it directly from the person involved carried a different weight. At that moment, Damien spoke again. "It's a bit different from the rumors known to the public. My daughter didn't die." From this point on, it was a story even Vickers hadn't heard before. Damien continued. "When I first rushed to the scene, my daughter was in that guy's arms. He was completely battered, but my daughter didn't have a scratch. I don't know how that could be." The subsequent story Damien told was a bit longer. After regaining consciousness, Juliet immediately asked about Romeo's condition. Deliberately, Damien conveyed the harsh reality as it was. It may have broken her heart, but Damien wanted his daughter to take this opportunity to give up on him and move on. And so he wished for a suitable, charming spouse from their own clan or other 7 great clans for his daughter. From that moment, the real tragedy began. Upon hearing that story, Juliet immediately fainted. She lay motionless for a while, then regained consciousness, only to faint again. This cycle repeated several times until, after dozens of fainting spells, she ultimately fell into a state from which she would never awaken again. Damien, gripping his hair with his hands, said, "My daughter didn't die. She simply can never wake up again, as if she were dead." Though she breathed, she lacked consciousness, a mysterious state that defied medicines, poisons, or divine intervention. Damien spared no effort to awaken his daughter. He spent vast amounts of money, tried numerous elixirs, sought the help of experts, and even humbly requested cooperation from other 7 great clans. However, every attempt ended in failure. Priests, sorcerers, pharmacists, and doctors all shook their heads. The deep emotional wounds that rejected communication were beyond any remedy. Damien, with a hazy gaze, continued to gaze at the night sky. The human heart, especially love, is so great and magnificent. I tried to forcibly tear it apart, for reasons as trivial as money, honor, and status. Oh, thinking about it now, I can't believe I did that. The starlight pouring down so brilliantly did not reach his eyes. His voice, uttering something now unreachable, was empty and hollow. Thus, he lost all enthusiasm for life. He couldn't empathize with the laughter and chatter of revelers in the party hall, because, in the face of human love, money was truly nothing, mere dust. Why did I do that? Damien slowly shed tears of blood. If only he could see his daughter's smiling face one more time, what did money, status, and all that matter? He could have given up everything, but now it was an impossible task. Victor knew. There was only one way. Only extremely powerful necromancy that could traverse the boundaries between the living and the dead can achieve that. Ghost Tree. It was a mysterious entity that directly contacted the soul, whether the person was dead, alive, or unable to die. Victor spoke with a dry voice. If I were to give you a chance to talk to your daughter. Damien's eyes widened as if they were about to tear apart upon hearing Victor's words. The starlight shimmered on the blood tears streaming down. Victor asked again with certainty, "In that case, what can you give me in return?" Chapter 280. Something money can't buy too. Chapter 280. Something money can't buy too. If I were to give you the opportunity to talk to your daughter. Then what can you give me in return? At Victor's words, Damien's eyes widened. A daughter he never forgot, even in his dreams. If he could have another chance to talk to her, what price wouldn't a father be willing to pay? Well, if my daughter wakes up, if by any chance that is possible, I will never be angry with her again. I will make sure she knows that I love her unconditionally. I will respect whatever choices she makes and offer forgiveness to her. No, what can you give to me? Victor cut off Damien's heartfelt confession sharply. There was no obligation here to listen to the regrets of an incompetent father who was not even a devotee. Damien's expression momentarily froze, then returned. He had encountered countless relatives who pleaded with him to borrow money, whether for investments, offering interest, delaying debt repayment, or claiming family members were ill. But each time Damien thought, what can I do about it? It was their problem, not his. To make a deal, you had to convince the other party, and the essential requirement in that process was persuading them that the deal was mutually beneficial, not reciting a sob story on the weaker side. Through numerous pragmatic deals, Damien finally regained his true stance. If you restore my daughter to her original state, I can give you anything within my reach. Damien said it without a hint of hesitation. It seemed like a resolve that had been forged a long time ago. However, Victor shook his head. I didn't say I would return her to her original state. I said I would make it possible for you to talk to her. In an instant, an uneasy look crossed Damien's face. Surely you're not suggesting something like killing me and my daughter so that our souls can converse, right? That could be one way. Hey, but it's not a solution. Above all, if you're dissatisfied with the result, there's no refund, isn't there? Victor stood up from his seat and turned towards the fluttering curtains. When Damien hesitated to rise, Victor was already gone, but he left behind a piece of advice. Dying is not atonement, it's just escape. Face your responsibility until the end. Only a dull voice, resonating as if directly within the mind, echoed around the ears. Exactly 1 month later, Victor found Damien's mansion. At the outer edges of strict defenses, there were subtle openings. Venturing through one of those gaps, Victor saw Damien standing nervously in the depths of the mansion. He was spinning in place, holding a pocket watch like a perplexed rabbit. Finally, Damien, upon spotting Victor, spoke in a restrained voice. "You're late." "This is as fast as it gets," replied Victor in his night hound costume. Brief greetings were exchanged. Vicyr followed Damien's guidance to the deep bedroom in the annex. Soon, a large and plush bed came into view. The room was filled with candles that regulated temperature, humidity, and emitted soothing scents, creating a serene atmosphere. A woman lay there, her eyes closed. She had disheveled white hair that seemed ethereal. Clear skin, large eyes, and long eyelashes adorned her face. Juliet, Damien's illegitimate daughter, once considered the genius girl closest to becoming the next head of the family. Vicyr silently observed Juliet's face. I feel like I've seen this face somewhere, he thought, momentarily pondering where he had encountered her. Is it necessary to stare so intently at the face of a sleeping lady, a crucial part of waking my daughter? Damien asked anxiously from the side. Vicyr took his gaze away from Juliet's face. You can come out now. Gradually, Vicyr lifted his coat, revealing someone inside. It was Pomeranian. Damien looked at Pomeranian with a bewildered expression. Who is she? Looks young. She's the sorcerer who will summon your daughter. Stay quiet if you want to talk to her. Vicyr dismissed Damien's numerous questions with apparent annoyance. Finally, Vicyr and Pomeranian stood at eye level with the bed and Juliet. After staring at Juliet for a while, Pomeranian, who seemed to be contemplating, spoke up. This sister, no soul, Damien was startled. Wah, no soul, what does that mean? Yeah, no soul. In another place. What on earth are you talking about? Speak more clearly, kid. As if ready to kneel at any moment, Damien matched Pomeranian's eye level. Vicyr intervened and translated, Your daughter has become a wandering spirit. She roams around, not able to go to either the living or the afterlife, thinking she's dead. Spur, what does that mean? Her body is alive, but her soul is wandering elsewhere, believing she's dead, Vicyr explained, glancing at Pomeranian. Since the wandering spirit believes it's dead, it can't move on to the afterlife. In some cases, it might even mistakenly think it's still alive, Vicyr explained. What do we do then? Damien asked anxiously. What can we do? That's why you summoned a sorcerer, Vicyr replied, patting Pomeranian's head. Hey, can you summon her soul here, preferably in a visible form? Vicyr asked Pomeranian. Yeah, if I use the wood Uncle gave me last time, I can do it, Pomeranian cheerfully replied. Soon, she closed her eyes and began drawing upon mana. Born with the aptitude of a black magician, Pomeranian had honed her skills further during her time in Baskerville, using black magic to resurrect dead mice and bugs. Moreover, behind Pomeranian, a black aura rose, taking the shape of a tree. The ghost tree, the mythical artifact Vicyr got from the Sword Tomb. It seems to be finally working, Vicyr nodded. The ghost tree rooted in Pomeranian's imagination responded to her talents and abilities, causing branches and leaves to shake. At that time it had a form, but now it seems formless, remarked de Carabia, who had finally revealed itself after a while. Vicyr shoved the creature back into his chest and refocused on Pomeranian. Then, Pomeranian's fingertips began gathering black mana. Whether it was a ghost or a wandering spirit, if it had to do with the soul, she could exert control. The branches, leaves, and roots of the ghost tree extended, reaching far away to call the wandering spirit here. Soon, everyone witnessed a translucent entity appearing before them. Ha! Where is this? Juliet, the tragic heroine, appeared. Da daughter! Damien, who had been about to jump up from his seat, froze momentarily. Oh, what brought him here? Seems like sister brought him as well, Pomeranian giggled. And then the sound of magic surrounded them once more. Juliet, with a bewildered expression, found another soul appearing beside her. It was none other than Romeo. So that's how it happened. Juliet nodded her head. Having heard the entire situation from Damien, she looked down at her own body lying on the bed. A body quietly breathing. But having lost love and soul, living was no longer truly living. Damien, kneeling in front of Juliet, shed tears. I was wrong, my daughter. Never forgive this foolish father who, for trivial reasons, ignored your feelings and acted arbitrarily. Please, father, get up. Juliet reached out her hand. Damien, unknowingly led by her touch, lifted his head. Next to them, Romeo's soul stood. Damien also conveyed deep apologies to him. There are no words I could say even if I had 10 mouths. I'm sorry. I'm an unworthy father. Romeo's eyes widened upon hearing those words. Juliet's reaction was the same. Father, surely. Surely where, the two of you are already married, does my approval matter at all? Nevertheless, I've decided to think that way. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Romeo and Juliet's eyes. Thank you, father, thank you. And no, I am thankful, thankful for you growing up so beautifully. For calling an unworthy father, father. Damien expressed regret and apology with a voice that seemed to break all his internal organs. Juliet and Romeo nodded, tears streaming down. The reunion and resolution between father and daughter, father-in-law and son-in-law were quite emotional, but no time. Quickly, finish your business. Vikier summarily cut through all of this. Damien turned his head with a puzzled expression. What do you mean, no time? My daughter's soul has just returned now. Not her, him. Damien and Juliet's gaze turned towards Romeo. Come to think of it, Romeo had been unable to say anything all this time. Vikier briefly explained the information conveyed by Pomeranian. It seems that the man is completely dead, and the woman is in a position where only half of her is dead. They cannot stay together for a long time. Since she forcibly brought him here, it is now time for him to completely cross over to the afterlife. What are you saying now? Why are you telling me this only now, when my son-in-law is about to go to the afterlife? Our agreement was only for your daughter's soul. It doesn't matter, does it? Why does it not matter? My son-in-law is about to go to the afterlife. Why are you complaining to me when you're the one who killed him? Damien could only mumble in response to Vikier's remark, unable to offer any counter-argument. Pomeranian lowered her head. You have to go to the afterlife, that's the way it is. It's the law. As she said that, Romeo's form was becoming more and more illusionary as time passed. This was different from Juliet, who still possessed a living body. My love, don't leave me, please. I can't live in this world without you. Juliet embraced Romeo, crying bitterly. Damien, once again tearing at his hair, blamed himself. Oh, I've once again driven them apart. How selfish and foolish am I? Now, Romeo was crossing the door of death to the realm of peace, and he would never be able to return. However, Juliet, being a living entity, could not follow him. Juliet and Romeo touched each other's faces, shedding tears of longing. Meanwhile, Damien deeply regretted his decision, which led to the second separation of the lovers. I vowed never, never to make my daughter cry again. I swore never to experience the same regret again. Oh, how can I be such a greedy pig? Thinking he had hit rock bottom, there was still a basement left. The layers of regret were so deep. As Damien drowned in the swamp of endless self-blame, thunk, a hand touched his shoulder. Vikier. He turned to face Damien and spoke. It's time to let her go. The only places where a father would hear these words were just two, a wedding hall and a funeral hall. In a situation where these two seemingly unrelated places were intricately entwined. Damien's pupils were shaking more violently than ever before. Chapter 281. Something Money Can't Buy 3. Chapter 281. Something Money Can't Buy 3. Time was running out, as Pomeranian's words were indeed true. TZZ, 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 TZZ. Before Juliet and Romeo, a massive door appeared. The door of death. The door was so large and heavy that opening it once, closing it once, seemed incredibly difficult. So once it opened and closed, there was no turning back. Romeo turned to Juliet with a sad expression. Juliet, too, looked at Romeo with tears in her eyes. Didn't I tell you before, wherever you go, I will follow you? On that rainy night when they made that promise. Romeo wanting to depart to where the deceased should go and Juliet wanting to follow him. At that moment, Damien intervened. No, this can't happen, absolutely not, Damien shouted as if having a seizure. Juliet, you are still alive, how can you follow the dead? To that, Juliet replied in a sad voice. You said the same thing on that night. Having heard his daughter's words, Damien stepped back in shock. Come to think of it, he did say something similar on that night. Juliet, you are the heir to the bourgeois, how can you get involved with such a man? Damien stammered out excuses. This is different. I would approve if it were marriage. It's all this wretched father's fault, I admit it, but this is not right. Romeo is already dead, you are alive. Just yet, father. What? Juliet met Damien's gaze with a cold look. Without him, I'm as good as dead. Daughter, no matter how many times you say it, it won't change. Even if I wake up again, it won't change. Upon hearing this, Romeo gently caressed Juliet's face with a sad expression. Juliet also placed her hand on the back of Romeo's hand on her face. Damien, in despair, muttered, "Daughter, you're a spirit. Spirits cannot go to the afterlife. Your body is still alive, connected by a strong thread. I don't know about Romeo, who is already dead, but you cannot cross the threshold of death." Suddenly, Damien stopped speaking. Then he looked at Juliet as if struck by lightning. "Juliet, you can't be." Juliet lifted her tear-filled eyes at that moment. Immediately, she knelt before her father. "Father, please let me go." Everything was just like that night. "I've always listened to Father's words, haven't I? I've never once disappointed you. So, just this once. Can you send me off as I wish?" Damien couldn't discern whether the voice echoing in his ears was from the past or the present. Only the tears that he thought had dried up long ago continued to flow. "Ah, I see. I crossed the river of no return. Yes, that's what happened." For a brief moment, upon hearing his daughter's voice, he had a fleeting illusion that everything could be returned to normal. But it was an absurd delusion because he hadn't fully felt the weight of his mistakes yet. And now, facing reality, Damien was finally feeling the true weight of his past actions. "What are you going to do?" Vikier asked briefly. With a faltering voice, Damien asked, "How much time is left?" "About 30 minutes. It was truly a short amount of time left. After a few seconds of contemplation, Damien nodded abruptly, and quickly rushed to the servants beyond the door, shouting with all his strength, "Prepare for a wedding." The wedding preparations were simple but quickly completed. The only attendees were the bride, Juliet, the groom, Romeo, and Damien on the groom's side. According to the family law that forbids relatives to participate in ceremonies, Vikier stood in as the officiant. Pomeranian held the bride's dress and took on the role of handing over the bouquet. Vikier adjusted his plague doctor mask and spoke briefly from the podium. "Always remember that I am here for you, not for myself. Live well as you always have." It was a ceremony that omitted many aspects compared to the hours-long rituals of high nobility, but included essential elements. Juliet and Romeo looked at each other, smiling with tear-streaked faces. And then the bride and groom kissed. Damien, sitting alone in the seat of honor, teared up at the sight. Eventually, with a slight scraping sound, he stood up and looked at his daughter's soul. "Live well." Simultaneously, he reached for the pillow beside him. Damien's gaze fell on Juliet lying on the bed, breathing quietly. "Live well, my daughter, you must live well." A trembling hand. Damien's grip on the pillow tightened. He pressed the pillow firmly against Juliet's face. There was no need for much strength. Juliet, weakened by lying for a long time, offered no resistance. The faint, almost inaudible breathing gradually diminished until it ceased altogether. Juliet's body became even more limp. At that moment, a change occurred in Juliet's spirit. She became clearer, and finally she could hear what Romeo was saying. "Incredible, Juliet. Now I can hear your voice." Juliet embraced Romeo with a wide smile. Eventually, Juliet and Romeo stood before Damien. Romeo bent his waist 90 degrees to greet Damien, and Juliet slightly bowed her head, expressing aristocratic etiquette. "Father, we will live well." "What's the point of you living when you're already dead?" Damien mumbled with a hoarse voice. His eyes, red and swollen, were already filled with tears. Dang, dang, dang. The clock chimed 12 times, announcing midnight. After bidding their final farewells to Damien, Juliet, and Romeo held hands and walked toward the door of death. In the end, the bride and groom crossed the boundary. The boundary between the mortal realm and the afterlife opened the heavy and somber door of death. Crossing over, Juliet and Romeo departed into their own world. Thud. The massive door closed as if it would never open again, sealing the separation between death and life, the afterlife and the mortal realm. Silence, as profound as the stillness of a tomb, weighed down on the surroundings. Damien, head bowed low, muttered, "Be happy, my daughter, be happy. You must be happy together there. Definitely." His face contorted, frozen in a hardened expression, and restrained tears fell heavily onto the red carpet. At that very moment, bang, the door of death suddenly opened with a tumultuous noise. "Dad!" Juliet, kicking the heavy door open, pushed her head out, looking in this direction. "Dad, goodbye, goodbye, I love you, truly love you. We'll meet again someday." Juliet was crying. With a radiant smile never seen before, she called out to her father, crying genuinely. Simultaneously, thud, the door of death finally closed completely. It faded away slowly just as it appeared, concealing itself from everyone's sight. And then, plop, Damien knelt on the ground, his face stretched wide, his nose and mouth gaping open. Hoo-woo-woo, his once heavy expression completely crumbled. Tears streamed from his eyes, mucus from his nose, and drool from his mouth, leaving his face a complete mess. Meanwhile, Victor remained silent, standing still. Beside Victor, Pomeranian approached. "Uncle, why is that old man crying?" Then Victor stared intently at Pomeranian's face. "I don't know either." "What? Uncle doesn't know?" In response to Pomeranian's words, Victor turned his head again. "If death separates us, I wanted to be together even beyond that." Why was it? The face of a woman flashed in his mind. Victor spoke in a subdued voice. "Of course, there are things I don't know. If you don't know, you should learn." "Well, I didn't really want to learn in the first place." Pomeranian made a puzzled expression, and Victor turned his gaze away. Then he added shortly, "It might not be bad to find out, though." At that moment, Damien, who had been sobbing for a long time, lifted his head. Victor patiently waited until he composed some of his emotions. Finally, Damien, with tears in his eyes, looked at Victor, the ghost standing near Juliet's bed, and asked, "Are you real or in my imagination? If it's a dream, dream it when you're alone. It's time for settlement now." Victor firmly reminded him of reality. Damien nodded at those words. "Yeah, now I have to pay the price, but before that, there's something I want to say to you." "What is it?" "Thank you. It was unexpected." Damien bowed at Victor, showing his gratitude. After a brief silence, Damien lifted his head and said, "Thanks to you, I could send my daughter away, truly let her go." Whether he meant sending her to marriage or the afterlife, the vague situation fit either interpretation. Damien chuckled. "Ha ha, I feel relieved now that the troublesome daughter is sent away, wherever it may be. It's a mix of happiness. After all, whether it's a wedding or a funeral, they're quite similar. Originally, marriage is like death anyway. Clean your face and speak." "Oh, my apologies." Damien took out a handkerchief and wiped away the tears, mucus, and drool. Eventually, with a serious and solemn expression, Damien, looking more composed, asked Victor straightforwardly, "What do you want from me?" "The bourgeois family's necklace." "All right." An oddly casual conversation. It was an excessively brisk transaction. Chapter 282. Something Money Can't Buy For. Chapter 282. Something Money Can't Buy For. A few days later. Victor, wearing the mask of the night hound, visited Damien's mansion once again. "I'm glad it seems like we've become a team." This time, Dolores was with him. Victor had planned to introduce Dolores while seeking Damien's cooperation. Though Damien's mansion security was still strict, there was an area without guards, as agreed upon in advance. Victor took Dolores and followed that route. Finally, after passing through several gates, they arrived at a high wall at the end. While Dolores was contemplating what to do in front of the tall wall, "Come here." "Ha!" Victor lifted Dolores in his arms in a Princess Carry and effortlessly leaped over the wall. Thud. Victor, who had landed in the courtyard, finally put Dolores down beside him. "Whoa, did you already jump over?" "Oh no, I just spoke nonsense." Blushing, Dolores hid her reddened ears with her hair and waved it off as if it were nothing. At that moment, "The garden offers a nice scenery for a date." A low voice echoed from the other side of the garden. Victor and Dolores turned their heads to see Damien standing there. "Since you officiated at my daughter's wedding, I am willing to officiate at yours. You've become quite talkative." "Ha ha ha, have I?" Dolores was greatly surprised to see Victor and Damien casually exchanging words. When she visited Damien for the second round of the University League, he was extremely gloomy, nervous, and remarkably silent. How could his personality change so drastically in the meantime? By the way, efficient. Night hound. Wait, wasn't Damien's daughter killed in an accident? Serving as someone's officiant, a highly significant ceremony for nobles. What had happened between the night hound and Damien? How did they become so close for some reason? However, Victor did not bother explaining past events to Dolores. "He is an ally who will help us in this matter." "Nice to meet you, Saint of Quavades. Are we in a truce?" Having heard Victor's introduction, Damien extended his hand towards Dolores. Dolores, in return, shook hands politely. "It's an honor to meet again, Director Damien of the Imperial Mint. If I had known how to ride a boat, I would have looked even better back then." Ha Dolores, who saw Damien's bright smile, was once again surprised. She had never known he could smile so broadly. At that moment, Victor got straight to the point. I will kill Bartolomeo, the head of the bourgeois. Dolores glanced at Damien, momentarily taken aback. However, even at the mention of killing his own family's head, Damien didn't bat an eye. On the contrary, yeah, I've already prepared a place for you. He was taking it in stride. Damien then proceeded with the story. I mobilized some loyalists within the family to spread rumors about the Oracle Investment Club. It caught his interest. So did you get him? I did. In response to Victor's question, Damien nodded. He then explained to Dolores, who was staring blankly, not understanding what was going on. It's about a dinner appointment. Ah, remember it well. The dinner is the perfect moment to assassinate my brother. Dolores nodded at Damien's strange request. But why specifically a dinner? Aren't there other opportunities when he's outside the family or in bed? It's because of a peculiar habit my brother has. Damien continued his explanation. When there are meetings or dinners with outsiders, he always invites the other party into the safe inside his house. Also, at all other times, he keeps well-trained soldiers by his side. Inside a safe? Yeah, a safe. Dolores raised an eyebrow. The safe might be large, but how big could it be to invite outsiders inside? But Damien's next words left Dolores with her mouth agape. The safe is a perfect cube with dimensions of 100 meters in length, width, and height. The walls are made of mithril and oriharkin, making them impervious to any force. Additionally, layers of teleportation blocking movement control magic are stacked dozens, if not hundreds, deep, making it impossible to escape even with magic. Of course, who designed and crafted it is a mystery. It was nothing short of an impregnable fortress. Inside that safe, there are mountains of gold, jewels, money, artworks, and all kinds of treasures. Guests have dinner amid these treasures for 2 hours. Why have a meal in such a place? There are too many naive puppies among those who come to see my brother, people who want to flaunt their wealth with absurd pride. Maybe it's to suppress their arrogance beforehand. I'm sorry for asking so many questions, but is there a specific reason why the meal lasts 2 hours? Once the safe is closed, it won't open for 2 hours, no matter what happens. Why 2 hours? Because the Knights of Baskerville tested the safe when it was first created. Victor showed interest in Damien's words. Baskerville? Yeah, my brother borrowed the Baskerville Knights to test the safety of the safe. Damien reminisced about the past and stroked his chin. The ones sent were probably the Pitbull Knight Order. If they were the Pitbull Knights, Victor was well aware of them. He had dealt with them when he swept away an illegal slave auction. A Knight Order led by Count Boston Terrier, dedicated to dogfighting. They were incarnations of determination and spirit, always determined to bite and kill their opponents. Damien recounted the story. At that time, all the Pitbull Knights charged and attacked the walls of the safe, and it was breached in 2 hours. In other words, it means the safe handled the attacks of 100 graduators-level knights for 2 hours. If the safe was that sturdy, the security would be solid, and it would be a place absolutely safe from external threats, making it comfortable for a meal. Dolores remarked briefly, thinking about it differently, if we get him in the safe, we can be alone with him for at least 2 hours. Exactly. Those outside won't know or hear what's happening inside. Do you not worry about assassination before the head enters the safe? It seems possible, and there could be enough time for that. Strangely, I've never seen my brother worry about such things. Unexpectedly, Victor, who was next to Damien, responded abruptly. That's right, because he's a demon with absolute power. What? A demon? Damien looked shocked. Meanwhile, Dolores was absent-mindedly taking notes. Leisure time inside the safe is 2 hours. Once inside, there are piles of treasures such as gold, currency, jewels, artworks, etc. The strength of the outer walls is almost indestructible, and during this time, Victor was lost in other thoughts. It's almost certain that the bourgeois head is the 6th corpse. Having reviewed the recent investigation data sent by Cindy Wendy, Victor was convinced. The 6th corpse, collaborating with Dantalion, trying to swallow Quavades and bourgeois simultaneously. Victor recalled the time of the Great War era of destruction. Boosted by the dazzling maneuvers of the great heroes, the human alliance, whose morale soared, advanced beyond the ruins of the wasteland. And they saw him, the most beautiful presence among those driven out from heavens. He faced the heroes of the human side with innate courage, unyielding strength, resolute dignity, bravery, and a commanding presence that seemed natural. However, in the actual battle that unfolded, his tactics were nothing but cowardly, despicable, cunning, and deadly. His appearance was also dreadful, lightning spewing from his eyes, a foul breath emanating like the smoke of the largest volcano in the world, and a grotesque stench. His mouth split wide open like a crevasse in the Antarctic ice, and the horns and wings that extended on both sides were large enough to cover the entire battlefield. In the legion-to-legion battle, we had a tough time due to his strategic tactics. As time passed and he gathers strength, he becomes a really annoying existence. He needs to be removed quickly. It seemed like the Sixth Corps chose the bourgeois head for the massive funds to gather an army. Without realizing it, a vast legion composed of followers of the demons was formed. At that moment, Damien asked, "Do you believe it is possible to assassinate my brother in less than 2 hours? He's not just a wealthy man. Otherwise, the previous head of the iron-blooded family would have wanted him as his adopted son." This implied that Hugo's father was interested in the talent of the current bourgeois head. Vikier stroked his chin. If that's the case, it means his physique is almost as good as Hugo's. Since then, quite some time had passed, and now the demon was controlling that physique. After various thoughts, Vikier nodded. "It will be tight, but it's possible. If you help with just one thing outside the safe." "Me? Outside the safe?" Damien shrugged. Although he was a high-ranked noble, he wouldn't be of much help in combat, considering he was originally there only to create the dinner setting and then leave. There was a high chance he wouldn't even be allowed into the safe. Moreover, what could he do outside the safe where external intervention was impossible? Damien and Dolores looked perplexed. Swoosh Vikier pushed a document containing his plan towards them. "With this, the end for the bourgeois head is near." And then, as Damien and Dolores discovered what Vikier intended to do outside the safe, they both spoke with faces full of dismay. "This is not just about the bourgeois clan's head. If we do this, the entire empire will be in jeopardy, won't it?" Chapter 283. Power Inflation 1. Chapter 283. Power Inflation 1. On a quiet weekend nearing sunset, a carriage departed from the Colosseo Academy towards the estate of the wealthiest clan in the empire, the bourgeois clan. Dolores, Figgy, and Sinclair, these 3 individuals were honored to have been invited to the grand estate for an evening meal, courtesy of bourgeois. Naturally, Figgy and Sinclair were animatedly sharing their excitement and stories. "Our Oracle Club's achievements this time were remarkable. We clinched the top spot in the mock investment contest. And unbelievably, all of it was based on actual returns. In addition, we hosted a dazzling party, complete with jewels, gold bars, coins, banknotes, promissory notes, real estate deeds, artworks, antiques, and other valuable items scattered around the dining table. I can't even fathom the total worth. It's said to surpass mountain ranges." "Hee, really? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Why would you keep such valuable items on the dining table? What if a guest sneaks off with them during dinner? How could anyone steal so much?" "Well, that's true. Then, could the gifts we prepared also become part of that treasure trove? That would be glorious." After finishing his words, Figgy turned to look behind the carriage. There several treasure chests were placed, a gift for bourgeois. Sinclair, who had contemplated and prepared these gifts with great care, muttered with a hint of disappointment, "It's a shame Big Brother didn't come with us." "Huh. Vikier, you mean? Why all of a sudden? Just because he promised he'd come over to my house for a meal." Figgy tilted his head in confusion. Why would that come up now? Sinclair, brushing aside her white shortcut hair swaying in the wind, replied, "He's quite busy lately. I wanted him to eat a proper meal with me." "Oh, that's what you meant. I agree. It's been hard to have meals with Vikier lately. Except for breakfast." Figgy started discussing Vikier's busy schedule. However, Sinclair, while listening to Figgy's words, was lost in her own thoughts. "Big Brother, you don't have money?" "I don't." "Why not? You're a student at the academy." "Isn't that too harsh? These kids here don't have parents to rely on. We should help them." "Parents are not necessary. They function only during the essential years when external support is crucial. After that, they are unnecessary." Meanwhile, Dolores, who was at the front, staring straight ahead, was completely oblivious to Figgy and Sinclair's conversation behind her. Her attention was solely on the treasure chests carried in the carriage today, the gifts destined for bourgeois estate. "I'm sorry, kids." Unfortunately, the gifts selected by Sinclair and Figgy were not in the boxes. Those items had already been moved elsewhere, and the empty boxes now contained something entirely different. Night Hound. An assassin lay in ambush to assassinate the bourgeois clan head. Bourgeois clan's head doesn't bother with body searches when he brings someone into the vault, Night Hound had mentioned. It was probably the demonic confidence unique to demons, an arrogant attitude that dismissed any assassin as a mere toy. However, that very confidence was also a weakness of the devil. "We should put the kids to sleep before the battle begins." Dolores tightly gripped a vial in her hand, containing a harmless sleeping potion. When the carriage arrived at bourgeois estate, Dolores, Figgy, and Sinclair would be guided to the reception room and kept waiting until the evening meal. At that time, Dolores planned to slip the potion into their teacups and hide them elsewhere. It would have been best if they hadn't come with me in the first place. However, both Figgy and Sinclair had been eagerly looking forward to go to the bourgeois clan estate for the past few days, and given that they were specifically invited as members of the Oracle Investment Club, it would be unjustifiable for Dolores to go alone. Even now, Figgy was compiling a list of questions he planned to ask upon meeting Bartolomeo. The future trends of the empire's economy, doubts about current financial indicators, criteria for discovering new businesses, prospects of the medium-sized merchant guild, recent issues of the mercenary guild mergers, and also, does he eat chicken? "I have questions too." Sinclair also smiled with anticipation. Figgy asked, "Oh, Sinclair, what are you curious about? Want to have a question match with me?" "No, I'm curious about only one thing." Figgy's eyes widened upon hearing Sinclair's response. Just one thing, really." "Yeah. Why?" "We're meeting the most wealthy figure in the empire. We should gather as much knowledge as possible. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Despite Figgy's enthusiasm, Sinclair only smiled briefly. Dolores, Figgy, and Sinclair, three individuals with different thoughts despite being together, had now arrived at the main gate of Bourgeois' ancestral home. Dinner appointment. Oracle, as Dolores stated the purpose of their visit, the gate opened wide. The carriage was guided towards the interior of the magnificent mansion, and naturally, the exclusive path for guests was free of any security checks. At that moment, the steward guiding the carriage with a modest smile remarked, "It seems we've been seeing guests from Quavadis more frequently lately." "What? Who else from our family has visited?" Dolores asked with a puzzled expression, and the steward responded with a mysterious attitude. "Yes, just a few hours ago, Cardinal Humbert paid a visit. He has finished his business and left now." As Dolores heard the name Humbert, a shiver ran down her spine. "I never expected him to be here. Fortunately, he's gone already." Just to be sure, Dolores unfolded her senses, but she couldn't detect any nearby divine energy. If Humbert had been present, things could have taken a troublesome turn. While she pondered various thoughts, the steward led them all to the reception room. "Please wait here for a moment, and I will announce your arrival shortly." After placing a simple tea set and snacks on the table, the steward opened the door and left. Dolores, Figgy, and Sinclair began waiting in the reception room. The reception room is incredibly luxurious. It looks expensive yet not extravagant. The interior exudes the beauty of the past. "Yeah, it's tasteful." While Figgy and Sinclair chatted, Dolores trembled with her hand. "I need to add the sleeping potion." It was a misdeed she had never attempted in her entire life, altering someone else's food. Eventually, Dolores seized the opportunity as Figgy and Sinclair turned their heads, successfully adding the sleeping potion to their tea cups. Absent-mindedly sipping their tea, Figgy and Sinclair soon started dozing off. Why do I feel sleepy?" "Yeah, it's almost dinner time, though." Dolores, with a quivering voice, addressed Figgy and Sinclair. Hey guys. If you're tired, take a short nap. I'll wake you up when it's time for dinner." "Oh, can you do that?" "Thank you." Fortunately, Figgy and Sinclair, without any suspicion, leaned against the sofa in the reception room, closing their eyes. "Did the medicine work?" Dolores waved her hand in front of their faces, confirming their lack of response. With a relieved sigh, Dolores stepped outside briefly to wipe away the sweat. At that moment she once again encountered the steward approaching. "Ah, Saintess, the Lord had some urgent matters and is delayed. He'll come back shortly." "Yes, steward, my friends who came with me would have to return due to an unexpected incident." "Really? A meeting right before the appointment. Although Lord is a bit late, shall I cancel the appointment and reschedule it for another time?" "Oh no, no, there's no need for that. I can just meet him alone as the club representative." The steward, nodding while smiling, seemed to understand reluctantly. A little past the scheduled time, dolers loaded the prepared gifts onto a carriage and, accompanied by a few attendants, headed deep into the mansion's interior. After walking for a while, the imposing vault came into view, resembling an entrance to a grand plaza. "Lord is waiting." The steward politely bowed before opening the door. Inside, a dark and cold atmosphere could be felt. The attendant stored the gift-laden carriage inside and guided dolers further inside. Finally, all attendants exchanged greetings and slowly retreated, leaving dolers alone in the vast darkness of the vault. Sir?" As dolers cautiously spoke, a sudden burst of light illuminated the surroundings. Simultaneously, dolers could only open her mouth wide. A magnificent golden scent filled the air, blinding with its golden brilliance. In the vast darkness of the vault, dolers stood alone, welcomed into a world of immense wealth.